Hello and welcome everyone to the NACL week number 4, day number 2. Hold up, yeah. Day number 2.
But it's Saturday.
Day number 2. It's money matches time, Cubby. We finally made it. Oh boy, I am excited right now. We got to start seeing the slobber knockers coming through. Welcome to the desk. My name is Desrooks. This is Cubby right here. How hyped are you, Cubby? How you feeling, man? Bring me the energy.
I'm pretty excited, man. I'm all about that green and all about that paper today, as we're going to see which teams get to take some paper for themselves as exciting new aspects of the league in money matches. Of course, every team gets a chance at 2 money matches, and we start today, Eric. So excited to see who can take home some cash for themselves. 2
money matches on the season, and that is for week number 4 and 5. So we got 2 weeks, baby. 2 weeks of money matches to be excited for. And for those of you who don't know what money matches are, there is a cash prize on the line for the individual series itself, $1,250 to the team that takes the dub. Now, coming into the money matches, Cubby, we got the standings up. Anything that sticks out to you before we start slobber knocking it out?
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to Blue Water. I know they're sitting at 1 and 2, but I feel like their schedule's been a little bit tough, and they continue to prove that they are going to be a team that's going to compete with a very competitive middle of the pack team that we expect to have here in Challengers League. Besides that, Fierce Starforge are 3-0. They've even said themselves like, hey, we're dropping games. Isn't as clean as we want it to be. So it really feels like Dragonsteel and FlyQuest Challengers are still 2 of the top teams that we have in the league.
And I think it's time to start looking at the bottom of the standings as well. CCG and AoE currently winless. We're going to start getting past that halfway point now. And you know those bottom 2 points mean you go into that promotion relegation. Something that's got to be on your mind. You got to start picking up wins right here and right now. Let's go into the schedule for the day so we can start seeing what matches we're gonna have that money tied to it. And of course, we got to start with a banger after banger after banger. FlyQuest versus TLC will be our first money match of the day, followed by DSG taking on AoE. We're going to round out the day with Mazel joining the broadcast. He will be taking care of Dragonsteel versus Supernova, Cubby.
Yeah, and as you can see with some of these money matches, we tried to find some rivalries in between, so we can really put some money where everyone's mouth is. So having the 2 LCS teams that directly have teams in this league competing off the bat is a fun one.
All right, let's start getting into the games, starting off with TLC versus FlyQuest. Let's pull up FlyQuest's roster. These are the defending champions right here, Cubby. They had a rough start in a finals rematch against Maryville, now known as Dragonsteel. Doesn't mean they have dropped off. Bradley is flourishing in his mid lane reprise. Surdy is still displaying skills beyond the NACL. FlyQuest, they're still the big dogs on campus, Cubby.
Yeah, that drop to Dragonsteel might hurt them in the end of the regular season standings, but if anyone has FlyQuest challengers outside of the top tier, I'd like to, question you based on the results of that. I really expect this team to be dominant throughout the rest of the split, but I gotta say, TLC, they've been off to a good start for this season. I know they've dropped some games, but they're winning the majority of their series and have a chance to really prove that a team that struggled to start off the regular season in spring, they kept the same 5. They are at a higher level in summer, but a win against FlyQuest Challengers, a team that they could not take down at any point last year, would be a huge boost for them going into the rest of the season.
Nice that you bring them up, because we got to bring up their roster. Team Liquid Honda Challengers. This is the second split that the roster has been together, as you had mentioned, Cubby, which means more time to grow. And we're starting to see some of that growth. I think Jenkins has been stepping up pretty well. Romer is still holding the top of the league laning stats. With hiccups like the loss against DSG, there's still more room to grow, but they're definitely showing pretty well, Cubby.
Yeah, I also love, they had a pretty solid series yesterday. There was a good tweet that we made about Romer just T-posing over everyone that I found very funny, as he's establishing dominance inside the player photos and also on the Rift. And it will be a good test for Bradley, as Romer is a laner that is very powerful, Desirux. And
yes.
I really want to see, where does Bradley fall? Because he was someone that we watched in OQs like, okay, this guy's just better than everyone else, right? He really was a big part of CCG making this league in the first place. He got poached by FlyQuest NZXT, the top team that we have in the league, but now going up against Romer, who was one of the better mids that we had last year, is still very powerful in lane. It's going to be a real test to see if Bradley can fill in those shoes of quad.
It's been an interesting story for Bradley to go from the mid lane to the top lane, back to the mid lane, and still look this good in the process. Well, here's the challenge for you, Romer, as you had mentioned as we head into the draft. Already a lot of key bans coming through, nothing too much going to stick out like a sore thumb, even going to take away some of that laning pressure with the Ziggs getting banned away from FlyQuest.
I mean, I feel like the TF really starting our money matches off on a good note, taking away the passive gold bonus where you just get more money itself. You know, TLC kind of playing with the theme there. No, it's actually just a really good champ for Surdy. Not something in Jenkins. I dug a little bit deep for that one, Deserex. I'm trying to buy in like you are, you know.
No, it's good. It's good because we can keep this going on. Ziggs and Tristana, they just generate you money whenever they step up to a tower. That's now banned away, so we're getting away all the champions that could do that, Cub.
Yeah, early on, I will say Ziggs the pick that Romer has shown, but Sajad actually very good at that champion in the bot lane. Funnily enough, his first game of it on stage was in the finals last year, but as we move throughout draft, we have seen with 14-13 now in for these teams, Zyra is very high priority, and it's kind of fallen from being like, oh, you know, we're going to get it in the first round of picks, hope maybe it falls the second, to no. If this champ's up, we have to first pick it. And I've seen a lot of the solution to Zyra be, let's take dive to make sure that we can pick Zyra before she's able to get all of her abilities off.
Yeah.
I like poke and pick. I do not like dive into Zyra. You are kind of asking for it if you're going to dive into Zyra. So I think taking something like Ezreal, then Leona is someone that is vulnerable to Zyra, but with that ultimate, you can outrange Zyra and really punish her if she's down a flash. So it's also a very good deny, as I think Leona Zyra is a dominant pairing and very tough to deal with in bot lane.
Yeah, that's something I was going to point out right there is the Leona pickup. Even though it is hard engage going in, as you said, Cubby, it does have a long range ultimate to find those engages for TLC, so it does play to try and body the Zyra that Kill's going to be taking. And it's a lot that you have to think about when you're going up against the Zyra, right? Because the plants, whenever you get a setup around neutrals, there's just so many of them that can start burning you down. A lot of people take Leandries and Rylas, and it just makes it really hard to actually navigate a lot of these fights. Next pick coming in for TLC, they're going to take the Lucian, and now this could very much be flexed around with both Romer and Spawn, but Romer very capable on those mid lane marksmen, so watch out for that.
And we've seen him really be an early adopter of this Lucian mid, whether it's in the Corki, the Tristana, or something else. As oh wow, that's a Galio coming in, Deserex. So this is an old school answer to Leona in the bot lane, and I'm wondering if Jenkins, like, what happens with Camille now as we go into the next phase of draft. I feel like this is something that FlyQuest Challengers, it's something Surdy can play very well, but they also might want to consider taking away.
It's interesting. We've been seeing more and more Galio pop up, especially this week as of recently.
I like Galio.
Just played it yesterday, so more Galio for it. More answers going to be found as we head into the second phase. Also, a Karth is going to be picked up for Shaden, so we're going to look to get some scaling going online for FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, somewhat similar to the Zyra. More damage, less utility, but you're still very dominant if you do get ahead in this game. So this does give them also a late game win con, as if you can press R, it's big. I will say, you can get creative, though, with Galio, as when you press R, you do give magic damage shields. So that is something you can use. You know, you don't get the actual, you know, CC of the ultimate itself, but it is a way that you can actually defend against Karthus too. So really like the Galio coming out. Also, with the changes made to Font of Life, you can now pair Lucian with Tank's bot lane, because Font of Life does activate Lucian's passive. So I've seen Lucian Braum somewhat come back. Having Galio down there, if he takes Font of Life, Lucian will get that passive off. So it's not the same lane dominance as Lucian Nami that we're used to seeing, but I do want to highlight that. I expect this Lucian to be mid, but there is a small chance that Spawn could bust it out bot. They want to find a better mid lane matchup.
Second phase of bans now coming in. Jinx, Cassante taken away. One of those that we have to watch is the Kennen. As that's found away, it's been a bread and butter for Jenkins for a very long time, so it shows that FlyQuest have done their homework. They've seen the last couple of matches where Jenkins has just slaughtered teams with it. Now FlyQuest will have their pick of the litter, and it comes down to just the solo lanes at this point. Gonna hover that rail.
Yeah, I'm curious if they're going to go with something like Corki here, which is somewhat safe. You can pair it up, you know, with the Karthus, but no, it looks like the Ezreal might be used as the flex, and they have Ezreal plus Kai'Sa. I expect that Ezreal to be mid, and we'll see if Lucian's now taken into it, or we'll see if you can play Lucian bot and a Kai'Sa. Lucian is a very good matchup in the Kai'Sa early on, so that Lucian flex might be more valuable for TLC if they opt to go for Corki into Ezreal, and they can play out the game from there.
I will say it's decent poke coming so far, because with the Kai'Sa, you don't have to commit to the all-in with the Killer Instinct. Now the response out of TLC, we've been seeing this combo more and more. Misfortune coming up in priority will get locked in by Team Liquid Honda Challengers.
All right, ability to lane bully. It's there early on for MF, as a lot of Renekton answers are taken off the table. Would not be surprised to see Surdy's Gnar here. This is a champ back when he was playing with an AD. going under the likes of Shiro with EGP. They took top 6 back in 21. Shiro, of course, ended up being Danny. Surdy, I really knew Surdy for early on for his Camille and his Gnar play. So it is a champion. I've seen Jenkins bust out. Now to see Surdy busted out in this matchup, I do think it's a relatively solid game for Gnar. At the moment, TLC, I think a little bit more emphasis on the early game for them and making sure that they get going. Whereas FlyQuest challengers, if this goes late, they have a lot of scaling in their draft, and expect to see them really take over the side lane later on with Surdy on this Gnar.
I also want to say they do have, they being TLC, some pretty good mid to late team fight that they can combo together. There's so many different ultimates that take up a lot of space in these fights. Bullet time, Hero's Entrance, even the Zyra ultimate on top of that. It's going to make it hard for FlyQuest to kind of go forward if TLC get the first setup, especially this Karthus, which is really susceptible to, as you were talking about, a lot of poke. It goes the same way, Karthus and Zyra trying to get through that barrage of damage before you can do damage.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't know if we're going to see it this game. I like looking at Sajed's runes, I don't think so, but I think it'd be a decent game for Poke Kaisa, unironically. Just being able to deal with the Zyra, the plants can eat it, but it is something, again, I think that you really have to play pick and poke into Zyra. If you play all-in dive, you will get roasted by those Stranglethorns.
Nice little new features coming up as we take a look at the runes. Let us know in Twitch chat who you think is going to take this dub. A reminder, this is a money match. $1,250 on the line. This is our 2 LCS affiliated teams, big names that have stayed within the scene for years and years, and right now they're throwing down to see who's the best.
And I mean, honestly, so appropriate too. With like these teams, not only have they stuck around, they've been very competitive throughout. I think FlyQuest of late have really taken over, but TL, of course, being that team that was winning the majority of the titles that we held between 21 and 22, even 23 being very competitive with that new core they had as well, Deserux. So excited to see if they can take FlyC down here. And again, continue to reestablish some of their dominance that they have had in the tier 2 scene. It's been a good start to the split for TLC.
It's been a good start, and especially a good start of the MASH era, is what I've been calling this a lot. Spawn did get called up, Spawn being Coach Spawn, getting called up to the TL main roster. And so this has been MASH trying to work out with his team and get them to really gel well together. And I've heard from Kim Down, he's been saying that's been a lot of his focus as now fight breaks out down into the bottom lane. Just a little bit of poking as Ignite gets burnt away. But yeah, that statement as well. Kim Down was saying he was working through a lot of those language barriers, working on one-on-one with a lot of these players, and just trying to bring out the best in them, you know?
I always like to see if we can get the best out of our players here, as Jenkins going to have to flash away from Surdy early on. And that wave is not great for Jenkins. Renekton does have a lot of push. Surdy was not able to get that rock either, so Jenkins will feel a little bit better. But good start for Surdy, taking away that summoner spell. We'll have to be careful about the Renekton's level 3, but Jenkins no longer able to flash on the Surdy to get that one shot.
Flash will be down. Fortunately for Jenkins, Karthus is not the biggest gank jungler. It's not going to be under the biggest threat over there, so unfortunately for him, as you mentioned earlier, the wave is still pushing towards the tower.
Each of our junglers are working their way towards this bot side, which I'm not surprised about. Like, the OP part about Zyra right now, and why I was happy to see Zyra Leona denied, is you can get to bot first, and your 3v3 is just so strong with the CC that Zyra brings, not to mention the damage. You can always proc Leona past it too, but at the moment, Chime, he got that wave in early, and he's going to use this timer to attack Roamer.
Yeah, jumping right on Roamer. Roamer looks to turn it around onto Bradley, but it's not going to work out in his favor. He has to burn Flash to get away from Chime.
All right, Flash for Flash trade mid. Chime trades up, has that Hex Flash, taking that away from a soul laner. Meanwhile, though, we see Roamer actually fully committing to go top side, and Surdy might be under threat.
Oh, going for the dive. Jenkins has that bar maxed out, so you're going to get a lot of bonus damage onto Surdy, who tries to flash away, but can't get away from the first blood of Roamer.
He's going to TP back. We'll see if Keel Jen can stick around.
Keel still in that bush. Oh, there's the teleport. They waited it out, Cubby, and now they're just looking to make Surdy's life hell. Keel gets the kill, and Surdy has to walk back as his wave gets denied.
Big play from TLC. Surdy, he flashed and used the hop in the first gank, so Keel sticking around, able to connect the CC right as Surdy lands from the TP, and Surdy 2 early deaths to his name will open up some space here for Renekton to the top side, as a lot of experience was missed by Surdy.
Yeah, and all the credit in the world going over to Kill, recognizing, hey, it's an easy play to take this dive. He's going to teleport back. We got 3 members here. Roamer did roam up. This is the map play that we expect out of TLC, and they set it up beautifully.
And I got to say, TLC, in this early season, their early games have been blistering.
Oh, yeah.
Averaging up 1,500 gold, around that at the 15-minute mark. It really feels like TLC, they're a team that always gets off to a hot start, but sometimes struggles to finish off these games. And that was really the story, Eric, when we were casting their playoff match, TLC versus FlyQuest Challengers. It was a 3-1, but in 2 of those losses that TLC had, they were hitting FlyQuest Nexus. They were close to making finals in that upper bracket. So, again, a really strong early lead for them. I just want to see if this team has continued to grow. They have to start putting away games in a more clean fashion. And that's something that they might be challenged with in this game, as, of course, FlyQuest Challengers have some decent scaling on their end.
Individual growth, all nice and dandy. You still got to get those wins nonetheless. Now, Shaden over at the Dragon will get a pool. He's got priority over down bottom with Sachet and Chime. Not going to be the same, but Bradley doesn't really care. He's on an Ezreal. He's going to duke this out. Easy Dragon coming up for FlyQuest.
He's good. Also, skipping over the Gromp, he's going to beat Zyra to this timer, and Zyra did go for the full clear. Now, the real question, though, is what happens around Grubs? Because I think I've been talking to some teams. They really feel like first Grubs make the game a lot easier because they give you more jungle experience to get the 6, and they kind of force you to fight the second Grubs if you do lose the first 3. So with the Renekton that's already ahead in the top side, you can see Keel. He doesn't care that he's seen by FlyQuest Challengers. He's going to show mid, sprint straight to those Grubs, and I think it's no contest. So that's why Shaden's on the Dragon early. I think it was just always a full Grub sack. And we'll see if FlyQuest Challengers denies the stack at the second spawn.
And it's always really nice for a Zyra, because once you get towards Grubs, that's around the time you should be 6 anyway. And her ultimate is a big team fighting ultimate, so it makes it very, very challenging for some of these other teams to actually walk up and contest the first spawn of Grubs. So as you said, it's all up to FlyQuest to respond for that second one. As right now, Keel's going to go get off pretty easy.
Yeah, you can see Zyra ding 6 off that first Grub taken, so... again, with Renekton ult, Zyra ult coming up, no dice for FlyQuest Challengers to contest. I think that's a good read for them, and they at least get a Dragon early.
This roam out coming out from Kim down. TLC, they love to play the map very, very early. They've had, to me, what feels like some of the best macro play in the game. Where I start to see things fall apart is around team fights. It seems like that coordination comes up a little bit short when it comes to fighting in that team environment.
I think sometimes, too, going off of that, Desterux, they play their setups a little bit too fast. Sometimes they skip steps, or like the CC they have just doesn't land on the right target. They usually take more early game focused compositions, which I'm totally fine with. You know, that is the style that we've seen work for TLC. And yeah, their map play, I think it's rather solid for the first parts of the game, but sometimes later on can fall apart. So again, 1k gold lead for TLC. Feels like they've gotten what they wanted early, even with a bonus kill on 30 in the top side. It's just now, as this game continues, can they make sure they clean things out quickly? Yeah. I'm not too worried for a bit, because, again, TLC's been quite solid for the first 15-20 minutes of the game. We'll see Jenkins and 30 go to war, still on the top side, and curiously enough, might see a Blade of the Ruin King coming in on Lucian here for Roamer.
Here comes the flash forward from Jenkins, looking to take Surdy down in the solo bolo. Meganar going to come up right now. Another stun, buffered out from the stun of his own. Forces the ultimate out. Surdy survives with 100 health.
Not going to be able to stick around this wave, though, as Shaden's on the bot side, is spotted by this Misfortune E. Roamer's here to boot, too. Shaden's in trouble.
Yeah, this is a complete collapse coming in from TLC onto FlyQuest. Fortunately for FlyQuest, they are tight into this tower. It's going to be a hard dive to take. Bradley over on the sidelines, popping some Mystic shots to get that poke in onto Roamer. Roamer going forward, not find too much else other than another Mystic shot.
Still curious to see if this is a bork coming out from Roamer, indeed.
Oh.
There's no E for Bradley.
Yeah. Oh, it's down. Oh, Bradley! Flashes, survives by the skin of his teeth. Roamer putting on the pressure, really punishing that cooldown on the Arcane Shift.
Goes around. Chime's coming to roam too, but Chime might be in trouble as TP coming in.
Oh, through the wall. Keel finds the root. Bradley does have his Arcane Shift this time, so he will get out.
We're going to look for Keel.
Chime goes forward, wants to find kill, wants to find that Zyra. There's the combo crowd control, but doesn't get the solar flare. This means Chime has to bail. Now Shaden looking to turn on Roamer. Bradley's gonna drop. No, he's not! He will just take Roamer down!
Bradley got into the brush, so Roamer couldn't find the last auto. Bradley able to take him down. What was a wild skirmish that looked TLC favored the entire time. Bradley able to walk away with the kill. They also got kills flash. That's something else that FlyC can punish moving forward.
And this is what I mean. He's reprising the mid lane role, and he looks so good when he is popping off in moments like these.
Jenkins is in trouble. He's got no ult.
Now Jenkins underneath the tower, trying to survive. Zerdy does have his ultimate, looks to find the wall up, gets him against the wall, and Jenkins is dead. Zerdy, hey, you dived me twice. This is just revenge, man.
That's big. Surdy has empowered TP, will not have Mega, but if he's able to get back in time, Jenkins burned his TP to catch that wave. So that second grubs that we were teasing earlier on between Roamer falling, this play on topside and getting kills flash, FlyQuest challengers might be able to get in and actually contest.
This is really nice for them. And a bit of revenge. Last time it was Surdy who was walking back to the tower. Now it's Jenkins who has to take the long haul over there.
They might be giving. Yeah, Surdy, he had empowered TP. Shaden, he could have tried to fight. He has ultimate up, but no, they're actually just going to give it all to Keel. So I'm kind of curious about that. Like, it's not like they don't find winning plays, just they don't take the objective off of it. It's now Roamer. He's getting no flash.
Solar Flare only gets the slow, but there's no flash, as you said. So Bradley will take him down for a second time. Now Kim down is all by his lonesome. Takes a couple of shots coming out from Bradley. This is a good chunk right there, but FlyQuest, they're finding the pick, Scubby.
Yeah, and Bradley, of course, you know, nice to see him firing shots into his old teammate Kim down there. As Kim down, one remaining member. When Bradley was on TLC, of course, there's a little bit of a revenge match for Bradley himself. As it was mostly his Bradley choice, step back in the mid and play throughout the OQs, but had a great run with TLC as a top laner. As we do see Keel make his way up top. He's going to throw out the ult, but no Jenkins. They're just going to force Surdy away as the second dragon does fall to FlyQuest challengers.
Really taking it to Surdy right now. So much attention put topside from Keel. And Surdy just trying to make sure that Keel, hey, stay out of my lane, man. I'm tired of this. Let me just body Jenkins by myself. Kim down in the mid lane, looks to focus onto Bradley. Coming out from the side, it's Keel, and it's a dead Bradley. TLC find a shutdown for Roamer. Meanwhile, on the top side, another dive looking to come out. Jenkins is in a bad way, gets caught by the Zenith Blade. The crowd controls too much, and the slows will just pile on for days. Surdy will hop on top of his head. It's an easy Goomba stomp and a kill for Surdy.
Nice roams, couple of solo laners not respecting the rotations of others. Bradley did spot TLC in the top side. They collapsed on top of him. Chime, meanwhile, able to sneak top and help Surdy. Again, Jenkins being set behind, but now it's Jed. He's on his own. TP coming in.
It's a hard one to pull off. Kim Down's going to eat another tower shot. Killer Instinct comes out from Sajid. He's going for the long chase. Hero's entrance to try and block some of that damage. But he gets away from the ultimate. Can't get away from the Requiem, though. Sing your song, Kill. It's not a Requiem for Spawn, who will survive.
That was cool. He was able to dodge out of the ult with an ult of his own. I haven't seen that from the Galio mechanics. It came down. Well played. Not good enough, though. And this is something I really like from FlyQuest challengers. They're really good at covering each other on the map. Usually I credit Chime and Shaden for this. Like, when Chime roams top, it's Shaden's job to cover another lane. This time around, though, it's Bradley, who, of course, was in the Death Chamber, but able to TP and cover this potential play from TLC. Turns it on its head and gets a win for FlyQuest challengers.
Yeah, we got to take another look at this specific play right here. Look at the True Shot Barrage.
This is cute.
Woo! Just
like
hops
that.
right over it. Stop the tape. Stop the tape. Stop. Okay, never mind. It's too late. It's too late. We could have had that for the highlight reel. Kim Down dies in the end. Unable to survive in the back half.
All right, as we dive back in, looks like we have Shaden building Blackfire Torch on Karthus. Even Inspired like doing this. I'm not a fan. I like the Andres into Malignance. I think that's my favorite Karthus build. You don't need mana if you die in a fight, which I think a lot of times is optimal on Karthus. Meanwhile, we have a Stride Breaker for Renekton, so Gnar can be squishy, tough to get on, and tough to stick to. That will help him. As we have a TP coming in top, and Chime going in.
Big focus coming out from TLC in the top side, and FlyQuest reply. Kills the first one to drop, and Kim Down's going to follow his jungler. Double kill picked up by Shaden. That's 2 kills going over to the Karthus. Now Roamer's got to make some space. We'll put out the calling. Same time that Shelly spawns, FlyQuest are there to take it.
I'll be honest, I didn't see that play coming in. I was stuck talking about items. I was not sure that FlyQuest were going to pull the trigger there, but Chime finds a nice engage, and they brute force this Zyra down while Keel still had Flash. Its Flash is now back up. The Flash was down. They were able to punish.
And with that, this is a good pickup for FlyQuest. They're not going to allow TLC to get the Herald. Keep in mind, TLC did get 6 grubs, so a Herald charge would be pretty hard of a siege to have to deal with. FlyQuest grabbing the Herald.
I think one of the theories, too, of these grubs is that the side lane can be won here by FlyQuest challengers later on. As we have a second look, the Empowered Blast Cone with a Chemtech Soul makes it easy for Chime to find Keel. And you know, once you're on that Zyra, if you are able to, again, pick or poke the Zyra, I think that is key. Nice pick there from Chime. They're able to turn around that top lane setup and get a Herald for themselves.
And Cubby, 2 kills to Karthus. That's scaling Karthus. That's a terrifying prospect because you will have to deal with the Requiem. No matter who you are, the Requiem, global, it's going to hit you. And Karthus is building that damage.
I gotta say, too, we were talking about TLC's early game. FlyQuest challengers, they've turned this game around. About 3.5k gold, now 2.5k gold in their favor. I think a lot of that was from the plays around the grubs they gave up. So I know I was a bit surprised they gave up second grubs, but off that play, they've started with a kill top. They found a kill mid. Before that, to set it up, they did sack Bradley, but Surdy is back in this matchup, and they were able to turn around the bot lane play, too, in their favor. So I think a lot of giving up that objective, it enabled FlyQuest challengers to make a lot of plays around Keel and for themselves, and ended up getting them the map they wanted now. As mid falls, they will trade it for top outer, but at the moment, FlyQuest challengers, keep in mind, they have a lot of scaling in their team. Oh, Chime, that's deep.
Chime is by himself, has to flash over the wall, almost jukes out Jenkins, still going to get caught by the Ruthless Predator. Solar Flare comes out, Chime at a half health is still standing. He's going for the long con, they got to burn ultimates just to take this man down. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Kill almost falls to Sajed. Requiem gets sung out. Remember, it was 2 more kills picked up by that Karthus. It's not enough damage to find it on. And now Roamer will get a double kill as he finds Sajed.
Good collapse here from TLC. FlyQuest challengers not respecting this. First off, Chime taking that Herald in. That sent himself to his own grave. And then it was Lucian who had the big push on the top side. They collapsed on Sajed, who tried to escape going down, which is TLC's side of the map. Surdy was one pushing bot. So FlyQuest challengers not paying respect to where TLC was. Yes, they will walk away with this dragon in the end, but TLC getting some much needed gold back in their pockets off that set of plays.
Dragon Soul will be a win condition now for FlyQuest as they built up that dragon stacking. Got 4 minutes 50 seconds before the final one does spawn, so Dragon's coming rather fast into this game. TLC, it seems like a lot of their focus has been on this top side. They've already taken the tower, they've established a lot of control over there, as well as a lot of dives that they've jumped into. By the way, if you do want to stay updated with all things NACL, Twitch, YouTube, just go to NACL as well as Twitter. I'm always going to argue. X, Elon, you didn't pay me to call it X. Watch NACL on Twitter. And
give us a follow.
You get all your news.
YouTube, we do have the VODs in the live category if anyone wants to go tune back in. I know some folks don't know that. So that is helpful. That's what I'm using for my VOD reviews.
And the vault, of course.
Yeah, and we are working on the vault. So that hopefully will be something we start getting up next week, because we're going to bring some old content we've made in the past back to you on the YouTube.
Right now, looking for the next setup. What are we looking for from TLC, Cubby? Because right now it seems like FlyQuest, they're in the driver's seat.
I think TLC, Sajed's down flash. I think it's trying to take it, like control the map, set Zyra up on the bot side, and then punish flashes being down. I think Vision, very big for TLC, just trying to find the right setup for Zyra. Is something that I think that if they are able to get a good Zyra combo early on in the fight, that's what's going to set up the Wombo with the MF, with the Galio, and enable Renekton to actually get involved. Meanwhile, FlyQuest challengers, I think it's just about playing defense. They can always lean on their Ezreal poke and just pick the right time for Kai'Sa to go in. Look out for Chime here. Might look for a cleanse out of spawn.
Yeah, that was a beautiful solar flare. Bullet time comes out. Used defensively, not going to find much else beyond that.
Yeah.
That's still a cleanse being burnt away by spawn.
There's nothing on the map to fight for right now, so I'm okay with ults being thrown out, and you'll take the ult for cleanse trade, especially given that there is nothing to fight over, so not bad here for Chime.
I do want to see that Wombo combo you were kind of alluding to eventually come online for TLC, because it's not that hard to set up. It's just about finding the proper corridor. You remember the curse of the sad bullet time that we used to have? Well, now it's the same thing,
Ah,
just with
yes.
Zyra. And it can be devastating.
Yes, that and Curse of the Idol of Duran? Or, no, wait, no, that's... Idol of the Bullet Time?
Idol of Bullet Time, yeah.
That sounds weird.
Hold on,
Anyway.
I got to come up with a name for the Zyra thing. We'll work on that.
I was cooking with Galio, so...
Heroic Bullet Time?
Heroic Bullet Time?
Hey, 4th of July just passed, so, you know, it's kind of in the conversation.
Oh, that's all right. We're still looking to see some fireworks here.
I'm looking to see us around. That beautiful mug.
Yeah. Again, props to all of our team behind the scenes. Been helping us get some more graphics, some more goodies. Also, you know, while we have some downtime, might as well look at the gold that we're sitting on, which I can control on my own next to our team behind the scenes. As you can see, FlyQuest Challengers, mid laner is picking up a lot of gold, but I think importantly, that advantage that Surdy has over Jenkins, again, this side lane. Surdy has the chance to defend against both Lucian and Renekton, which I think is very important if FlyQuest Challengers want to continue to stay ahead in this game. TLC, they won't be able to open up the map and find some of those side lane advantages that can lead to the vision advantages that we're looking for when it comes to Zyra. So I think the fact that Surdy keeps on getting these waves in with Bradley, this 1-3-1 at the moment is going in FlyQuest Challengers' favor, which is no surprise because A, I think the solo laners can win the matchups, and B, when you have a cart that's ult that can come in over the top, that's rather threatening as well.
Yeah, look at the vision line established by FlyQuest so far. They shove in these waves, they put down the vision. They got a lot of it over on the river towards Baron. Same thing towards Surdy to keep him safe in the bottom lane. You can see right now, TLC are trying to expand their own vision so they actually can reply to something that FlyQuest is bringing. I think back to the playbook of TLC, and a lot of the times it's about reading where the enemy team is and trying to do something like a desperation Baron at the last second. They've had a lot of attempts on that already on this regular season.
30 seconds until the Dragon Soul. We'll see if Baron trade is really even being considered here, as Bradley importantly just wrapped up that Miramana Evolve. And we have this Bloodthirster Essence Reaver build coming in from MF, as MF gets a lot of attack speeds from her kit. So if you stack MR,
but if you jump right on the MF, that's how you solve the situation. Spawn's still alive though. TLC were able to peel for him, and Jenkins will grab a kill. Now here comes the Karthus ult singing the Requiem. Spawn does have a magic damage shield, and it's enough to make sure that Spawn's not going to die. Sajed, however, will take down Roamer in the process, and it's a 1-for-1 exchange.
Jenkins has TP, also needed that magic damage shield to live, so he was able to just barely stay alive. Dragon will be started. We'll see if TLC can sneak in and steal it. Chemtech not the strongest soul, but anything helps. Kim down just goes in.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Surdy will just body kill, but kill! Will flash in and steal it. He denies the Dragon Soul. Bullet time comes out. Shaden's getting low, and Surdy has to get out. Jenkins looking to lock his jaws on the Surdy. Sees Bradley around the corner. Will not take it. Kill crucially denies the Dragon Soul, but his life is down. There's no smite. Look at where FlyQuest are going, Cubby.
Yeah, Kill reminding us all what old Zyra passive was. It takes a one-way trip, and it takes away the dragon with the smite. Getting full utilization out of that. Meanwhile, though, smite down, TP down for Jenkins. Roamer, no TP. It's going to be a Baron take and no contest here for TLC, so FlyQuest Challengers still find the win.
So, this is where we ask, is denying the Dragon Soul really worth giving up the Baron? I mean, Kill even had to burn his flash to get over, dies in the process. This is a lot of map control that FlyQuest are going to have. They've already been playing the side lanes well.
I don't think so. Their ability to knock down inners and really expand this gold lead, keep in mind.
Barely gets stopped by Jenkins. Jenkins is going to go for the chase right now. Bradley has to fight this one out because you're not getting away from the Gator. You see the Sterak's going to be activated. At least able to burn that away. Spawn comes in, gets the assist, and Jenkins grabs the kill.
All right, that's a nice start for TLC. We'll slow down the Baron if I see, but still, I see 3 inners up. Got to manage a couple fall as Roamer.
Run, Roamer, run.
They were looking for the cutoff. If they actually followed through with that, they would have been able to find Galio alone. FlyQuest Challengers could have taken down the Galio, at least gotten... I think that he would have fell. As he has no flash, no ult, but not going to continue with the play. Instead, go for the mid inner. Going to take a second look. Surdy, he sends it over the wall to lock up Keel, which he does so successfully. But he goes for the combo where Keel was just able to sneak out under a Surdy's W. Flashes in, takes the dragon, is a one-way trip. And then on the flip side, The health bars were just not in TLC's favor. FlyC able to walk on out. But a deny the soul. Now it's just how much gold do they lose?
Speaking of gold, look at the gold, man. Look at the gold. Look at the gold graph. Look at the gold on the
Oh,
side.
look at us.
I'm seeing a lot of red, Cubby. I'm seeing a lot of red on the top half of that. Every member of FlyQuest right now is flourishing, and that is a terrifying prospect for TLC.
Yeah, it's one where I don't know how TLC get back into this. I think that something I'll give FlyC credit for is there's a lot of wombo on the side of TLC, and they did take very slippery carries in the end. Like, locking down a Gnar, Ezreal, Kai'Sa, that is a tough ask if you are TLC, and Kai'Sa, I think, uniquely does provide some ways to play around the Galio MF combo rather well. Can be vulnerable to Zyra, but does have the ability to cleanse all out of whatever Zyra combo you find. So once TLC fell behind, I think this game got a lot more difficult for them. And I want to take a second look at how they played around those second grubs, because I think the fact that FlyQuest Challengers sacked it, I don't know if TLC was exactly expecting that. And the way they played the map around those second grubs is where, for me, FlyQuest Challengers really got that advantage. And then, again, the scaling that this team has with the Kai'Sa, the Ezreal, the Karthus, it's extreme.
And also a lot of credit over to Chime, who has been very active on this map and looking for those engages, constantly throwing out the solar flare. Doesn't matter if you don't find a fight right after it, as long as you're burning summoner spells and keeping them constantly on alert. You know, he's doing a fantastic job.
I always like the joke that when you play Leona, you have to play Battle Leona, you know? It's just go in, for better or worse. That's the only way you can use the kit. Sometimes you might have games where you die 5, 6, 7, 8 times. You can still find wins. If you're trading up, that is what matters, because when you trade up on Leona, that's when you get scenarios like the last fight where the ult connected onto Spawn and Spawn had no cleanse. Chime did set that up beforehand, and that got a really strong opening to the fight for FlyQuest Challengers. It made a big difference in the end. So you do kind of have to play this champ risky, and good to see Chime, you know, trying to stack up some of that paper before law school hits for him. I feel like the money match, you know, we were asking some players, like, what are you going to use the money for? And I think Chime, we don't have to ask him. It's going to be, I got school coming up. That's going to help, you know.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Gotta pay off that tuition. It's all right. You got your hustle, man. Make it in the long run, as now the setup coming in for FlyQuest. You can tell the battle really is about mid lane priority right now, and it's Bradley by himself who's looking to keep TLC at bay.
He can do so, as Roamer's going to dash on in. Also notable, the Roamer's down 2 levels, so some of that hidden gold on the scoreboard in FlyQuest Challenger's favor too. That is popped early.
That's down, and they have clear eyes on where Surdy is. So TLC can easily just kite out, wait out that timer. Roamer looking to go on to Bradley, puts in the calling half health for both Bradley and Roamer.
Bradley has TP available though. Roamer has the Bork, so can heal off the wave, but still a tough ask for him.
Problem is, there is no wave right now because the fight is starting out. Kim Down goes in for the engage. He's going to give his life for it. Sanchez able to flash out. He will find his escape.
Here comes the
Roamer, he's so damn low, man. So it's a song sang and a kill acquired. Jenkins looks to get out. He's going to make a good pair of boots for Bradley. And just like that, FlyQuest take the team fight win 3-0.
I think the big difference in this game, again, those second grubs. FlyQuest Challengers got so much off the take from TLC as Keel's going to fall. Soul will be secured by FlyQuest Challengers. In this first game of the best of 3 money match, looking to go in favor of our defending champs.
Defending champions. The only one that got changed up was Quad. Quad is busy doing things elsewhere. You know, we got Bradley back in, and again, this is a reprise on his role. He was on Team Liquid in the previous seasons, being a top laner. I do remember I talked to him about it, and the reason why he switched to top was because Spawn asked him to try out as a top laner. He liked his capabilities in play. Now he's back on that comfortable mid lane. He's looking fantastic. 5-2-4. Bradley showing up.
Yeah, that was a fun story of, and I think the funny part about that too is that Surdy was behind Bradley, and now of course Surdy is kind of considered by the community to be that top prospect that's in wait. So to see them now pair up and try and win a championship together with Bradley back in his home role, I think it's a pretty fun story. As Bradley, that's a big combo. He's got flash. He wants to get really aggressive. Okay.
Might. Who's eyeballing? Who's thinking about it, man? As Baron gonna be started up. with this line that's put up by basically Bradley alone, Mystic shots just take too much of your health. Bradley's pretty fed, so FlyQuest uncontested, Baron acquired.
Easy Rally Cry Baron buff, and FlyQuest looking to rally and make sure this Nexus falls in their favor again. Really impressed with FlyQuest mid game here. I think that the early game, like TLC, it's not like they didn't find any angles. It's just that I think that the turnaround again around second rubs was big, and also you want to give credit to Bradley for turning around that mid lane. As, oh boy, Roamer falls. Solo kill.
The last chance for TLC, but they already lost Roamer. Jenkins comes in with the deep flank, hops onto Bradley. Bullet time almost takes out Bradley, but it's going to be Jenkins who gets assassinated. Surdy has arrived. He's in his Meganon form. He'll slam the Misfortune into the wall, and Shaden will sing that song one more time. Kill on escape. He's not going to find his way out of this one. Health bar too low. Goes onto the respawn and will watch his base go up in flames. FlyQuest will take game one.
Sound game one from FlyQuest challengers. I think their comp, again, Leona double marksman with the Karthus. We've seen this being very dominant so far in the meta. And Surdy being knocked down a few picks, set behind early on, called his team to his aid, able to turn around that top lane matchup. FlyQuest challengers, with the help of Chime, I really think, turned around that map. And once it got in their favor, was no looking back.
Absolutely. Chime was looking fantastic because Chime was always going for the engages. Even the Solar Flare not landing flush, getting a slow on Roamer was enough to say we full send it and take down anyone we see. So congratulations over to Chime. He's going to be our player of the game.
I gotta say, I'm always a happy camper when I can give a support player of the game. You know, I feel like sometimes, you know, that role not recognized nearly well enough for what they add to the team. Chime has always been a sound player and addition for this team, and is someone that, you know, I think very highly of Chime. It was bittersweet to see Chime be like, I'm gonna go to law school, because Chime was our first team all-pro support, and I feel like was a huge part of FlyQuest challengers winning. He is a big voice within this team, has always been a very sound player, especially at this level. And to see someone who is at the top be like, hey, I'm going to go to school, that's bittersweet for me. Chime, for me, is someone that really should be considered for opportunities at the next level. And while he's competing here, it's great to see him continue to be dominant and put up a really good game on this Leona.
Hey, the dude had to go through TSM, so, you know, he deserves his kudos. We need to give him all the praise in the world. At this point, you know, sort over to break because I want to get ready for the next game. It is money matches, and FlyQuest, they're already one up. We'll be right back as we get ready for game two. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL game number 1 for our first money match, Cubby. FlyQuest versus TLC. FlyQuest, you were talking about it all game. Around that second grub, they were able to take control of the game, and from there out, right now, they're just one away from winning that cash prize of $1,250.
Yeah, and, you know, TLC, FlyC, these are the two LCS affiliates that we have in the league. So far, I mean, this is a matchup where I was talking to TLC with Spawn beforehand, and he was really happy about their starting point for this year. Keep in mind that last split, TLC really struggled to get going. Yep. They were the 7th seed coming into playoffs, or it was 7 or 8, or sorry, 6 or 7, and they ended up making a run. I think they took 3rd by the end.
Yeah, 3rd.
This was a team where they're starting at a much higher point, and, you know, Spawn said, hey, that gave us momentum, it gave us a head start, and it's giving us more breathing room and less stress, which this was a team that looked like they were playing stress when it came to last year. But man, they have not been able to topple FlyQuest Challengers yet. They've given them some really competitive bouts, more competitive than that last game, which like had winning angles, I think, for both teams. And I just want to see if TLC can really push the top dogs, or one of the top dogs that we have in the league, because I feel like that is what they're missing to be considered a top team instead of one of the teams that is really fighting for, you know, where they're at in the middle of the pack.
You know, and for Team Liquid, I mean, that continuation of the roster and trying to expand upon that growth, you know, it's something similar for FlyQuest, right? For Surdy, sure, it's not the I'm pursuing growth type thing. It's I just want to get into the LCS at this point, but it's still the FlyQuest core roster that's coming for another season. So it does make this something where we can keep referencing that finals back in spring. It was a very big match, and most of these teams are still the same. Let's pull up the Fearless draft so we can see what champions are not going to be on the Rift this time. A few of them that stand out, that's Zyra, that's been B1'd a lot. Karthus as well, our AP junglers, now removed, as well as a lot of marksmen, because both teams did do those double marksman comps.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, I don't want to say the jury was out on this format. Part of me enjoyed the last splits format. I think that a lot of people, you know, they always say, oh, stuff just gets, you know, there's just a handshake between the first couple games. And I can see that. Like, that is something that certainly did happen. I mean, we saw so many Renekton and Gragas games in playoffs. But not the case with this split. And I was a little bit concerned about this splits format. Like, man, it's just, are things going to get, like, really sloppy? And that's not been the case so far. I think that the format's actually been quite fun. But I think the most common thread that we've seen is so many marksmen have been taken off the table just because it is AP jungle meta. And with 4 being off the table here, marksmen, keep in mind, that is the narrowest pool historically in leagues. So we really see, like, even in game 3s, some of this marksman pool get really narrowed. So if this does go the distance for the series today, could see a lot of marksmen being taken off the table.
I mean, we've definitely seen a lot of picks that have come through that we wouldn't normally see. I think back to Winthrop They pulled out Kog'Maw once when the marksman pool got heavily pinched.
Yeah,
They
I saw a
kinda-
Jin Prio game like that rarely happens, you know.
I mean, that's the nature of Fearless. For those of you who don't know, Fearless last split, it was if you pick the champion, your team can no longer pick that. Now it's just pure banned throughout the entirety of the series. So, you know, it really does put a lot more stress onto these priority picks, who's able to pick them up as we get into game number 2 of the draft.
Now, one thing that we have seen, bans pretty much stay the same with all the prio picks being off the table, and I expect that to be the case here. That being said, Ashe wasn't banned by FlyQuest challengers in the last game, and I don't know if it's going to be banned here. Okay, yeah, they will take it off the table. So I think Ashe is a really dominant pick. I'd love to see that one taken away, but with Galio, Leona off the table, will be a first pick Nautilus. Leona being one of the common answers, there is still Rel and Braum available for Chime if he wants to go that route, but that being secured by TLC early, I'm looking out now for something like a Talia that could come in for Keo. I know the jungle clear did get nerfed. It's not something that Roamer like loves to play, but it is something that combos very well with Nautilus, and a lot of teams have used and abused.
I mean, you want to complement a lot of the pick that Nautilus brings for you. The depth charge, the hook, it's able to hold people down for stuff that any other champion would really want to capitalize on. I think the RA charm, I think, as you said, Talia, seismic shoves, easy grab right there. Now for FlyQuest, response is going to be, they're going to be taking Corki. AP junglers, not out just yet. We got one still left up. Shaden's going to grab Brand.
I gotta say, I think TLC is giving away a lot in draft. Also, your answers to Corki, the Lucian and Ezreal now are both off the table, and there's no Tristana. So I'm interested to see what Roamer ends up going with here. We have seen Orianna start to come back and re-emerge as a potential pick. With Jinx locked in, Orianna does complement that rather well. So might be the answer for Roamer. But I've always known Roamer to love his assassins. That LeBlanc is still up that he loves. And it's something that I think that Brand is actually a decent answer into LeBlanc, as you can E LeBlanc and just slower, and also really try and contest her chains with that stun. Yeah. So I think it'd be a riskier pick, but wouldn't be something I'd be too unsurprised to see. Instead, oh, it's gonna be Keel on Nidalee. It's something that combos well with Nautilus. I will say, if you're gonna run Nidalee, I want to see Nautilus. I prefer that to Leona, but this is something that where TLC. They are showing a lot of early game with that Nautilus Nidalee, and then you have Jinx with that hopefully Nidalee empowered E to buff up that hyper carry later on. So I will say, I think that Nidalee, a lot of people are reading Nid as someone that is a very strong early game jungler, which she is, but I think late game, if you sit on poke and keep on healing up that marksman and give it's a crazy high attack speed boost.
Yeah.
That can really get Jinx going in fights, especially with those AoE rockets.
Yeah, it's already terrifying enough to go against a Jinx once she gets excited, but put the attack speed boost onto it, and suddenly you're terrorizing the entirety of the Rift. Spawn going to be playing that champion, as well as an AP jungler with that. So we do have some good lockdown. We do have some good bursty poke. I want to see more come together to try and enable this Jinx as we head into phase 2.
Gotta say, too, good Cassante pick, Renekton and R, two answers that are common and Jenkins really likes into this champion, already off the table. So I like the Camille deny. I expect potentially another champ to be thrown at Jenkins in the top side. Just take off the table, because top lane and mid are showing for FlyQuest challenges, whereas the bot side's locked in for TLCs. So we're gonna throw out some bans to protect that Nautilus. Alistar being taken off the table, that makes a lot of sense to me. I don't think you have to ban Braum here, as there isn't main engage for FlyQuest challengers that is showing yet. But I would like to see maybe a Varus or a Rel ban, as I think Varus can kind of make up for some of the engage that's lacking here for FlyQuest challengers.
Instead, they're going to go for the Yone, which, I mean, it would add 80 damage to the profile when you already
have
a
Roamer ban.
Magic damage. Jungler on top of that. And Roamer has been very good at a lot of these 80 mid laners, so definitely going to target him, not going to allow him to get some of that comfort and teamfight potential that TLC are looking for. Final ban to come out of TLC, they're going to keep it towards those engaged supports as they take away both Alistar and Rel.
I would really like Varus here. I think that Varus kind of solves a little bit of the issue. You are still going to be range gated by the Naut and the Jinx, but you at least have some engage, because a lot of those engage support tools are taken off the table. That said, if they go for Xayah Rakan, okay, this is something where you are going to get outranged later on, but early on you have a lot of prio, and I believe Chime was undefeated on his, or I think the Xayah was undefeated for his Jed last split. I'm going to go check. But these guys had crazy strong Xayah Rakan win rates.
100% win rate on Rakan in 4 games in the regular season last spring.
It had to have played more than that. Hold on. That's...
If it's just the regular season, that's what GOL tells me.
Oh, yeah, that is.
Playoffs. Also undefeated in playoffs. 4
there
games.
There it is, yeah.
16.0
8-0 for
KDA.
Chime.
Goodness gracious, dude. This guy is an absolute beast on this champion. So we got the Lovers duo in the bot lane for FlyQuest. But Cubby, as you just mentioned, we got to take a marksman in the mid lane. They're going to take Varus to the mid lane.
So I'm on a podcast with Dexerto called The Jungle. Shout out to my LEC friends in terms of Broxa, Ginny, and Medic. I've been following the LEC. We've seen a lot of Varus mids, specifically played by Jackies, as Giants did just sneak in to the playoffs over there. This is a pick. It's an old school pick. If you have been playing League for 10 plus years, you'll remember this Season 5 being an answer to Azir when Azir was really OP. Because your level 9 spike is so strong going lethality Varus. You bring so much damage. And going mid, you get your levels earlier on. So you're doing even more damage than before. This is a lane dominant pick for Roamer. The limitation of this pick is that it is very easy to find and pick you in either the side lane or outside of mid. So I gotta say, I like the answer for lane. I think the formation for TLC will be a little bit tricky in the mid game because Varus is very, very vulnerable in the side lane.
Just go to the lethality. It's like, watch out, watch out. Oh, on your left side. Oh, there's a piercing arrow flying by.
You get hit hard.
You look over to the left. Oh, crap. There comes a Nidalee spear. There's so much you have to dodge, man. It's terrifying out there in the Fog 4. Well, who's got this one? Is this going to be a 2-0 sweep? Do you believe in FlyQuest? Are they just going to win this money match? No problem. Slobberknocker, take the dollar home. Or will it be TLC looking to take us to a series, start that comeback potential, and maybe take some money of themselves?
I gotta say, I actually really like the TLC comp they've put together. I think Varus Nautilus is extremely powerful. And honestly, there's enough frontline with the Poppy to protect the Jinx. And I can see ways that TLC can contest objectives later on. They just really need to be disciplined and leaning on their poke, which I've seen them try and run a couple poke comps. It's been about a 50-50 hit or miss. So I want to make sure that this time around, they are able to pull it off. Because the Varus, again, does do so much damage, but the Jinx, Varus, Nidalee, all vulnerable if they are picked, and we know how good Chime's Recon is. It is yet to lose this year, which is crazy to think about.
Yeah, undefeated on the year so far. TLC are trying to get answers to it, which I think there are some decent ones. You had mentioned Poppy, steadfast presence to try and prevent a lot of that engage. For the most part, Chime, you know, he's an experienced Recon player. He's going to be waiting for that to time out before he does go for these big engages. So it's something that TLC, you're going to have to defend that backline because you got 3 squishies to watch out for.
I just want to make sure that we have... really, like, again, if TLC is able to play this game slow, the Varus poke, with the Nidalee heals coming in over the top, that is enough to move FlyQuest, but in the 5v5, yeah, if it's a straight up 5v5, it will be tough for TLC to win, unless they're able to get Jinx resets, which, again, doable. The upfront damage you can find with the Nautilus-Varus combo is rather big, and if you are connecting that CC, you gotta expect that a spear is going to come in over the top too, which is decent damage. So this is one of the better setups I've seen for Nidalee. And I think that building this around the Nautilus first pick, actually, like, I want to give credit to TLC. I think it's a good draft. I don't think it's, like, a huge advantage, but they at least have win cons for themselves that are hittable.
Win cons are much more obvious and easier to play to on top of that. Now, so far, the push coming in hard from TLC over in the bottom lane. That's where they're going to get that priority. It's also where Keel is going to finish up his clear. It's going to be mirrored opposite side. Shaden will be finishing up over on the top side by his red.
You know, as we are talking about this draft, I do want to also highlight, Brand kind of makes Poppy's life very difficult in the front line. Poppy doesn't have a ton of ways to deal with something like Brand. So that is something I'm interested to see, because Jenkins, you got to imagine, he's got to be standing in front and tanking the damage so that he can use the steadfast presence to make sure that his rather squishy backline is safe. But FlyQuest Challengers, again, it's going to be... I like this draft. I feel like both teams have ways to win, as we see a nice ward drop by Bradley. It is going to spot Kim down, who does miss it with that sweeper, does just check the brush. So that's a little bit of a win coming out for FlyQuest early, but Shaden might be in trouble.
He's getting pinched right here, stunned against the wall, and Shaden's going down. It's not easy. Once you have someone to hold down Shaden for you, Keel will just cash in. First blood going over to TLC.
Yeah, something small I like there. Jenkins casting that E from the brush. The only way that Shaden's able to get out of that play is if he is able to flash the Poppy E. That coming from the brush makes it harder for Shaden to react. So something small from Jenkins, but Jenkins being a very good Poppy player, I do like that small mechanic. I feel like that helped him secure the kill.
Again, that gives First Blood over to Kill. There's going to be that Nidalee that will be farming up now. The focus over in the mid lane. Chime, you know how deadly that Rakan is, and he's burning flashes 4 minutes in.
Well played here by Chime and Bradley. As, again, Roamer now being down flash. It's very punishable. Kim down here to hover.
Yeah, this is not good for Roamer.
Oh, great auto.
Great route to come through. It's not enough to save him, though. Roamer still falls, and it's Shaden who grabs the kill.
They did get Shaden's flash for that as well. So 2 flashes burned, but I really like that coming out of Kim down. I know it didn't hit, but that's close.
Nice sidestep from Surdy. Still under threat, though. The red buff slowing him down. Jenkins getting a couple more autos. Not finding much else. Under the tower, Surdy will get. Meanwhile, the rest of TLC, attention going to be hot-sided as the moment as Chime looks to rotate back over towards his lane. We still have Shaden, who's over clearing on that side as well.
So Keel did return to the top side. He started on bot, so his camps are still respawning. Will be able to deny Shaden that Raptor, as of course it was a mirrored clear, and that was respawning. Now, the way that Shaden set up his clear, I think that he really wants the grubs. I'm curious to see if he bases here or not, because if he crosses, he will be spotted by a ward. Should be swept out if Shaden's smart. Yep. But missing out on that Raptor, it will delay his 6. That said, Brand's ability to take grubs is... it's one of the strongest grub takes that we have being played in the game. So I think that TLC, seeing this, they're just going to seed it, say, we'll take the dragon with our bot lane priority. And we have a similar map to last game, except keep in mind TLC, they're the ones that started off with the grubs, whereas FlyQuest challengers took the away dragon. So I just flip-flopped.
I mean, you're literally lighting the pit on fire. I don't think there's many more ways you can take down an objective than just pure, unadulterated fire. That Shaden.
Beacons are lit.
Yeah, and you get 3 grubs that reply to those beacons. Now look at this, Shaden over here onto Jenkins.
For Jenkins.
A lot of pressure onto Jenkins. Shaden's still going to stick this out. Jenkins wants to take down Shaden, and he will. But look at this. Now Surdy is able to drag Jenkins over to his tower, and it ends up being a 1-for-1. And what? Oh, Shaden got the kill.
Tick. He had tick damage going, but it denies the grubs. So Jenkins, yes, he goes down, but both neutrals go over to TLC.
Big pickup right there. I mean, Shaden, he got tested by Jenkins, and now Keel's capitalizing the right way that he should.
I will say, I think the top lane matchup's a little bit too lopsided now in Surdy's favor after this. Jenkins, he sat quite a bit for this, but it's a good play. Surdy's TPing back. Jenkins finds the free wallbang on the Shaden, gets the full Poppy combo down, waits for his Q to come back up to throw out the R. Not quite synced up, so Shaden's able to not take the full combo damage. So good sidestep. Good flash, though, from Jenkins. Just guarantees his death. So, yeah. I don't know how worth that is. We'll kind of have to see as time goes on. But, hey, Keel loves it, man. He's got the true sack side top laner, willing to throw his life away to make sure the neutrals go in his favor.
I'm not going to lie. I got really confused for a moment when I saw that all out, because I was like, wait. Poppy ultimate was already used. What's going on here? And oh no, it was just Surdy dragging him to his demise. That's how Surdy do. That's how he likes to body a lot of these other top laners up there and show his dominance. Meanwhile, TLC looking for the invade, once again denying that Raptor camp from Shaden, but now Chime has arrived to make sure that's not going to be the case.
All right, good secure as they're trying to get Shaden in this camp. So I will say Keel going to be a little bit behind again on his clear, but I like the pit stop. Good attempt as he at least spots Shaden and gets some info for Jenkins, who of course is down flash, down alt, and vulnerable in this top side. This is a matchup where I think over time Poppy can win as Sajed's in trouble.
We'll put out the Feather Storm. Doesn't have an angle to find a route though. Has to back off while Chime continues to pressure onto Sajed. Gonna crash the wave into the tower. Sajed has to go around.
This is tricky. We'll see if Chime has to step in front to eat a hook. Not going to be the case. You see Shaden's clear wrap up. This top lane matchup, I think that Poppy can win this one over time, like in the war of attrition. Sunfire Bombies, it does do a lot as Surdy. Okay, hold on. He's not winning this right now.
He does have Shaden in his back pocket. Ultimate going to use Keeper's Verdict, but Shaden wants to go for the long chase. Does not land the Pyroclasm. Instead, It's the charge into the wall. Shaden doesn't care. He'll still burn him down. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, a fight breaks out. Kim down falls. Sajed falls. It's only Chime left by his lonesome underneath the tower, and Kill will dive that any day with the pounce.
Bradley's coming in, does have the W and the flash, not going to commit it. Well played by TLC. They get the bot dive. We saw the health bar advantage in their favor. This is a winning bot lane. I think if you can play out the range advantage, and TLC doing that with the help of Keel was big, so we have a trade of kills. And overall, the gold went over to Keel versus the gold going over to Brandon was more gold going to the Italy. I think it's about a 50-50 trade. The big thing is that if Jinx does get ahead, once you start winning this matchup, it's hard to lose. The big thing is you have to deny Jinx's flash and make sure you're finding clean executes on the Jinx to make sure that Xayah is valuable. But Xayah really peaks at 1-2 items, and after that, Jinx outscales. So getting that Xayah behind early on is big for TLC.
Right now, Bradley focusing into the bottom lane while the wave is going to crash, so deny some of that farm. Now as we take another look, because we saw this a little bit late, this dive attempt coming out from TLC, it works out.
Decent attempt on the charm from Chime. It did buy some time for Sajed to set up a couple feathers to try and trap this Nautilus. It does get Kim down to go down, but Kim down will happily fall for that 2-for-1 victory coming to his bot lane.
Keeper's verdict, messing with the Pathmaker. This has been quite the battle going on over here in the top side. Surdy and Jenkins have just been scrapping it out. They're willing to leave their lane to fight for other stuff as well. So far, it's Surdy who is getting the better. He's got more farm. No, has not died as much. Did get those 2 assists as well.
Yeah, it's really big. He has that Frozen Fist early on. Until, like, Sunfire and Fimbulwinter is where a Poppy can really actually start to push Cassante around this matchup. But you are still Cassante in the team fight. And Poppy's not really looking to peel you. I think Poppy might be looking to combo someone else or just get people out of the fight. So I think Surdy set up very well in this lane. And again, Surdy always talk about how good he is in lane, how methodical he plays out these lanes to make sure that he is able to find advantages. He has a formula, and he's very disciplined to sticking with it. He's gotten some help, but keep in mind, that's compliments to Surdy with the help he's able to find. He is someone that will set up his lanes to win, and also he will be able to coordinate with his team to make those winning lanes win harder in his favor. I think that's Surdy's, like, really one of his greatest strengths as a player. And to see him always have that and then round out the rest of his game has been a pleasure on these last couple splits of Challengers League.
Dude's come a long way since... what squad was it? Was it CLG Faith? No. It was
TL Faith.
Was TL Faith? Team Liquid First?
Yeah.
Was that the name of the
squad? Yeah, TL First. That's it.
TL First, that's what it was.
That was tough times, yeah.
Those were really tough times. Man, he's come so far from those days. I do remember there were issues with him being on certain teams that he wanted to grow, he wanted to develop, he wanted to be a better team player. This is a far road that he's traveled.
I mean, I remember talking to Surdy before he joined that team. I was in TL's tryouts for that. They needed a body as a coach, and I happily said yes to Spawn and Hatham. And Core JJ, I was the 4th coach. Players were pretty unlucky to draw me out of that crew. But Surdy said, hey, my mission for this year is people don't think I'm a good teammate. I know I can be one. I know I'm a good player. And he really, kind of owned that weakness of his, patched it up, and now he's someone where, again, I think one of his greatest strengths is how he's able to work with his team and make sure they're able to find winning angles. I feel like as Surdy has grown into this prospect that really the community thinks is the next person up, that's been a big part of it. Him able to really combat his own narrative. And it's been big.
Really big for him. Surdy, absolutely impressive.
He's worked at it, man. He's put in the work.
He definitely has. Year to year, he always identifies what issue he needs to work on. Gets to work on it. 30, so far, so good in the season. If he does not end up in LCS next year, I'm going to throw hands, man. Now, next setup, looking to be found for TLC. They are looking for some mid lane priority. All the meanwhile, FlyQuest are setting up for a dive in the top side onto Jenkins.
Shield is going to be coming down. Surdy not able to buffer that. And Chime actually going to get locked up a little bit. So well played here by Jenkins. I think he still might fall.
He's still ticking. He's still burning. See if the turnaround's going to be found. Surdy's able to buffer right on out. Uses the all-out charm. Lands on Kim down. Chime follows through. Looks for a kill. Will take him down. The fight still continues over to the top side because Surdy wants to earn a bag of his own as he claims Kim down.
And now Surdy taking down his old teammate. Of course, he was a sub on that TL squad last split. And FlyQuest challengers around Surdy find a big win. as compliments to how well their team is able to play around the pressure that Surdy creates. Again, it is Shaden and Chime coming to this lane and getting there first to the punch, and Jenkins, props him. You can't play defense much better than this, Deserux. Like, he is able to live, takes a lot of Chime's health away, but in the 2v3, Spawn's rotating, wasn't quite able to get here in time. Surdy finds the ult, and Chime, it's really the execute from him that's so good. Able to flash, make sure they lock down Keel.
Wait.
Jinx
No!
can't get involved. Oh, God. Oh, that's... I missed that.
I saw the double kill notification, and I was wondering, how in the world did Jenkins die? Shaden just flashed on him. That easy.
Man, that was like an X-Men moment, man. He's just pyro throwing some flames, hits him with the Q. That was personal.
Very, very personal. Flame that man. Take him down, Keel. Sorry about that, but hey. This is the way the cookie crumbles, and right now for TLC, it's falling apart. FlyQuest, 2.7k lead. I do want to take a look at the gold graph right now to see how this game has just exponentiated within the last couple of seconds.
Ooh. So that top, I mean, it's been a couple plays around top that's really been the big difference in this game. Again, I think Surdy, the way that he sets up his lanes, so good. And the way the FlyQuest plays around it, also so good. Not just impacting top lane, but also saving the rest of the map while they were making a play somewhere. That said, we have Chime coming down the Hover Bradley, who might be at risk. They do spot Keel. Bradley able to get that wave down. They will dodge out on the pressure for now as their free Rift Herald goes over to FlyQuest Challengers.
It's not the easiest dive to make when Chime's there. If he presses the ultimate, he's going to start charming people up, taking them down.
Not a lot of plays falling in this game. A lot of rotations, though, to try and find kills. We had some positive dives, I think, from both sides. Props to TLC for that dive they pulled off on the bot side as well. That said, that's not exactly going in their favor. It's going to be a first brick going over to Surdy's Cassante. And this Cassante in the back line is going to be a problem, to say the least, Deserux. If he's able to get on this Varus Jinx with the Iceborne Gauntlet, good luck.
Don't worry, I'm getting the Showmaker copy pasta ready for whatever pentakill shenanigans Surdy is going to look to do in this game. Teleport now coming in for FlyQuest. They're looking to contest over towards the Drake. It's TLC who have first setup, and they're going to go for the engage. They find it onto Chime, though, and Chime's willing to go for that backline. Chime, big time, finds it. Will get dropped by Jenkins. Spawn, he's dead to rights, man. Sajid with a couple more autos will take him down. And Kim down looking to run away. But look at Shaden cook this fool. FlyQuest take the team fight win.
Oh, man, he even stalling the death timers a little bit, slash BMing. Rather nice as FlyQuest Challengers. They're in full control of this game. As we haven't seen this Varus take off. There was so much pressure put on this Varus early on, taking the flash away level 3 and killing him level 4. And then the shift of power they had into the top side to set Jenkins behind. Is both solo lanes. I know we don't see the same lead for Bradley, but Bradley being even is being ahead in this matchup. It's been, oh boy, okay, hold on.
All right, what is Chime going to do this time? How's the slippery escape going to be
How do you
found?
escape this?
How do you get out, Chime? Show me the mathematics. Oh, there is none. Undefined. Rummer gets the kill.
I don't think Chime needs law school to know that move is a little bit illegal. But that's all right. Chime's going to fall. It was aggressive path taken from him, and I think that will mean that FlyQuest Challengers do have to sack this top side, so props to CLC trying to play their way back in. Surdy has no flash, no ult, but he's ahead, so he's going to go try and take this wave anyway.
Goodness gracious, Surdy. When you say sack this topside, Surdy's like, bet. Walks right over towards the tower, catches the wave. They don't even want to test him.
Did have Chime and Shaden coming in his back pocket. Bradley did get bot in, so had a full reset. Able to contest that dive if it were to go down from TLC. But again, TLC, the weeds just aren't there for them. This is a comp where, okay, not able to catch the Jed there. This is a comp where I think the TLC, like, they have ways to play out later. It just has to be around Jinx. And when you have a Cassante this far ahead and sitting on your team, it's really hard. Like, Surdy is really pushing this map forward. As you can see him get that top wave all the way in. Roamer just going to be harassed on his way to try and get to the wave. And if Surdy is here with ult, these fights get very difficult for TLC.
Not exactly at that 4,700 health the copy pasta has, but he's making his way over there. FlyQuest sieging up in the mid lane. Get the crash with Shelly. It's not enough to take the tower because there is a defense coming out from TLC. Clear the wave, able to defend the mid.
Spawn gonna have to continue. But you can see like some of the difficulties of this Varus, especially to get behind. It's really tough to put Varus in a side lane. Like Roamer's a wave late top to catching, and now that he shows there, this tower will fall as Surdy, he's looking.
He's taking a lot of damage in the process. He's gonna go down, but no, he uses the all-out Surdy! What a beast, man! Bodies Jenkins. Kill gets a return onto Chime. Spawn is too damn low. Shaden waiting for the ticks to go through. He gets the kill! Double for Shaden as the Chain of Corruptions looking to find its way. It's the mark found. Shaden falls. 2 for 1. No, 2 for 2 in the grand scheme of things.
Health bars are in favor of TLC if they want to try and fish. That said, doesn't look to be the case. Roamer did burn the TP to get back involved in that play. And nice, I mean, a nice lockup onto Surdy as Bradley. Hit no more rockets. And didn't want to flash.
2 more autos.
Yeah.
I want to burn the flash for it. A, respectfully. Baron's up in 10 seconds. We're going to have another dragon in 2 minutes. Even though it's not towards that dragon soul point just yet, TLC do have a chance to acquire that for themselves. But a great escape coming out from Surdy in that last team fight. All that pressure, FlyQuest are finally able to get the mid lane tower.
And this dominance from FlyQuest, keep in mind, I mean, this split started with, for me, the biggest upset of the split. It was Dragonsteel over FlyQuest. I say this taking nothing away from Dragonsteel, but a week prior to that game, they were pulling out a patch 3 patches before with the old set of items before all the reworks. And they had a sub in Rock Boom and a new top laner in Zamudo, and they 2-0'd FlyQuest Challengers, which was massive. Since then, FlyQuest Challengers coming back with vengeance as Surdy under pressure.
I don't think this is a play. He still has all out. This man is terrifying. Look, he's turning
Shaden.
around. He's looking for the fight. Surdy doesn't give a goddamn. He will go after them all. He will claim their lives and sacrifice them to FlyQuest to fall. Surdy gets a double kill. Spawn's in the wrong position to be. Will get called down by Sajed. 3 fall. It only cost them Chime. There's a big purple worm on the map.
It was an overcommit into Surdy and also Shaden, as in his back pocket, this Brand was doing so much damage in that fight, Deserux. Shaden able to take that one. Bradley, this entire time, is like, I'll take this inner turret for myself. FlyQuest Challengers pushed that gold lead up to 7K.
Take another look at this one. I mean, Surdy just doesn't get caught, Cody.
No, it's hard to catch Cassante. But look at the Brand damage. I know we're going to look at Surdy and how tanky he is. Brand finding this ult. That's cooking. That's a lot of damage coming out. That wasn't even the ult, by the way. That was just the E and the passive procs bouncing. This was the ult. And yeah, Brand got everyone down to about half health, and Surdy cleaned them up. So that's some good top jungle synergy right there. Yeah. As Surdy and Shaden continue to be very impressive. I know Surdy gets all the credit in the world. Surdy in his first interview did say that he feels like Shaden is the most valuable player because he is the one that's willing to sacrifice his own game to help his laners. To be fair, Shaden hasn't sacrificed much this game, and he's cooking at 8-3 and 4.
He's sacrificing TLC. That's what he's doing. Right on the altar, easy kills. Easy clap. 8-3-4 so far, Shaden on this round. And we knew how capable Shaden was as a player. We've seen it in the past back when he was on Evil Geniuses and had some of the most disgusting score lines that we've ever seen. It makes it such a terrifying thing to not only have to go against one of the best top laners in the league, but Shaden, one of the best junglers in the league as well.
I mean, Shaden was a part of winning in like LCS playoff series. It's fun. Like in the past, I've called players like, LCS ready, or like could go LCS like Yon or Ayla or Busio in the past. And now, like that's before they even played LCS, or like Ayla was just playing lock-in. Now I get to be like, yeah, guys, Shaden's an LCS level player. This guy won an LCS playoff series, right? That's easy. It's hard to argue with that. Like this team, I mean, this is really a team where I think the biggest comment I could give them is that they were in LCS. I don't think this team takes last place. And for FlyQuest, like having all this abundance of talent below their LCS squad, I mean, it's wild to think that although Blippo inspired are Surdy and Shaden, who would have had an LCS slot if EG was still in the league and it was a 10-team league. So I really think that these guys have talent, and we're just kind of waiting to see when they go to the next level and what kind of impact they can make, because while they're playing here, this is the team to beat.
Most definitely is. TLC trying to cross the line in the sand that FlyQuest have drawn with these wards going towards the Baron pit. Does look like they'll take a reset instead, but this is going to be the big objective that we're going to be contending right now. FlyQuest keep dancing around here. They got a very powerful side laner who can hold priority of these waves. TLC still on the back foot. It's a 7.4k lead, man.
Yeah, it's big. I do like the Bloodthirster coming in here for Sajed. You do get outranged by some things. So being able to heal up from that poke, I think is smart. With Mogs coming in too, I gotta say, with Warmogs being so meta, and Bloodthirster being, like, pretty third item playable for a lot of ADs, I want to see this poke comp start to go away. I really don't think you get enough from poke comps early on. And at this level of play, the leads you get, you aren't going to be able to turn them into wins, especially when you're going up against a team like FlyQuest Challengers that are so solid across the board. We haven't seen them opting into a lot of poke comps. I think that Ezreal is the one where I can kind of give a pass on, because I do think that Ezreal is really oppressive and also brings the team fight DPS. So, yeah, we haven't seen these poke comps work out for really any team. As TLC, and we've had a couple of attempts for them to play it. Like, there was a Jace Ezreal Nidalee game where I thought they played decent but dropped last week as well. I've seen poke comps really go sideways and wayward. I know the Keel is on a mission to make Nidalee work, but just haven't seen it yet.
Chime, he has an angle right here to go on to kill. Doesn't pop the ultimate, so there isn't going to be a charm. Kill gets out from the knock-up in time. As Chime starts to back out, you can tell FlyQuest are really starting to apply the pressure. Kim down in the wrong position. Sajed right there takes a little bit of chip damage, but Kim down has itemized enough defense to not be at too much risk. FlyQuest still dancing around this mid lane, still dancing around the Baron. Fight going to start up. Surdy holding that front line. Look at the damage on the Kim down. Has to bail out, and right there, TLC, they lose the battle of attrition.
I mean, it's not a kill for Surdy, but just, like, the way that he played that, getting a flash out, like, these are the little things we look for when it comes to players going to the next level. That was so clean from Surdy's Cassante, just being willing to step up and challenge. As it happens again, he catches the ultimate.
All right,
and
he goes
dead.
in, but he's going to die for this one, or is he? No way, no way. Surdy, come on! Surdy! He's getting out, dude! He will survive, Cubby! You can't kill this man! He is untouchable!
Gets Jenkins flash for his own at the end. He catches the Roamer ultimate, and now he has an empowered TP, so we can come back, and this Baron's a true threat for FlyQuest Challengers.
FlyQuest setting up on the Baron. TLC want to contend. This is a hard angle to take as flashing forward, trying to get it. Kim down just gets a whooping for his troubles. Down to support. TLC still look to stop the Baron.
I love Chime's Rakan. He's so good at setting up buffs as he gets the flash out of the carry and then just goes for the free kill. And this fight continues. We'll see how much FlyQuest want to invest in this Baron, or if they want to take the fight. Looks like they might want to fight. Nice C from Roamer that finds a slow, and a good chip on the Sajed. As Jenkins trying to hold the line, but FlyQuest Challengers winning the war of attrition. All back up. Bradley might die.
Oh, Bradley's going down. He's shut down. Okay, now Surdy in a bad way. Finally, another big shutdown going to be found. It goes on to Roamer. Those are real significant kills. And with your solo laners dead, this might be the turning point right here. TLC, they see purple.
That Barasol, it's on a low cooldown. It comes back up, and it's huge for Roamer. Is now numbers advantage for TLC. Kim down, gonna make it a 5v3 under Sajed pushing.
Oh, Sajed's by himself. Oh, he still gets the kill, though. Will cost him his life in the grand scheme of things. Another one gonna be picked up by the Brand Shadens by himself, but he can't do it. The Baron secured by TLC.
A huge comeback here for TLC as FlyQuest Challengers play with their food a bit too much. They don't commit to the fight, or they don't commit to the Baron. They overcommit to the fight, and now they fall. TLC have a chance to knock down a lot of structures here. They haven't taken a single turret. You got to imagine by the end of this Baron buff, we could have an even game. I still favor the scaling of FlyQuest Challengers, but this is a huge comeback moment for TLC.
And a lot of that was playing with patience, man. They played with a ton of patience, utilizing that poke, trying to take down FlyQuest, fighting on the back foot. Hey, it worked out. Now Soul Point is on the table. You got a smite for kill, but no smite for FlyQuest, so it gets secured by TLC.
They just opt to take the crab, try and clear out the vision. They do have their waves set up rather nice. So TLC, they're going to spend a lot of this Baron fixing their waves. And they still can't play the side name. Let's take another look. Just an overcommit. Once you get into the choke, Bradley way too far up.
Bradley. And
a great ultimate from Roamer. Ends up finding Surdy, goes to help him. And the dominoes kind of fall here one by one. And then the flip side of the fight, I mean, this is a 3v4 where a lot of your tools are down. Sajed tries to find a hero play here onto Roamer. Just walking up, using the Xayah W to kind of try and brute force some damage down. Does his best, but not nearly close to enough. big shutdown went over to Spawn as well, who is the one big scaling aspect. If you are able to protect this Jinx, can be big. Jinx is down flash. Let's see if FlyQuest challengers want to contest that. Okay, hold on. This Baron. Bradley might be taking a one-way trip here.
Oh, Bradley, watch out for the chains of corruption.
Okay.
Roamer does not throw it out, though.
He's playing on the edge. Well played, Bradley.
Yeah, and he does see that also at the same time. You don't know where FlyQuests are rotating to. Roamer doesn't have flash, so he can't be that risky by stepping up.
30 might have the W. Oh, he's dead. Oh, wow. Okay.
We found the man's kryptonite. 30 has died twice in a row now. He does bleed, and TLC, they're going to start cashing in.
At this poke comp, I will say, Cassante, a little bit more vulnerable now with poke. That W, last change, they brought down the damage reduction by a lot, which was much needed. This champion is, he's got a pretty nice kit. Trying to put him a little bit back in line, and we do see that 30, and that Cassante being a little bit weaker, not quite able to have the same impact in the past. 30 still having a massive game, but getting caught out there will finally get the push in TLC's favor. They're going to take 2 outers for themselves, and this gold game, it's even.
Look at that gold graph. And just like that, as you said, dead even. What felt insurmountable, it was 8.4K in the lead for FlyQuest. TLC have managed to come back. They've done it through patience. They're utilizing their poke the right way. Cubby, as you had mentioned, still favor the scaling for FlyQuest, but right now TLC, they're at least playing the way they should with this comp.
Oh, man. Well, I mean, they're going for the last outer turret here. I like the setup from TLC. Just take what's easy on the map. I still think this is a tough game for them. Again, if they take a straight up 5v5, I don't think it's in their favor. They really need Roamer to connect with these chains of corruptions and find the damage off that, because the scaling you have with these blight stacks, even after the Varus changes, are still very significant.
FlyQuest still holding control of the map and still holding pressure of the map. Top lane, you have Surdy pushing a wave in. Right now, you should start to see some of that vision expanded over towards that upper quadrant, but now here comes the depth charge, not allowing FlyQuest to group up together. Him down will get the ultimate out from Sajed.
Okay, well, we've got... I will say, one of the big changes that was made to Varus in this last patch, Desirux, is how his blight stacks work. So it used to be the missing health damage, you just get it to evolve, like whenever you hit the level threshold. So like level 13, you were doing 14% missing health. Now it's based on rank. And you see, because it's poke Varus, you put points into the Q and E first, which you can see on the bottom left of your screen for Roamer. So now, like when you hit level 18, that's actually really when you are peaking on poke Varus, as that W was kind of funky with how it worked. But your base ability cooldown, when you refund it, is actually a little bit higher now. And you do more damage later on. So if you get level 18 poke Varus, that's actually pretty significant. You will start to one-tap people as Roamer. And defense is starting to come in, so like Zanya's for Shaden, I feel like is necessary this game. Surdy is stacking purely AD, which makes sense, because the only AP damage is like Sunfire Cape and Nidalee that's relevant. So again, I still think the FlyQuest challengers, like, I favor where they're at in this game, but if a Hextech Soul does go over to TLC, any scaling kind of gets thrown out the window when you can apply Hextech Soul at such a long range between the Varus and the Nidalee. As we see Surdy eat a chain of corruption, good reaction on that. And Roamer, he will get that ability back quite quickly, which you can see on your screen, but still, that is something down as FlyQuest challengers is going to try and take control over this Dragon Pit. But haven't done so quite yet. It's been a nice setup here for TLC. Rather going to sneak in. Chime gets a lot of info, but nothing secured here for FlyQuest challengers, and walking into this poke between the Nidalee and Varus is dangerous.
Any of these wards you can get up to set up the situation so you're not walking in to Fog War Poke is significant for FlyQuest, but here comes the lands on the Surdy. Now FlyQuest looking to bail. Sajed able to get his ultimate out. Featherstorm lands, but Chime is kicked out from this fight. So FlyQuest, they got to head for the hills, man. They don't got a chance. Spawn is excited. The rockets are going all over the place like it's the 4th of July. But finally Spawn falls. You're down a marksman, but TLC still posture forward.
That was a big play from Jenkins to keep Chime out and then also lock down Surdy in the fight. As the hooks came in on the Surdy, again, your damage reduction isn't the same. And when FlyQuest challengers don't have an angle, you can see all the damage they're able to put down on this Cassante. But with Chime out here, this is a great angle from Chime. That could have been a really big opener to get Sajed in. Jenkins punts him out. Sajed then kind of gets stuck by Roamer. He is able to find the one-shot. But that means that Hextech Soul goes over to TLC now, Desterux, and that's significant. Because your ability to apply this with a Varus in your comp, it's massive.
This is so significant for TLC right now. They fought their way back from an 8K deficit. Now they have Dragon Soul on top of it. You're starting to see all this poke come together. You're starting to see what happens when Spawn gets excited. But you have to highlight Jenkins, Cubby. He is the one who's making these big, crucial plays. Keeper's Verdict, Chime, get out of there. Same thing with Surdy. He forced him to flash away from the fight. Jenkins is holding down the line.
This is, I gotta say, this game went from being so FlyQuest favored to rather tense as Chain of Corruptions connect. There's a big angle coming in, though, from Chime. Spawn has no flash from that last fight.
He is spotted out, though, so Jenkins, he immediately walks towards that choke point. Keeper's Verdict will deny Chime if he goes for an engage. And in fact, he wants to just engage onto Chime. Now, Chime, he's going to have to walk a long way. Needs a teammate to give a second boost.
Okay. Yeah, if TLC really wanted to commit to the chase there, they might have been able to find Chime. Not the case, though. They'd rather maintain their Baron prio. And they're on it. This is spotted. The crab is taken by FlyQuest, so they see it. But Baron's already at half. And FlyQuest is not in position.
Fast. That's so fast. Shaden, he'll have to flash over the wall. He's able to arrive. He's going for the steal. Shaden grabs it. He's able to put out the ultimate as well. Wants to burn down TLC. But TLC are getting the better of the exchange as another Keeper's Verdict punts out FlyQuest. And the rest of the members will be lambs to the slaughter. TLC fighting the comeback.
Jenkins found Sajed with the wall bang. Yes, it was the steal from Shaden, but they got 4, and now they're pushing down the base with the Hextech Soul. They have Nidalee plus Jinx up. This might be enough to end.
They're going for the close right now. Look at those death timers. 25 seconds still. Chime. He's just a support, man. 30 seconds for the rest of your carries. TLC, this is a money match. They don't want to go too long. They want to take that cash prize. They fight back again. 8K deficit. They had to get through. Doesn't mean nothing because they're at the Nexus right now, and they'll take us to a series.
I mean, great comeback from TLC. FlyQuest challengers, they had everything going for them in that early game. That Baron, though, everything fell apart. They did not commit to the Baron. They over-committed to the fight. Bradley gets caught by Roamer, and just like that, the dominoes just started falling one by one as bounties, turrets went over to TLC. They stacked back up that gold, and they played out the map in those last few objective setups really well to find the win.
Beautiful play coming out of TLC, not allowing that to just be an outright stomp, an outright crush. Let's take another look at how that Baron went through again. Shaden could get this steal, but TLC, they round out the fight.
And Shaden, yes, he gets the steal, but he flashed into the pit, ends up getting one shot pretty much by Q and Roamer once he comes out of the Zanyas. Meanwhile, that was a really big knockback by Jenkins onto Spawn because it got Surdy out of the fight. If Surdy stays in the fight, he might be able to actually get through that Jinx. Instead, Jinx keeps on resetting, keeps on getting autos, and I gotta say, I don't know who my player of the game is there. I'm just gonna kind of default to Spawn, but honestly, I mean, if we want to have,
I gotta say Jenkins, man.
Oh, you gotta see. I mean, Jenkins was so far behind early, but he did really bring it back on that Poppy. Yeah.
I think Jenkins was so crucial on the Keeper's Verdict that he was able to land. That kicked out Chime time and time again. Chime, remember, undefeated on Rakan. Who stops it? One simple little Poppy, one old man Jenkins on the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the CS diff at 15, which is pretty much the reason why I did not vote Jenkins there, but he was massive in those last few fights. Again, Poppy was the one who really had to hold the line. And I feel like the way that TLC put this comp together was, again, like we were talking about it early in the game, Desrex. It was solid. You do have a way for Nidalee to kind of like be useful later by just eating the Jinx and getting that attack speed buff. And then the Nautilus Poppy, the ability to hold a line there and protect the Jinx Varus later on was good. I don't think that FlyQuest challengers abused Varus in the side lane quite enough or forced enough scenarios where you're really forcing Roamer to expose himself in the side lanes by just catching waves. That for me is how you actually beat Varus, is by getting him out of mid, by continuously fighting in that mid to late game. You can see the value that Roamer has. Like, even when those ults miss, the cooldown is so low that you can still do significant damage on this Poke Varus, who, despite the changes being seen on this patch, Roamer was still able to have a pretty solid impact and was big in those last few fights once that Poke Varus really does scale up to win this game.
Incredible comeback performance coming out from TLC. We're going to take a moment to throw it over a short break while we catch our breaths.
Got a game 3.
Get yourself some more water.
Money
Go get
match.
yourself a snack. It's a game 3 for a money match, and we'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back to the NA Talent Update. It was only proper that if we revived one show, we revive another. So here's Mazel with On the Range from his office.
Alrighty. See what we got here. What our critters doing on the range, shall we?
Looking for the play. Jenkins has the RFC gold
is in
card.
trouble.
This is it.
Tobo from the bush just assassinates him and will up for even more. Tobo, the hero that DSG needed, will make quick work of TLC.
I do really like the Mulligan second on the Karthus as Kenby's lying away for Chad, and I think he's going to find him. Oh boy.
Hello, I have damage now.
Oh my
shot
God.
from full health. There you go.
And that, my friends, is why you evolve the Q. As Kenby is going to go pop, pop, takes down Chad. They're going to take the boob off to boot as well.
Way, as the minions are already there, they get the re-engage over by Moosehater, and NXI is there. Music getting a little bit low. The CC from Q-Fix Big right into the storm, and it's a Requiem, but it might just be a silent night for Blue. Got some rambunctious ones, that's for sure. I gotta get to wrestling.
The LCS has been loving the Talk Your Split tagline as players and fans have gotten in on the fun. But in NACL, we've always had our salt. Did you know we also have our spice? Here's Beatdown with the Spice Alert.
Hello and welcome to Spice Alert, where I bring you the spice from Salt League. First off, Fear X Starforge handed a big loss over to Disguised in their first match of the split, followed by their star jungler and Mr. Loves His Girlfriend himself, XU, revealing on socials that he originally wanted to play on Disguised before getting dono-walled by the owner. Next time, check your DMs, Toast. In other news, Winthrop signed most of this year's CLOL champions Slew to play for them in Summer Split. However, after a devastating loss against FlyQuest and ZXT, their old top laner and solo queue monstrosity Surdy laments in all chat how lost they are without him. I think top lane mattered this game. That's all the spice for now. Back to you, Cubby.
We've got some more stakes on the line this week as money matches start in NACL. Here's Desrex get you hyped up.
SmackDown money matches. That's right, butter. You heard it, butter. What do you want for your birthday, Billy? Butter. A SmackDown so big, we needed 2 weeks for the 5. Money Mania for weeks 4 and 5. Teams won 2 of their series upgraded to money matches, where a cash prize will be on the line. Catch bangers like who's the best LCS affiliated team, who's the better new kid on the block, which university will reign supreme. Money Mania weeks 4 and 5. Miss it anyway, Monday.
That does it for this week's NA Talent Update. You can catch us live on twitch.tv/NACL as well as youtube.com/NACL. And until next time, may your weeks be filled with positive gaming experiences.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL and money matches. We have a series, Cubby. We have a series. TLC 8.4K. Doesn't matter. We'll call that down and take the win still. What a performance to bring this back and take us to a game 3.
And they overcame a pretty big money deficit to try and actually compete for the money match here in game 3, as it's all on the line for some of that paper. That's right.
Yeah, let's take a quick review of the game that went underhand. That's that big spike of money that got de-spiked, derailed, taken away. TLC said that belongs to us now. So pretty good win coming out of them. A lot of that was the defense coming out from Jenkins, but you did want to highlight Spawn as well, who did play quite well positioning. Same thing with Romer, who was able to get the better of some of these exchanges, really utilize that chain of corruptions,
honestly,
especially when he was in the fog of war. Those are the one that caught out Bradley. There were so many different members who did a great job on TLC to make this comeback come
I'll
true.
be real. We might have dropped the ball on the Pog. I didn't realize that Keel did that much damage that game. Wow. I know that Keel had the best score line, but it felt like he was like kind of, it was just an iffy early game, and like Jenkins was the one that made the play to get the first grubs. It was like mostly handshakes, but wow, that's a lot of damage coming out from Keel. I did not realize that. I was not familiar with this game. He made the Nidalee work, man. The mission accomplished.
Made it work. Again, I don't know. I'm still partial to Jenkins for this one because, man, did he hold down those team fights. Right, you saw the Poppy, but that's not a champion we're going to get to see anymore.
He made
Just
up
pull
for
up
Lane,
the band
you know?
champions. It is gone. Got more champions off the Rift, which means more marksmen off the Rift. That's the one thing I always notice once we get into Fearless. It's like every game, 4 marksmen banned away. And now we're on a game 3, so there's 8 straight from the get-go.
Oh boy. Wow. Do we see Tristana ban? For sure. I think the Tristana ban's gonna stick this game. There's no way you're letting through that marksman with all these things off the board.
You can't let Romer have it.
Yeah, I mean, these are the games though where like you really start to look out for something like Talia, because Talia you get kind of crushed by a couple of the marksmen, but now with the marksman off the board, Talia is still a champ that I feel like is really strong. Romer's not gonna be nearly as willing to play it as Bradley, but you know, getting down the totem pole of what's available, I expect the bans to stay pretty much exactly the same as FlyQuest. Actually, with side select, did choose red, so they're going to stay on the red side.
Yeah, so valuing the counter pick more so than that first B1, I think that does make sense to some extent, because once we're in the late stages of Fearless, there's already a lot of bans coming out of the way. A lot of power picks are not going to be available on the Rift, so just go for the counter picks outright. So we got 4 bans done.
Yeah, no Ziggs, no Rumble. That's no surprises so far. Ashban will be last here for FlyQuest challengers, as we see the Vayne continuously denied from Surdy. There's 2 marksman picks, really good against Jenkins champ pool, who doesn't exactly play a ton of the marksman. And now we get into some uncharted territory, Tesserux. I think engage support's still pretty much up. Oh boy, okay, we just got first pick LeBlanc. Goodbye Talia. All that Talia prio, no longer going to be talked about, as LeBlanc is on the board. It's going to be an assassin matchup into Bradley. This is a Romer special, as both him and Young have been very dedicated to the LeBlanc play the last couple of splits. And honestly, I'm curious what the answer is going to be. I will say, Lissandra got some serious buffs, Desirux. Serious buffs for the Sandra.
I'd like to see it. I would like to see it.
Okay, we're not gonna see it. It's going to be Ori.
Could have been a great answer. Freeze him, hold him down. It's okay.
Ori got
is
80
also
buffs.
a great team fighter.
80 buffs are big in this matchup. You get an extra 4 AD now on Oriana. If you go attack speed rune against the Blanc, it's actually not bad at all. As Bradley will be able to stack that one up. And with Oriana, you got to expect this pretty big front line that FlyQuest challengers can hold down the fort. As Zeri will be one of the marksmen that is prioritized and locked in. And when I think of answers to Zeri, I think of range and ability to control. Zaya's off the table. Jinx is off the table. Varus is off the table. Even MF is a decent matchup in this area. The Kaisa, which you can use to attack Zeri later on, is off the table. Do we see a Smolder coming in? It could actually be a Smolder game for Spawn. And if you don't pick a marksman here... Oh, it's a Draven. Okay. All right. All early game. Let's go. Lee Sin, Draven, LeBlanc. TLC wants to win in the first 20 minutes.
Yeah. I was not expecting the Draven. I want to talk previous seasons before, previous splits before, is when we saw Spawn, it was more of the team fight marksman
here
in the past. So seeing him go on the more aggressive route with the Draven, it's very, very exciting.
Okay.
Now, hard engage coming out for FlyQuest. They're going to have that rel. They're going to have that front line. Acts as basically a ball delivery system if you want it to be that way. You have 2 big team fight ultimates with this lock.
Yeah, they can take away Alistar and Braum, so Draven can kind of run out of answers. You might be stuck with something like a Thresh. which isn't ideal into Zeri. Zeri can kind of abuse Thresh. I want to see a Sejuani ban. I know it sounds weird, but as we're later on into this draft, I feel like Sej is a really good piece here to just keep things stable and get you to the later stages of the game if you are FlyQuest challengers. That said, Camille has been banned every game in the second phase. TLC will take it away this time around. It was TLC in game 1 and game 3. FlyQuest banned it in game 2 because they were showing Cassante. No surprise, Camille is a really strong pick, especially when you have some of the common answers taken off the board, like Renekton. That is something that really goes up in prio.
And you have this early to mid game index coming out from TLC, looking to focus hard and continue to punish out some of these early stages of the game that FlyQuest are going to be looking to set up. And you had mentioned it before, Cubby, TLC is really good at their early setup, at their early game play. So I'm curious to see if they can take this trio and just exponentiate the game afterwards.
Yeah, I'm curious. We have the Renata taken away, so Braum will be up. That is like, you can go for it. There is a lack of hard engage, though, from TLC. You got to imagine you can find that elsewhere. As Aatrox's ban. I wonder if Surdy is setting up to maybe... I don't think he's going to take a champ now, but he might be setting up to. He's going to actually take Kennen. That is a deny from Jenkins, who is a notorious Kennen player. And a lot of the Kennen answers are off the board. So I'm wondering now what Jenkins is going to go with. Like, you can't just go Ornn and say, hey, we lack engage. I'm going to take a pick that is going to get abused by Kennen, but will scale. I'm interested what Jenkins goes for.
I'm not sure if he can really go that route. I don't think you really have the time to try and take some kind of scaling route. It's going to be Thresh locked in for the support role. Haven't seen Thresh in quite some time. Kim Down will be playing that one.
Yeah.
So you do have some peel protection, but you can also double as engage for this bottom lane, try and lock down this area.
Kim Down already played it early on in the split. He was originally a Thresh player. He's a very good Thresh player too, which is fun. But what? It's Lulu top? Oh my god! We're digging deep for this one, Desirux.
Game 3. Game 3. We're in a game 3. We're in a game 3 of Fearless. We're in a game 3 of Fearless in a money match.
Okay,
so
Viego.
we're holding back nothing right now from TLC. Yeah, that's a big surprise. Lulu top. Finishing off the draft, FlyQuest will take Viego.
Oh my god. Well, we're gonna have to see how this one plays out. Jenkins has always looked deep. Lulu is an old school pick. It used to be played top lane, like in season 5 when Enchantresses were really good. It was kind of flexible between mid and top. This is man, if I'm gonna really dig deep, this is like a Dyrus special up here. Jenkins, though, playing this, you are able to kind of match the auto attacks from Surdy, and you have a polymorph later on. My concern is that TLC is very squishy. So if Kennen has flash, it has to be Lee Sin to try and keep Kennen out of the fight, because if Kennen gets in the fight, the resets come in for Shaden, that fight is over. There is no fight for TLC. Yeah. So I think it's really important that TLC utilize their early strength and laning to get ahead, try and shut down the Zeri, but also they have to really keep their tools. Like, the only tools they have is Lulu ult, a polymorph, Lee Sin kick, or a Thresh Flay, which isn't enough. Thresh did take exhaust, which is huge against Kennen, but they have to keep Kennen out of these fights, or else they will get melted.
Welcome to game 3 of our first money match. TLC FlyQuest, they've gone the distance. It's TLC who was able to fight back from the last deficit. FlyQuest took a dominating game number 1. Who do you got for this game number 3? Type in TLC for Team Liquid Honda Challengers. FlyQuest for FlyC for FlyQuest Challengers. Seems like the Team Liquid fans are starting to show up right now. I just want to point out something that was said in some of the pregame.
Yep.
Looking up Lulu versus Kennen guide. Kill had said that. That's how uncommon this top lane match is, to say the least.
Yeah, one thing I do want to highlight, we actually have Bradley going for the yellow tree. This is a little bit different for Orianna, but Absorb Life is becoming a very powerful point to take, as you get a lot of healing back. So just want to highlight a couple of the different choices that we have our players making. As you can see, Absorb Life taken by quite a few of our players in this match. Also, Force a Jed on the Zeri, trying to help him survive this lane against the Draven. I do like that. That said, we'll be top to bottom clears from each of our junglers here. At least in LeBlanc, you got to imagine the setup on mid lane, something that TLC are really looking for a potential win con. Again, getting LeBlanc ahead so that LeBlanc can move and impact some of these other lanes.
TLC's bot lane, level 2 has been pretty hard focus. I've seen Kim Down just constantly go for hooks the moment they're at that level 2 point, and it's been a play that they've gone to time and time again since they do get that hard shove. And really start putting the pressure onto the bot lane, try and stop Sajid and Chime from being menaces that can run this rift and scale up. Taking a look at the clearing paths that you were talking about, I mean, for Lee Sin, you usually do want more of those earlier ganks. Once he does end up down there, there's a lot of priority for him to play with that. For Shaden, it's more about the full clears to get to level 6 and scale up.
Yeah, this Viego does have a little bit of a faster clear compared to the Lee Sin as well, so we'll see Viego likely finish the clear first. Shaden actually going to skip over the Wolves, so we'll see if that leads to anything. Notably, though, on the top side, this is a different matchup. We did have Surdy start with the E, so he's just admitting, like, hey, I'm going to eat the damage coming out from this Lulu and have the resistances, hopefully. So I can buy space, but actually not going to find any like any true lead, as it is Lulu with push early on. But Shaden, he did skip a camp. He's going to be down here early.
Shaden has arrived, which means Keel has to hurry up. You can see him running towards that try. Look at this. Spawn and Kim Down. 3v2. They defend it. Numbers advantage doesn't mean anything when you're Drave.
Okay, well done from Spawn, as really, I mean, summoner spells were burned, but nothing significant. Keel's going to get this bot crowd because of that play, too, which is really nice.
Gubby, talk to me about this top lane. I don't know. I just see Yordle combat, and that's about it. Can you bring some analysis in for me?
Yeah, I think the theory is that Lulu can't get all in by Kennen, and Lulu actually does have a pretty strong lane between the Glitter Lance and the E-Shield. Like, I think the idea is that Lulu gets pushed, and the Kennen can't move Lulu. Again, like, a lot of top lane matchups and good matchups in the Kennen were narrowed, so I do... Oh, wow. It's nice from Shaden. Keel actually is going for this top crab, which might be tricky, because we're going to have Jenkins actually get down here first. Does look like it's missed, though. Shaden going to be able to sneak out of here in time.
Yeah, they're still going to try and get the pinch onto Shaden, but Shaden's already too far away. Means that Keel doesn't really have the angle unless he expects someone to be in this brush.
Keel does have a shot.
Shaden does have to back up.
Yeah. So, I think Shaden... we'll see if he takes his camp or not. Keel is on a ward, which Keel doesn't know about. Yeah, a little bit of harass. Well played by Shaden here. Again, he is down items, but being patient and taking what he can from Keel will mean that he can take the Krugs for himself and Raptors and get that super base that we'd like to see on Viego, where it will be a rather large clear for him and a good first buy.
Super based?
Yeah.
Yes.
I do want to return to this top lane matchup. Like, this is new for us, so no magic mantle. Again, just trying to nullify some of the damage from Kennen. Lulu base stats actually very high. So if we go defense, we take our shields, let's try and do our best to make sure that there's no significant lead for Surdy, can kind of match the push and then just be a big utility later on. Again, I think this is going to be the game plan for this Lulu pick. All about neutralizing and stymieing.
Bradley's in trouble. One more
dead.
auto could finish him off. Just pops. And like that, first blood, Roamer will take it.
I think if Bradley was able to flash the W of the block, would have survived there, but did not use the flash, holds onto it, and falls. So, did talk about that first pick the block. It's always been a big pick for Roamer, and he cashes in.
Roamer's going to feel great about that one. Hitting level 6, takes his back at the same time. He has to walk to lane, but he's happy with the kill he was able to acquire. Now back to this top lane where it's just been constant trading between these two Yordles. So far, Jenkins still keeping that priority over there. TLC put their attention into the bot. Dragon was pooled, but not going to be dedicated to.
Still, they might get Kim down to walk in, as Bradley going for some of the harass there. We are rotating. Spawns here, though, in Jed's base. I think that's enough to push FlyC off.
Risky fight to take.
Yeah.
If Spawn gets a kill, that's a cash-in. Gets to get some extra gold alongside that, and the Draven will accelerate a bit too quickly for FlyQuest to handle, and that's the game plan for a lot of TLC's early to mid game. It's about trying to catch FlyQuest off guard, get these kills running, and really take over the game before FlyQuest know what was really coming at them.
And we'll see if grubs are contested. Surdy just got another base in. Was able to pick up the Hextech alternator, as Lulu trimming this wave herself. If Lulu bases here, there is an angle for Shaden to take red buff. We'll be close to 6. And we'll be able to try and hit the grub. So he'll get 6 off of 1 grub. So I think that this is the angle. But Bradley being forced back yet again will buy the tier. So it's going to be a late item finish for Bradley. Looks like he's going for the Seraph's angle once you do get that evolved. So Bradley is going to be set behind here by Roamer yet again. Roamer, just the block pick, turning into at least leads for himself. I want to see if Roamer can shift this bot side.
It'd be nice to focus over there. I do think more attention is going to be top side in the immediate moment thanks to those grub spawn. Also at the same time, it's a little bit of a battle going on in the top side, but Surdy having the slicing maelstrom does mean TLC are at risk if they do contest, so Jenkins wants to hard shove in this wave if that's going to be an angle of denial.
Yeah, in this matchup for Jenkins, he is Lulu, so you will be Lulu later on, but being down this much CS isn't the best look. And the damage will be lacking from TLC, especially in the team fight. So I don't think TLC has a big enough lead at the moment to try and get this game going. That said, they're going to sack first grubs. So FlyQuest Challengers, again, just trying to play elsewhere. First grubs not being taken by them, as here comes the play mid. A nice chain.
Yeah, the patience of Roamer right there really paying off. Now Bradley, in a bad way, still not low enough, so Kill's not going to commit to it. A little bit too much of a risk. Would give up his grub taking opportunity. So instead, we'll turn his attention over towards those grubs.
Really like how far back Kimdown's playing, just using the Lantern with Thresh. There are times you can play up, and there are times where you cannot play up. And Kimdown understanding with Q on grubs that is not a time they can play up is going to end up helping, as Surdy, actually being brought low, is trying to complete a recall, which he will do successfully, just barely. Will lose a decent wave. So again, that lane getting a little bit back into Jenkins' favor, and these grubs will be secured by TLC off the back of that.
Gotta feel bad for Kill right there. He doesn't land the Sonic Wave on the grub, so he's just gonna be walking very casually over towards this mid lane. But speaking of mid lane, Bradley is just getting destroyed in this mid lane. It has been Roamer season all day, and Kill coming over from the Raptors, grabs it, but Shaden has a rebuttal, returns it on to Kill.
Nice play by Shaden. Flash is traded by the jungler. Shaden gonna pick up the kill. No grub secured. They do take mid off the map. I think that is decent for Roamer. Will continue to expand his lead mid, but Shaden gonna be a little bit ahead. And keep in mind, one reset for Viego at any point is gonna be huge. Is Roamer low mana?
Yeah, and he just burned the distortion. He doesn't have a way to get out of this. He only has his flash. Do they pick the right one? Shaden says yes. Waiting for that tick to come up. Roamer's gonna survive. Too.
And had a Lantern coming his way if he needed it. Well played by Roamer. Not a ton burned here by FlyQuest Challengers, but Viego ult now off the table. As Surdy, again, whenever we go back into this lane, we see Surdy low. So Jenkins, like, he has the Q and now the W being maxed. Looks like these Glitter Lances, when he is able to connect onto Kennen, those do outrange what Kennen's able to do, especially if he's tagging it along a minion. So it's been pretty big. Again, getting that early TP out of Surdy. It will be a TP match, but this play from Jenkins so far, this lane's at least been back in his favor since he forced Surdy back. I was worried that it was going to take off in Kennen's favor, but Lulu's hanging in there. And Surdy's at half again.
It's pretty nice for Jenkins. I mean, we talked about how this Kennen pick was a takeaway from Jenkins, so he's got to know how to play against the Kennen. Now running away from both Shaden and Surdy. He's going to get out. It's no issue, man. He knows this matchup. He can play it any day. And Spawn takes down Sajed, which means it's cash in time for the Draven.
They can maybe look for Chime too, but looks like they aren't going to push, as that's a really big play from Jenkins to get out. Use the glitter, the polymorph on himself to get the speed up.
Oh no.
He can look for the kill.
Uses the ultimate on himself for more crowd control. Now Surdy has nowhere to go.
Wow.
Jenkins takes him down in a solo kill. As I said, he knows that Kennen matchup. He plays it all day, so he's going to get the better of it against Surdy.
Yeah, Kill may not, Kill might have needed the guide. Jenkins does not. Surdy falling in lane. Jenkins with the crazy counter pick to this Kennen. I mean, this is a pick that he knows best. His Kennen is the one that is feared in Challengers League. To play Lulu into it and have a lead like this, and this is important for TLC again.
Yes.
Looking at how these comps play out and scale, they need a gold lead like this to go into FlyQuest Challengers, because again, one reset for Shaden and fights get so much harder for TLC. but having Lulu to try and stymie this Viego, stymie this Kennen, and having leads like this in the lanes, this is really, really big.
And really utilizing this gold lead right now, TLC, they'll be able to grab the second Drake of the game, going towards a dragon stacking win condition. And so many things are going into their favor, man. Look across the map. Jenkins is getting the better of Surdy. You've seen Romer solo kill Bradley, so both of our solo laners are solo killing. Spawns cashed in. All gears are firing off for TLC.
And it was red side for FlyQuest challengers, but TLC, they're the ones, they're the ones that have a lot of the counters. Again, they wanted to deny that Kennen pick. Took it away from Jenkins to give Shaden that R5. But Surdy being a little bit behind, down a solo kill, and now 3 plates going over to Spawn and Kim down. Draven, again, a pick that needs to get ahead. He is. I think that FlyQuest challengers still have a lot of ways to come back. There's not a flash on Jenkins anymore. I really want to see Shaden and Surdy sync up and return to attack this top side. Props to Jenkins, though. He has ward coverage for himself and is keeping this wave shoved up, so it is difficult for Surdy to get in there.
Shaden's still going to try as he shows up. The vision, again, spots him out. Shaden's standing right on top of a ward. There's the recall. There's a pink ward right next to him.
He might be in trouble.
Is
He's gonna get
arriving, and there it is. Sonic Wave resonating strike gets the Dragon's Rage, and there's nowhere else for Shaden to really go. He has to make the long run and kill with another Sonic Wave. We'll take down the opposing jungler. 3 members here for TLC. What can Surdy do to shock us? Absolutely nothing, because the plug was pulled, and it's a double kill for Kill.
The polymorph, it was so big there, it stalled the Viego from getting out, so Keel was able to connect the combo, and then the dive on Surdy. He's polymorphed, he can't outplay anything.
All right, here we go. As the death sentence does land, it forces out the exhaust on Spawn. This pressure is starting to become insurmountable. Spawn so close to grabbing that first brick already.
Man, this is so big. We talked about how, TLC, this is a team where they've had dominant early games. They've struggled at times to actually put the pieces together and find wins, and they have yet to take down the top team in FlyQuest Challengers this year. This is the best chance they have in a money match, again, to prove that they are a top-tier team and not just a team that is fighting in the middle of the standings. To do so against FlyQuest Challengers, to push them down to 1 and 2 are defending champs that only made 1 change coming in.
Negative win rate
would be
champions.
Would be huge.
Be absolutely massive. It would be a big momentum boost to go 4-1 early on the season. So far, TLC, even though they had that one bump in the road, they've recovered well. They figured out what they need to do, especially against FlyQuest, because this has been Jenkins putting on quite the clinic over here. It's old man Bob Jenkins. We've had him in the scene for a while. He used to say, "Get off my lawn, man, get off my champion," as he just takes it to Surdy.
And this is such a big start. It's 3 grubs only for TLC. I don't think we're going to get... Yeah, no more grubs. So no chance to have Grubageddon here. But besides that, TLC's gotten everything they've wanted in this early game. And this lead is going to be really tough for FlyQuest Challengers to overcome. Again, I think that FlyQuest, they have a chance in this game. All it's going to take is one big cannonball. No one knows that better than Jenkins himself. But the lead that Romer was able to pick up mid, significant. And FlyQuest, they need to scale. You need to get 2+ items on Zeri with some of the item changes that were made. And the Archangels needs to come in for Bradley, or else he's one-shottable. And you can see in the side lane, I mean, he is really playing far back off the wave, always under threat. And now has both Chime and Shade in the hover. Surdy having to find a base, and Jenkins, that empowered W and Grubs just ripping through this top lane turret, has the Ludens on Lulu, and is up 2 levels in this matchup.
Up 2 levels, not even down CS. Just pure, unadulterated pressure coming out for TLC's top laner. And with the next wave crashing, that's going to be a brick going down in the name of TLC. First brick on top of that. All the meanwhile, it's across the map, man, because even Spawn is pressuring the mid lane. You can see right now Surdy fighting for his turret's life, but that life is forfeit.
Man, I mean, this is not what I was expecting out of this game. The fail play on the top side, again, I think Jenkins, the fact that he burned his flash to get out of 1 play, and there were no other plays made on Jenkins before his flash is now, it came back up, which it is now. What was really big Because I think the solution in this game, again, it's you have Rel, you have Kennen, you have Viego. If you get one reset, it's so big for FlyQuest Challengers against a team that really doesn't have a ton of team fight damage for TLC, but they do have a lot of defense between Thresh, Lee Sin, and Lulu. And with this gold lead now, I don't see ways that FlyQuest Challengers can really overcome this. As it's been a beautiful early game from TLC. All 3 outers taken at 17 minutes and a 6K gold lead. As Keel's going to try and play 2 lanes now with his Rift. I like that a lot. Oh, never mind. Okay. Gonna leave it mid.
Yeah, Cubby, I'm glad you brought up the conversation of gold, because take a look at this. This over here.
Oh, boom.
Spawn. Spawn.
That's a lot. That cash-in was big.
Yeah, compare him to Bradley. That's the next highest coming in. Now team fight looking to break out over by the Dragon. Romer hops in, gets a distortion onto the back line, and hops right on out. Now Shaden starting to run low. Here comes Slicing Maelstrom. Finds a stun onto 4. Is the damage there, though? Shockwave is able to return 1, and FlyQuest feel like they have a fighting chance. Spawn and Kill have to bail out, but Spawn's left all by his lonesome. A shutdown gets acquired by Shaden's Viego, and TLC have to head for the hills.
It's a 6K gold lead. It's 3 dragons, a mountain dragon to boot, but it's still 1 reset for this Viego. And this comp falls apart as the engage from Surdy through exhaust was big. Surdy falls.
Romer stuck it out. He knew Surdy and Chime were headed up here, and he's going to punish for that. He will eventually give up his life, but the goal goes to Chime. That's a support. I think Romer got the best of that situation.
Still, everyone falling here for TLC pretty much. And again, second look. This is a good start. Like, Romer finds a good chunk. They get the root on the Shaden, but they cannot kill Shaden. And it's Surdy post-polymorph gets in. The exhaust was down on the Surdy, but it was late. He was stunned up. Kim Down was not able to connect that early enough. That was enough damage to get Shaden a couple resets, and Shaden, props to him, sticking around, able to find another one onto Spawn. It's fine. You get a lot of healing back as Viego.
Greedy mofo. Come on, Shaden.
You got away with it. You got away with it. It's fine. Money match, though. That gold graph, big chunk put into it by FlyQuest Challengers. Still a little bit to overcome, but keep in mind, the scaling for them is big, and if they can deny flashes and find wombos, 1 reset for Viego is all you need to run this comp. That's it.
And we're starting to see what FlyQuest can do with this composition. It's 5v5. It is team fight. When they get that Slicing Maelstrom through and it sets up the Shockwave. Speaking of Slicing Maelstrom,
I don't think Surdy wants this.
Surdy, what are you doing here, man? This is a very high risk. As we said, Jenkins knows this matchup. He knows it all too well, Surdy, and he'll get another solo kill.
If that Q hits, there was a chance as someone to come down, but not the case. Instead, the Q hits on the Shaden.
Oh no, Shaden in a bad way, in a bad spot, uses the blast climb, but it doesn't get him over the wall. Kill continues with the chase, waiting for the Sonic Wave to land. A nice sidestep from Shaden. Whirling Death gets more damage through. Romer comes in with the distortion, doesn't take out Shaden quite yet. Finally gonna get picked off thanks to the Flay and the Sonic Wave. Ooh, there's the Shock Wave, but it's only to dissuade TLC from pursuing further.
TLC back in control. Solo kill doesn't connect for Surdy on the side lane. He gets taken down by Jenkins instead. That's a big win for TLC. Baron spawns are going to hit it at 20.
Here we go. It's starting up right on the spawn. You have Kill there. You have Spawn there. You have Kim down as well as Romer. It's a good amount of damage. Not going to be the fastest take, but the big problem is FlyQuest can't respond to it. They don't have a jungler available.
They see it, though. It's at half health. Blue trinket used.
We've seen some wild Zeri plays before,
Chime
so maybe there's an opportunity right here. Chime goes in, looking to find the engage onto Jenkins. Jenkins will take the lantern
this
back.
Is dicey.
1K health remains, looking to grab it, waiting for the smite. Kill is holding off. He's biding his time, but here comes FlyQuest going for the first pick. They take down Romer. Baron secured over to TLC.
How much, though?
Kill goes for Bradley, but he's getting chased down by 4 members of TLC. He cannot do enough. A shutdown's going to be found by Sanchez, and here comes the rest of FlyQuest. They hop onto spawn. They'll dismantle the Draven. They'll get a triple kill for Sanchez, and even with TLC getting the Baron, it only feels like a consolation prize as FlyQuest will take your life.
That Baron just wasn't fast enough from TLC. Keel was waiting to get his smite off cooldown. Good catch, that's Rux. That's why they were really stalling out the Baron. That was enough time for FlyQuest Challengers to get in position, at least take the Baron buffs away from TLC and get an objective bounty for themselves in the mid lane. As FlyQuest Challengers, I think that gold is pretty much back in their favor now. He's respecting tempo. He's respecting tempo. It's fine.
Fair.
There's a Draven ult that could come for him. So I kind of want him to base in a weird spot. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, that
It's not a weird spot.
Don't let him cash in. Let him cash in. Chime, stay in the mid lane, just in case. Just in case. If you eat it first, it retracts faster. Won't hit. Her boy Surdy over there. A little electric rat. 50 seconds before the dragon does spawn. Dragon Soul Cubby. This is something TLC can take. Get a lot of defensive stats.
Mountain Soul would be big. I still don't think that Mountain Soul can combat the scaling that is on FlyQuest challengers. It will help a lot. I think this is a really good draw for TLC, just trying to survive Shaden, and they all end him down.
He engages fast. They find out a Kim Down. Shockwave goes out, lands onto 2. Spawn still in a good way, but Kim Down is not. The pick is found by FlyQuest, which sets them up for priority around the dragon.
A lot was burned there by FlyQuest challengers, but importantly, no Ori ult, no Cannon ult. It was just Chime with the decisive engage, and Roamer with that TP out. They're going to sack this dragon. So I think FlyQuest challengers, they've really hit what they need to do in this game to come back. With this Baron, you got to expect there have been no outer turrets taken by them. This gold post Baron, you have to expect something close to even, and that's going to be a really tough ask for TLC to play out the game from now. That said, Surdy, he has TP available, but he is not in the fight at the moment. If Roamer's able to take some health bars down, Keel should fish for a steal. I'm down for Keel to flip it.
Yeah, Keel's going to go for the flip right now. He's looking over on the side, pulling it out. And Keel grab its spawn is right there. Here comes the teleport coming through. Surdy's going to be able to arrive. Engage found onto Keel. Keel's not flipping anything. We're just going to flip his health bar. Stun found by Surdy. Dragon secured over by FlyQuest. The teleport was enough to get them away from that objective. No Dragon Soul for Team Liquid Honda Challengers.
Surdy did burn Flash, but that will be up on cooldown with the Dragon. So I think that's worth it. Again, if Mountain Soul goes over, I think that really does help TLC. Not the case. Roamer did take that turret up top in response. So getting gold in the pockets of TLC is still big, but this is kind of getting dicey here. All we need to do is just hit Rewalt in the Shockwave, and if that engage is good, TLC don't have the damage to get through these team fights.
You know what? Give me any combo. Surdy, Bradley, Chime. 2 of those ults paired together. I don't care whose it is. That's a big team fight for FlyQuest if they can find those. For right now, FlyQuest, they need to set up the map more than anything, and that's what they're trying to do. Shoving in waves over at the top. They don't have that much vision control into their favor, so establishing their presence on the map is going to be the first task that they're looking for.
I gotta say, even like Roamer going for Verdant Barrier here, it makes a lot of sense being against a Kennen and an Orianna, but I think he just needs to go damage. Like, you get out damaged so easily in this game by FlyQuest challengers. Lulu going for the Luden's Composite into Staff of the Flowing Water, so going to help the ability damage coming out from LeBlanc and Lee Sin. That's interesting. I gotta say, I was not expecting that. Maybe we have a redemption next from Jenkins, who is going to be the focus in the side lane. He does have Flash.
Surdy is like, hey, man, I brought friends this time. I'm ready for you. 3 friends. More friends than you brought, Jenkins. Unfortunately, he is going to fall in the bot lane. That kill goes over to Surdy.
You can see for the first, like, 10, 11 levels of the game, it was so good for Lulu in the side lane, but now bring a couple bonus people and not enough damage or power, especially with that support item second for Lulu. Good catch here by FlyQuest challengers. They get even more gold back in their pockets, and you gotta imagine this bot turret's gonna fall off the back of that as well.
And the gold they're getting in the right places.
Luden's Companion. Thank you, team.
Shout out to our observers, of course.
We all know I can't read. It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. We all can't read. We're just casters. We're 8 brains here to do monkey see, monkey say.
Yeah. I like to try and avoid these. I like to at least pose as smart, you know? You gotta fake it till you make it out here in LA.
Nah, just run it down mid in the intellectual department like I do. You know? But there's something I wanted to bring up, Cubby, because I brought up the gold graph earlier. Look at it now. Look at where Sajed is on this. Here we go. Now it's popping up. He's been able to just rocket past all of TLC and really get his name up there.
Yeah, I mean, he's been quietly going about that one too. Just being the benefactor of a lot of these good engages coming in from his team. Of course, if your front line is as big as FlyC's is, easy for Zeri to get in the fight if she's not the focus. It's been good to see Sajed get involved.
Yeah.
As he's someone that I know, talking with him before the games today, obviously a rookie last split was a real standout for FlyC by the end, just kind of being that janitor marksman, cleaning up the messes that the rest of his talented team likes to make. But this split, really trying to hone in on his laning and making sure, as he put it, every click I have is good. And the progress that Sajed made last split as a rookie, it was very impressive. It was unexpected for all of us. But like he's really emerged now as someone that other people in the league are gunning for. And that kind of changes where you're at as a player, going from, hey, I'm just going to try and learn as much as I can, which is what he was talking about with Split 1, to, hey, what can I do to really make it to the next level, which, because Sajed was so good Split 1, he's actually looking to do now.
And it's incredible that FlyQuest are able to find these marksmen and really bring out the best in their development. Because Masu was before Sajed. Now he's in LCS. Sajed going to follow that path. So far, so good, as he does have a solid scoreline, a lot of goal to really work FlyQuest past TLC's. What was more of a prominent spike for them is now getting hard-tempered. And what I'm going to be looking at next, 40 seconds, Dragon will be spawning, and it's FlyQuest who have first foot on the map.
Yeah, Keel close to wrapping up Sterax. Mikhail's on Lulu is curious. Trying to look to get out of some of these combos. But you highlighted Deserex, 30 seconds till the Dragon. Roamer gonna try and get above them. Not spotted in the wave. Will be spotted now mid. TLC doing their best to carve out some vision. Bradley is a little bit behind, which isn't spotted by TLC. So they're posing as if Ori is there.
Sorry, they're popping the spell shield of Roamer. I'm not going to allow Roamer to get into situations where he can just distortion in, get a big chunk of damage, get out. Now it's going to come with risk. Having that spell shield down is still good. Surdy coming on the sidelines. Doesn't have the flanking angle just yet, but it still gives FlyQuest that setup towards the Dragon to deny Dragon Steel.
TLC don't have protection if Surdy were to wrap around the bot Tribe Rush. Could be big. Heal going to hop out of the Dragon Pit. Roamer taken down to half is nice. Okay, decent poke. I just don't think TLC can take the all-in. They're really looking for the trade and deny. Roamer's going to back and TP.
Oh, yeah, we're just starting
good
to fight
stall.
right now.
Kim down.
Ooh, great stall coming out from Kim down. Prevents the engage. Now going forward. Surdy! Slicing Maelstrom. Jenkins, you might have the playbook, but I read it as well. And FlyQuest will take a team fight win.
Man, Kim down on the Thresh actually had a great start to the fight. Was at least able to get the Rel engaged off, but as you called earlier, Deserex, two of any of these big ability combos, if it hits, it's game over. Shockwave and the Slicing Maelstrom both connect on TLC. FlyQuest take the fight. They take the second Mountain Dragon. Soul denied yet again. And the angles for TLC to really finish this series off and take the money match in their favor continue to kind of drag on out.
It's growing, man. It is definitely growing, because this almost felt like doom and gloom for FlyQuest starting off. What a heroic chain of ultimates coming out from FlyQuest.
I mean, this is great from Kim down. Like, this is really tough to react to. The Q flash from Chime. Yep. Kim down hits the flay, hits the Q, and flashes out. That's clean. But Kim down, he falls on the back half, eats the Lulu ult, and once that connects, no way for Spawn to react to that. As the Shockwave into the Slicing Maelstrom, everyone goes down. And importantly enough, when Kim down falls, it does take away the exhaust early on, which is very key if that connects onto the cannon. So, like, even though Kim down played that as well as he did, wasn't quite able to hit that cooldown on the target needed. Now TLC, they're going to be grasping at straws and trying to pull Baron when FlyQuest doesn't quite know. Banshee's completed for Bradley. He's walking out of base. It's a base for Chime. This isn't spotted. They don't have blue trinkets available. This is tricky. Okay, there it is. It's at half. They're going to flip it.
It's going to go for the flip right now. It's Desperation coming out. Kills able to secure it. Shaden has to flash back over the wall. The flip going to be successful for TLC.
I respect it, TLC. They understand the situation they're in. It's a bit desperation from them, too, as they continue to get outscaled, with gold being more valuable for FlyQuest challengers. Not very usable here on the Lulu or the Thresh. And FlyQuest challengers, they find the play on the top side. They sprint to push mid in and set up in the bot side jungle. So TLC are going to be really fighting an uphill battle. There is not, that control board has yet to be spotted by Sajed, who does take it out now. So that's big. That gives TLC the info where FlyQuest challengers is. They're going to face check anything poor here.
And I do like this coming out from TLC, because this is something we've seen from them time and time again. When they know their win conditions are starting to fail and they need to make a new one, they need to force a new one, hey, just go straight for the Baron, and they find a great opportunity where, you know, Keel's able to still secure that smite. It gets TLC to stay in this game. The gold lead is not insurmountable. They're still in the lead at the current moment. There's a lot of standing gold for FlyQuest to take, but TLC are still holding their own.
They're doing their best, but again, like, this comp is so outscaled at this point. Like, yes, Draven has gold, but it's so easy to interact with Draven when you have a Slicing Maelstrom and a Shockwave, which And it's really tough for Draven to react to that. He only has flash, or has to really hit a Hail Mary E, which these players at this level will be able to flash over if you're someone like Surdy. It's a tough ask for TLC. I think their best bet is to try and poke with the Blanc and maybe find a downtown kill from Spawn, but even that's not a guarantee. Really hard to execute from this point as TLC. It's not unwinnable for them, but I think it's very heavily in FlyQuest's favor.
The thing is, when Roamer goes out for this poke, it's very high risk for him. He's not getting out as much damage as he wants to. Some of that is from the defensive itemization that he was going, and it makes it rough because you're not getting the value you want from a LeBlanc.
Surdy has TP. He's really pushing into these side waves, trying to take some more goals for FlyQuest challengers themselves. Surdy going to continue to push. As the Orianna and the Zeri, a ton of wave clear between these two, even with the Baron waves for TLC. I've not been able to crack anything significant yet. That bot inner is going to fall in the next wave. And Spawn's doing some good work here on the inhibitor turret. Surdy does have a couple of wards to TP to, but they're pretty far behind. The only one I'm looking at is the one by the red brush for TLC. That's Surdy's best ward if he wants to interact with mid. The TLC... And I gotta say, I feel like this push is fine for them, but again, nothing game-winning to break the backs of FlyQuest Challenger, and as long as that's the case, FlyC are still favored.
Very much so. 1.7k in bleed, 33 minutes in. I still favor FlyQuest. I love their 5v5.
Yep.
It was 3 big ultimates. Said it before, we'll say it again. 2 of them only need to connect for FlyQuest to have that team fight. There's now some defensive itemization coming out from Shaden as he gets ready for what's to come, and that is Dragon in the next 40 seconds. Still, TLC have been denied Dragon Soul twice. There might be a third time as FlyQuest already have first foot into the Dragon Pit. TLC, however, are moving up the mid lane.
Will not have Baron anymore to help secure some of these waves for Dragon, and Chime has a good angle here. He's snuck in. He might go.
He's looking
Him
for
again.
Him down again. He's able to land that, deny the engage, but he's still going to die nonetheless. Now here comes Surdy. Here comes the rest of FlyQuest. Roamer has to bail. Slicing Maelstrom used to try and catch out Keel. Keel stunned up. Spawn still there. Chime's getting low, but he will not fall. Chime's able to escape. Keel and Spawn fighting for their lives. Another one able to bite the dust as Spawn, full health, goes after Shaden, goes after Bradley, takes another chunk of damage. Shockwave comes out. And it's Guardian Angel. Resurrection. Take 2 for Spawn. What can he get? Absolutely nothing. Sajid goes dominating. Roamer goes out.
Honestly, a great fight from Spawn. He did what he could. So the jab was split, so Spawn had the ability to actually get health bars low. But again, the team fight just isn't there anymore for TLC. This comp has been outscaled. And man, what was a great bout from them. A 6k gold lead early on, Desterux. Every early objective they could have wanted. Just were never able to turn it into a soul as this game continues to escape. Kim Down, I mean, it's a great interaction from Kim Down, but he still gets chain CC'd and falls. And keep your eyes on Spawn. Like this is really tough for TLC to fight. It's really hard to play this out as a Draven. Spawn does his damnedest here, avoiding the slicing Maelstrom. Avoided the Rowan Gauge. Yeah, Keel skirmishing well. Spawn though continues to auto get axes down, but just never able to actually get a health bar to 0 against FlyQuest challengers who have always done a nice job of balancing their HP in fights. You see with Shaden though, Bradley's the one stepping up, connects with the Shockwave, syncs up with Shaden to find the combo, and then Sajed's back from his excursion to find a kill of his own to make sure this fight goes in their favor.
You have to watch the way a lot of these fights are starting, because you'll see key members of TLC like Roamer distorting back. That's taking away from a lot of the damage TLC have to take these fights. It's making them struggle oh so much to respond to FlyQuest on this map right now. Look at the timer. We got 35 seconds before Baron comes up, and FlyQuest are well early to the setup.
Over 8 a Q, but wasn't spotted. I was just quite curious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the Airy go too. I don't know if Surdy gets the sound too, if he takes away a Verdant Barrier. There's another Verdant Barrier denied here from Keel. Roamer has an angle. If he gets in midway, if he will not be spotted, which he is now, Surdy is playing the back end to make sure that his team cannot be flanked as Roamer gets that cooldown back. And
Still
a little tricky here.
It's still not the biggest flank though. That's the problem. Like LeBlanc isn't doing
Yeah,
that
it's
much
decent
at this stage of the
coverage.
game.
It's
good coverage, but just triple Mountain Drake. Again, the defensive itemization by grabbing the Veil first. It's really tough, man.
Yeah, the stacking of Mountain Drake's been huge here for FlyC. Roamer's going to wait for this wave to pass until he shows again. I don't know if they know that control ward's in the embankment brush or not. that Surdy's about to walk over. We like to call that one the embankment brush, which is geographically correct. But yeah, Surdy gets popped. That's huge. He never showed.
Romer! He plays the long con. He's going to give up his life for it, though. Or is he? No, there's no way he gets away from this one. Bradley goes on a rampage. 1-for-1 trade. Big team fight tool in the Slicing Maelstrom taken off the map.
That's what you have to do at this point as TLC. And again, I respect TLC for how they play this one out. It's a really tough game for them to win as this gold lead has slipped away. They've tried to find angles. They've tried to actually get winning fights. And Romer, like, this is the stuff you're relegated to doing when the game gets to this state. So trading the 1-for-1, I think the best target for him would have been Shaden to try and remove the smite, but you'll take away the Slicing Maelstrom, and at least gives TLC some reprieve on the map so they can fight for their own camps and fix their waves.
And, you know, you can't really pick and choose. It's just whoever walks up who is the most viable target. That time, it was Surdy. Easy pick right there. Would have been better if he was able to get away, because then we would have seen one of those moments where TLC like to utilize the map and start setting up around that Baron. But unfortunately for them, the 1-for-1 trade does make that so much harder. FlyQuest are out here near the purple room.
Yeah, and not being spotted here by TLC. Of course, Jenkins, he was fixing that bot wave. Do have a TP coming in, though. That's Romer over the top. Is spotted.
He's so sneaky. Always taking these angles. Well, Baron, 3k health remains. Can Romer get the steal? Answers no. Shaden will secure it with the smite. TLC, hook is going to land. Here comes the teleport, looking for the flank right in. Here comes Surdy. Jenkins is going to be there for the defense. Does have the polymorph if he needs to defend spawn. They might just need to sacrifice Kim down. I think that's the best opportunity you really have to get out of this situation. The wards! The wards! Stop the blast plant! Oh my goodness! The Giga Brain plays condemn Kim down to his demise.
They're going to try and give that one over to Bradley if they can. Is playing with their food a little bit. Honestly, again, stalling out the death timer, it kind of helps. As FlyQuest, they're gonna reset. That's just straight up mean, man.
That is so cruel.
It's
piled wards onto it.
I mean, I called out the Thresh could be the answer into Rel, and I think the Kim down scoreline, it looks worse than the game he's actually had. But it is tough because like Thresh, you just have no stats, and your cooldowns are a little bit long. So if you're like, he's using all of his cooldowns to make sure the Rel engage is stymied, but that doesn't account for the damage coming out from the Orianna, which you can use to catch Thresh, especially when you can step up with a Verdant Barrier on you, and then also that Viego that's so deadly. As FlyQuest challengers, they will use the death to Kim down to get a clean reset for themselves, and now all these waves are in the middle of the map and will start to push in their favor as they try and put the finishing pieces together for this game and series that I feel like should have went in their favor, but I really respect the fight that TLC's put up amongst these three games. That comeback in game 2 was huge, and they did have a legitimate angle, I think, to win all three of these games.
It shows you how deep we are into this.
Oh, that's
a 7-dragon game, and now here we go. Kim down gets taken out. Those engages, man, they're just too much. And with that, 3 members of TLC in the blink of an eye are gone. FlyQuest march for the base.
I mean, that was a 4v5, and Lulu's just ran out of gas in this game. The lane was so good against the Kennen, but you get to the later stages of this one, no dice, as FlyQuest challengers gonna put the finishing touches on this one. Sajed flashes forward, takes down a Yordle, and FlyQuest challengers gonna take our first money match, Tesserux.
First money match, $1,250 going into the pocket of FlyQuest challengers. Not without contention, 2-1 going over to FlyQuest.
And for TLC, like they're so close to really being able to take down FlyQuest challengers, take down anyone to prove they are a top team in this league, just not able to find it today as they come up short. Continue to be a team that is in the thorn of a lot of sides and challengers. They're 3-2. They are in the middle of the pack, and a team that I really think at this point is favored to actually start pushing Dragonsteel, pushing FlyQuest challengers, as to be fair, they did today.
They very much did, not just with their play on the map, but being very smart about some of these draft picks. I really did like how Jenkins was able to pressure Surdy so much in that Lulu versus Kennen matchup. Just things started to fall apart, as you can see on the gold graph around that 20-minute mark.
It was a, if anyone's going to know what to play into Kennen, it is Jenkins, but outside of lane, that pick didn't have the same effect that you wanted. And the Wombos, like Lulu, you're very vulnerable to Orianna. And again, like once you get a Viego reset, the fights just get impossible for TLC to play out, as it feels like they just didn't have enough team fight tools and weren't able to take the lead they had and convert it to find the skirmishes they needed to win. FlyQuest were eventually able to force the 5v5s and even at that 6k gold disadvantage, the first team fight they won, Deserex, was so convincing in their favor. So I respect the angle from TLC. Just don't think that that's an easy game to win. They found the lead you needed to. They weren't able to take the victory from it. And excited to see this team continue to go to the drawing board, because they have thrown out some spice in our full Fearless format. And again, it's a team where I feel like the level they're playing at's pretty high, which is what I was hoping for coming into the split, because they did show a lot of strength in the back half of last split.
And their logo is green, and they're going to be rolling in that green after that win. Congratulations over to FlyQuest for taking that series 2-1, but we have an interview lined up. That's going to be with Shaden, so we're going to be right back. We'll have Shaden and Cubby on the other side.
Hello and welcome back to Challengers League. I'm Cubby, joined by the jungler for FlyQuest NZXT Challengers in Shaden. Shaden, congrats on the win. It's been, I'd say, more teams competing with you guys at the start of the split. Do you feel like, you are still the top dogs, or do you think that other teams have really stepped up to try and take it to you?
Yeah, I think we're still the best team, but we're kind of rusty right now, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's been fun to see more teams compete with you guys, but also fun to see you be challenged to still be able to take it home. What was it like for you guys after that game, too? You had a big lead and ended up throwing around Baron. TLC came back. You had to go back to the drawing board. What was it kind of like between Game 2 and Game 3? What happened to that Game 2 game where you guys ended up dropping?
I think we just choked Game 2. We should have won that too, but it's fine. We won the whole series.
Yeah, was it more of like you needed to commit around Baron, or like the turn just like wasn't clean for you guys at that Baron the TLC took?
Nah, we just played horrible when we were ahead. Then we threw Baron.
Well, it happens, and hey, at least you guys were able to answer the throw you had around Game 2 with a big comeback Game 3. You probably wouldn't have known, but you were down about 6k gold when you won that last dragon fight, or I should say the first dragon fight, which was soul for them, and bounced back. You said that the draft was a little bit scuffed from you guys before the interview. What was it like seeing a Lulu top and a Kennen?
I mean, I think it was good. I mean, he won Chick's Kennen, so he probably knows the best answer, or whatever.
Yeah, we were talking about that a bit.
He was kind of worthless later in the game.
Yeah, well, hey, you guys were able to at least find the wombos to make sure that you got the resets and the rest of TLC fell. Shaden, I gotta say, outside of just the game, you've been going on these long streams, man. I've seen you put up 20-hour streams from the setup. We don't see the cam on the stream, but we see it here. What's it like for you this split? You won NACL last split. What are your goals now moving forward? Like, I know you're streaming a lot more. Is that a goal for you? You've also hit some insanely high ranks in solo queue. What's it been like kind of competing outside of NACL for you yourself in particular?
My goal is still to win an ACL, but I'm just streaming because I don't got anything to do other than that.
Yeah. Well, what's been is there anything like in solo queue that like you've really enjoyed? Do you have like any picks that you've been pulling out in your accounts that you're waiting to pull out here in our full fearless format?
I don't know. I just play anything, whatever is.
Play anything.
I feel like, yeah.
Has the AP jungler, has that been fun for you this split with playing anything? It feels like the pool's a little bit more open for you.
Nah, I think it's boring and brain dead, so I don't like it that much.
Well, I was making the same argument on how I think this past week with Castle and Berserker, and they tended to agree. But regardless what you think, I think the picks have looked damn good from you, and you guys continue to cruise on forward. Congrats on the 2-1 victory, Shaden. Is there any parting words or messages that you'd like to leave your fans? And also, where can they find that stream that you've been putting a lot of hours into?
Twitch.tv Shaden. I don't know. Shout out to all the FlyQuest fans.
All right. Well, we'd like to hear the shout out to the FlyQuest fans. And go follow Shaden on the stream.
Actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, go follow the page. I need it.
Yeah, well, hey, follow everything for Shaden. Shaden, keep on putting up good games, man, and we'll see more of you on stream and on NACL here.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, man. We'll be right back with our second series of the day as Deathstrikers will join me after the break.
Money, 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 money. Not gonna continue that because of copyright. Cubby, we're back, man. And kind of tough to get some information out of Shaden there. Always kind of a little bit more of a reserved player right there, but nonetheless, still shows it when he gets on the Rift. Congratulations to FlyQuest. Yeah. What a great start, man. What a great start to the money matches.
If you tune into his stream, he gives a lot more thoughts there, as he's always honest. And it is a good stream to tune into, as Shaden has hit rank 1 already this split, and is putting a lot of time into there. So make sure to support our players outside of NACL too, as Shaden LOL is a fun one. And yeah, it was a really competitive first series for the money match. Went the distance. FlyQuest Challengers ended up taking home that 1250 that we're giving out. But now time to see which of these two teams who have had not the start to the season they've wanted to, see who can take home some money for themselves, as DSG versus AoE. AoE looking for their first series win, and DSG looking to just put more competitive performances on.
Yeah, you see them, see the little dollars right there. That lets you know which ones are our money matches. So the next one coming up, as Cubby had just said, DSG versus AoE. Two teams with their own sets of struggles. As you'd mentioned, getting those wins, especially as we approach the halfway point of the season, you really need to start racking them up now. And for teams like AoE, for example, that has been one of the bigger struggles for them because they are taking games here and there, but they're not taking series, Cubby.
Yeah, I feel like AoE, I mean, they've been cooking with some of their drafts. They had a great Anivia angle from Cupic that I really liked, as Cupic does bring a rather unique pool to the mid lane, but the overall play and firepower just hasn't been there. And also, they've had an early roster swap, as it's week 2 with Barrick. We have not received official word as if Barrick is sticking around or not, but whenever I see Barrick, it puts a small smile on my face, as he is a player that has been competing in OQs with UCI in the past as well.
Yeah.
Hasn't really been a top laner that we're incredibly excited for, but hey, I think he's put up some respectable performances, put in a tough spot, and he will be tested today against Tenacity.
You said we. Speak for yourself, Cubby. I know somebody named Grapes who's excited right now to see his boy Barrick on the Rift. Let's start pulling up the rosters right now, starting with the Area of Effect, since we're talking about Barrick anyway. Now, it's 0-4 on the regular season. Something has to change, Cubby. Credit where credit is due. They have picked up a few game wins. I've seen that off the back of Cupic having some good games, Barrick being able to outlane some of our top laners out here. After this series, we're past the halfway point, so it's time to perform.
Yeah, and honestly, I think both teams have a chance to put together better early games today. It's been a rather tough start for the early games for AoE. They've had some games where they're just getting blown out of the water rather early on. And Disguised, also not our strongest early game team so far. So something I'm looking for each of these teams to kind of patch up. As we look over at Disguised, this is a team where, for me, it really feels like Tomo is 1v9 some games. And if Tomo is able to actually put together those performances, they win. There have been a couple games where I've seen Tomo get caught, or also Disguise just not put it together as a squad. And I gotta say, Tenacity is someone that I've always held in very high regard. And I haven't seen it yet from him this split. I'm looking for more out of this guy. He was my second all-pro top lane vote last split, despite Disguise having a rather poor regular season. And I think that Tenacity has just been okay to start the split. I want to see him dominate. There's a very good chance to do so today against Barrick.
Do you remember Tenacity was kind of Surdy before Surdy was Surdy? This is the guy where we were like, please get out of the league, get into LCS already. Even he was tired of it. But in this comeback tour, it hasn't been the same level of play coming out for him. I do compliment Tomo. As you had mentioned, he's had some very fantastic plays as we get ready for this game. AoE still struggling to get that first win as DSG walk in. What has been a reconstructed core of this roster, now looking to find more success as they have Tomo and Yukino alongside them. Draft getting started.
Well, I gotta say, AoE has been a fun team to watch and draft as we get in. They've been cooking. Their mid lane pool, Cupic, of course, player in solo queue that I gotta say I'm not as familiar with Cupic, but so far Cupic, the only champ they've played twice is Talia. And
it was Talia? I thought it was Ori.
It was Talia. And they've played 4 series so far, and a lot of these have went the distances. AoE do have 3 wins in games, just haven't been able to clean up a series. But man, I see Anivia on there. Lux is a champ that is banned away from Cupic, as that is one of the picks they like to play in solo queue. Would not be surprised to see a Seraphine taken off the board against Cupic as well, as it will actually be Ezreal banned. Cupic did show that he can play that along with Wixie in the bot side, so killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and maybe trying to force a Tristana ban. As with Corki and Ezreal off the table, if Tristana is up for Young, you gotta believe that's going to be prioritized.
Cupic has been a little bit of a pleasant surprise for me. Some of the games where Cupic has stood out, it's been phenomenal carry performances. And one of the things that I was worried about was the champion pool of Cupic. All we heard was Zoe, Seraphine, Lux, and now suddenly Cupic is out here pulling out 9 unique champions in the regular season already. So has some diversity towards that, as the first pick is now set up for DSG. They're going to tease that Seraphine over to AoE.
Yeah, the Seraphine is up indeed. Is something that we know Cupic can play, but Zyra, Tristana are the 2 very heavily prioritized picks that are on the table right now. Will be Tristana locked in. And again, 2 of those answers the Trist already denied, so you're kind of daring Cupic to play Lucian or something else into this Trist if you want. Also, if you're AoE, if you give away Zyra right now, I think you're already deep in the hole. So I would not be surprised to see Zyra denied here, as that is a pick that on 14-13 we've just seen have incredible priority for every team. And now it's kind of, what kind of AD can we put around this Zyra? Because I will say, Cupic's pool is a little bit limited. We have only seen Cupic AD-wise play Corki and Ezreal. Well, ADs it's limited. Are we willing to play the Lucian? You know, that's a big question coming out here.
Take that back. I see 9 unique champions, but no, I'll let you have it. Marksman, not that common. Oh, this is something I've been kind of waiting for a while to see Caitlyn pop up once again. I didn't think we were going to see it in a game one. I was more expecting that from Winthrop more than anything else. Almost spilled my water in the process, but Caitlyn Zyra gets retaliated with as Brand and Leona will be the lock-in for DSG.
This is curious. AoE, they have a potential here to flex the Zyra bot lane, which is not going to happen, but Kate Zyra, old school lane, if anyone knows of it. Instead, Kate plus Alistar. I'm wondering, is this Caitlyn going to be mid for Q-Pick? Are we going to cook that hard? Because Kate Zyra mid jungle, you know, it works as a duo. It does. I think Kate mid is something, I got to say, like, I'm not counting this one out as we go through the draft. I think Kate mid is something that, you know, we'll see. We'll see. That said, Disguise, they locked down the Brand and the Leona deny from the Zyra. Again, I think Zyra plus Leona, a great combo. Zyra can always proc Leona's passive with those plants, and Leona provides a lot of peel for Zyra along with Engage. I think these two champs synergize way too well together, so I really like seeing them split up.
Which kind of surprises me that AoE just didn't take the Leona on that first wraparound with supports, instead going for that Caitlyn, which I don't think is going to be priority anyway about it. It's just interesting to see it get locked in so early. Now the bans coming in for AoE, they are focusing onto that marksman pull, taking away the Kai'Sa and the Zeri. Top lane focus for DSG.
Kai'Sa is someone that could jump on a Caitlyn. Zeri as well. Really good against Zyra plants, specifically. We're starting to see Zeri actually crop up into Zyra, because if you pop the R and start throwing out autos, they bounce around and kill the plants fast, which takes away some of Zyra's damage. So, not to mention push early on to try and match the Caitlyn. I do like those bans from AoE. As Ashe snuck all the way through this draft, that's kind of surprising to me. And is denied by Disguise. I feel like that's a very strong deny. And that does tell me they still think that could be Kate mid, which it is now going to be Kate mid, Deathrock. So that Zyra Kate duo, we talked about it being good. It's taken away. And now Tenacity. Do we want to play Malphite? Because I look at this comp.
Why not?
I mean, you're asking for a Silas to be picked, and that'd be tough if Barrick's willing to play it. But I mean, you got to find something to attack this Kate MF, as MF has a lot of setup with the Zyra plus Alistar in front. It looks like it will be the TF for Tenacity. So ability to try and stretch the map here, which I quite like. That Kate's going to be very vulnerable in sides. But even, like, if TF TPs at a bad spot, you do get trapped when you drop. So built-in defense for Q-Pick.
This is still wild, though. These traps that AoE keep bringing up, man. And now this puts it over to 10 unique champs for Q-Pick in just 4 weeks, man.
We've always known that Argentum can cook. That's always been something up his sleeve. Going back to the... I'm going to make you happy with this reference, Deathrox. AoE Ginger Turmeric with Keel. Oh, yeah. That's going to make you happy with that reference. Barrick locking in the Jace. So right now, Disguise, they have the Demolition Duo in Tristana Ziggs. Ziggs has a lot of positive interactions with MF. I think Tomo Ziggs has actually been really good at the start of the season. I'm going to favor Disguise just because I feel like they are a stronger team and also have some answers into AoE. Leona R is going to be very valuable. If you are able to get on Jace, Zyra, Kate, MF, you have so many good targets if you are Poom that can be instantly followed up on with Ziggs, along with side laning. I think for AoE, it's really big they actually find a way to get ahead in some of these lanes. And this Barrick matchup where he's taking the Jace into the TF, you have to play this one very volatile, which Zyra doesn't really want to support because Zyra wants to full clear. So I think I would not be surprised to see Zyra actually clear her way up towards top lane. And also with this level 1, I really want to see Disguise try and split the map and pick a quadrant. Because if you take Zyra's top quadrant away, it makes that top lane matchup much harder for Jace to play into TF. And I think that's how you beat Zyra, by denying some of her camps. As you can see, AoE, you're going to full man deploy topside Deathrox to try and support Barrick in this matchup that he has to go in on.
You know, and I like that comment towards the top lane focus because it also allows DSG to potentially go for grubs.
Oh, no.
Hold that thought, though, because walking right into the fire is going to be Poom. No, both Poom and Tenacity. AoE have been watching the tape, and they will capitalize as Barrick brings the hammer down on Tenacity. 2 kills for AoE.
A kill for Barrick and no sums top for Tenacity. That matchup has already been thrown into the winds. I don't know if Disguise is co-streaming or not, but I'm sure that's not a good start for him, as he might be mauling in his seat a little bit. Yeah, okay. We're going to pull up that gold graph. That's a big difference early on. Tomo able to get some scouting wards down. And that really hurts the plan where, again, I think denying Zyra that top side, like if you invade with TF, Brand, Tristana, level 1, I think it's doable to really pick the quadrant that you want to start on. And we see that top side still undefended. That ward that Tomo placed wasn't that great. I think that if it was placed around the blue buff, you might have been able to spot where AoE is actually going. And you could have denied the top side as Yukino instead. Zyra's going to get a full clear off. And that's really good going to attack the top lane where TF is sumless. And Jace has to play up in this matchup.
One thing I was about to mention about Grubs is just how quickly DSG's comp takes towers. So getting advantages anywhere to stop that, to get you the power over towards that top side, will enable NXI to much more effectively be able to contest there and not allow DSG a scenario where they might get Grubageddon.
I think that's a great call, Testerex. And again, Zyra Brand, two of the fastest grub takers that we have in the jungle, will be something that, I mean, I assume is going to be competitive, but also at the moment, like, early on in this game, already very AoE favored. As NXI is going to cruise through this jungle. If the clear is good, NXI can wrap it up sub 3 and then try and impact this top lane yet again.
Creeps boy, Barrick up there, 1-0-1, shoving in the wave. And gonna have NXI finishing over towards that top side as well with this wave shoved in. So a lot of presence for AoE to continue putting pressure over there and not allowing both Tenacity and Yukino to kind of synergize up and find some way to get themselves out of this early hole that they found. Yukino will be finishing over towards the bot side. The junglers continue.
Yeah, I do want to point out and like further emphasize how volatile this top lane matchup is. Barrick actually opting for the electrocute. This is something that Merwin was doing over in LEC with his Jace in the TF, as he's someone that was playing this matchup quite a bit. Is spotted as he walks to get a very positive ward down. But I think it just further highlights, again, you have to win this lane early and be very volatile. If not, TF just hunts you in the side lane, and it's really tough to play the game as Jace.
And also just keeping the TF locked down in the first place so he can't so easily destiny gate into other lanes. Now here comes the focus for DSG. Tomo, Poom, and Yukino look for the engage onto Breezy. Breezy's able to get a pulverize that knocks up Poom. Will eat a bit of damage, has to burn his flash to escape.
Yeah, Yukino not following up with the insta combo, just trying to stretch it out a little bit. Not able to be found, but again, this is so tough for Tenacity to play out this lane. He has to play this respectful. He actually put a point into Q just to get some farm. Usually our TFs don't put a point to Q until both E and W are max, but Tenacity understanding where he's at in this game, like, all right, I have to farm a distance. It's going to be really tough for me to play this one out.
And Cubby, even Barrick's willing to close the distance even when Tenacity's playing back. You can see how quickly he just drops the hammer on him. So the pressure is there for Tenacity, and he has to adapt. Do you think grabbing that extra Q is a good way to adapt? Again, this is one of our money matches. So more stakes on the line with the 1,250 bucks.
He's doing a nice job making sure the Q isn't like further pushing out the wave, but that is a really tough lane for him to play. And again, I feel like the way that NXI and Zyra played this out was stronger for AoE. As it's kind of fortunate that Tenacity wasn't punished more, being sumless. I mean, I think that NXI could have flashed on him and could have gotten a kill if he really wanted to.
Here's this hard shove in that's always going to be present from the spot lane. That's what Ziggs do, man. He is one of those.
Leona was spotted.
This allows time with the hard shoved in wave to get Poom to rotate out, start roaming the map. But as you said, Poom was spotted, so Barrick is wise to this.
Yeah, props to Barrick. That ward that he placed, that's actually on the Gromp, that spotted Leona early on, so Barrick was able to play this far back. And it does. This is necessary. Like, I think Tenacity has to find a way to reset. But again, the lead that Barrick's going to have in this lane is going to be significant. Because Tenacity has to base on this wave, else he gets further cooked. So you're going to see Zyra wrap up, take away this control ward, and Grub should be in full control for AoE.
Yeah. The setup's already coming. They've called Poom, not Poom, excuse me, Breezy, over towards that side of the map. Grubs will be spawning soon, still need a little bit of time on it. And even with the camp spawning the Yukino, you can tell he's starting to turn his attention towards the bot side because he can respond with the Drake easily enough. Look at both supports eyeballing these mid laners. Pull the trigger, neither. Just gonna walk away.
Yeah, and Dragon just gonna be taken by Yukino. Of course, he was pathing down, but like given where the top lane matchup was and this map, I think that this is the only choice that Yukino has. So this guy's just gonna take Mountain Dragon. That's always a great take just to have throughout the game. It's going to help them out quite a bit, but first grubs will go over to AoE, so pressure will be on Disguise, whether they want to give away 6 or secure 3 for themselves. And as you highlighted early on, Desrex, it's a great takeaway from DSG, who do have very strong side laning in the TF and the Tristana with a Ziggs to hold the 4th down mid.
Yeah, final grub going to be grabbed a little bit late. Still pressure coming out from Barrick over here on the top side, which means that with the wave shoved in, NXI can eyeball around here. It's not crashing just yet, so instead he'll just take that recall.
Really like to see Barrick playing this out as aggressively as he is. Again, a player that, I mean, he's really stepping in and trying to sub in, and that's a tough ask early on. Barrick, like, being able to play aggressive, taking a matchup like this in the Tenacity, a player that, again, I've always held in pretty high regard.
Yeah.
It was a great start for him, obviously, but I'd say having the lead that he does now is about on par or to what I expect to see. And it's really good to see a player that is young, is new to NACL, putting together performances where A, he's enabled to play up, and B, he's cashing in.
In for Barrick, it wasn't just UCI. He was playing in the open qualifiers quite a bit as well, with teams like Gentle Hearts. And in some of those squads, there were actually fantastic Swiss round, excuse me, win rates that they were able to get before one of their teams was actually picked apart. Now Barrick actually getting the opportunity to play alongside AoE in his debut in the NACL. I can understand why Grapes was pretty excited about him, because I do feel like he's a pretty significant bump to the performances we've been seeing from AoE.
Yeah, I mean, I worked with Barrick in a couple of the combines. I saw his play firsthand. Like, my biggest thing with Barrick was always just like, man, it is kind of hard for top lane of the combine, because usually games are played towards bot, and you just don't want to be the one that ints the game away. As I was like, man, Barrick just needs to play more up, like more aggressive, and he can take these trades. And over time, you kind of get, lose econ or get flushed out. So to see him, taking this aggressive matchup, being empowered to play it and doing well, really good to see. I think it's good growth for Barrick. As Cupic, nice combo here.
Wait, you gotta watch out, because there's ultimate that's waiting to tap you. Cupic! He flashes forward and takes down Young in the solo bolo. DSG will make him pay, but Cupic has already cashed out.
Ignite goes down, kill goes over to Poom, so that's another win here for Cupic, who really well played. Again, the big key in this matchup is making sure that when you net, you're able to try and chain the trap as well. Young starts the play, and Young ends up falling first as Cupic finds a solo kill.
Okay, Cupic, okay. Yeah, you want to talk about that marksman pull again, Cubby?
Hey, this is a new pick. I haven't seen Caitlyn mid yet. It's been big for Cupic here, not willing to play to Lucian, but is willing to play his pick and playing it well.
He's playing it incredible so far. I mean, that was a good catch out. Young used the rocket jump to get onto him, thought the rest of his team was going to be there in time. And Cupic, I mean, it's unfortunate that he had to flash for that last slither of health, but still, it feels good when he's getting engaged on to be able to return that and take down Young first.
All right, now, eyes are kind of on second grubs here. Disguised up in this river early. Dragon will spawn in the buck 50, but grubs will come on the map first as they're a minute out. I still think it's very difficult for Disguised to actually play for these grubs. The big key, I think that it has to be a good Tenacity port gold card in the chain CC. And I will say that Cupic with no flash now is rather vulnerable mid. So would really like to see Tenacity try and sync up with Poom. I think when Poom has ult ready, it's a free kill if they do find the Caitlyn.
And that's why I believe you're seeing Breezy around mid lane much more often, especially when Poom's missing.
Trouble. He's too far up.
Yeah, this is a little tough for Wixie to do by himself. He's calling over NXI. Poom's not level 6, so all he had to do was dodge that Zenith Blade. He gets out.
If that satchel charge knocked Wixie the other way, I think the Wixie might have went down there.
And now the rest of DSG are being called here. There's 5 members, Cubby. They're looking for a dive.
Oh, port called. Tenacity's here. Here we go.
Here we go. Poom goes in, puts down the solar flare. Breezy trying to play interference. Wixie has to flash back. 1 down. It's a 2-for-1 exchange, and now the cow gonna feed the rest of DSG. A double kill for Yukino.
Well, no need to play second grubs. You can find a dive like that. That was clean as DSG find 3. And this has been a comp they've ran before. Tenacity, again, not able to lane in this top lane. He just sends it. He's like, all right, I can't play up here. We're going to play elsewhere. Really good play from DSG. as the Zenith Blade connects from Poom. He finds the full combo. And yes, Poom goes down, but who cares? You find 3, you get the wave in, you get a big lead for your carries. Well played by DSG as they find something on the map.
They need to play for catch-up somewhere on the map, and they find it in the bottom lane. Good influx of gold to come in for DSG. That play. That's my cue right there to bring up the gold graph. You can see Barrick from that earlier exchange in the game that we saw. Sorry, the earlier stages of the game, we saw Barrick getting those kills, but now it's DSG catching up with that dive in the bot.
Yeah, I do want to give props, too, on the post play. I know we didn't see it in the replay, but Tristana TP top where Barrick had the wave in. So was able to catch most of the wave. Barrick still was able to take 3 plates. Now Grub's going to be secured. This looks like it's going to be given by DSG. So Young is alone here and might be at risk.
Young all by his lonesome. Barrick looking to put on the pressure. There's Breezy. You can't rocket jump out of that. Barrick will grab another.
Good play from AoE. Young was trying to play the wave. Was too far up, though, and Barrick will get a 4th plate for himself. Dragon will be secured, but 6 grubs for AoE. And a Jace that's in this position. We did talk a lot about how Tristana TF can win the side lane, but Barrick this far ahead with 6 grubs. This will be first brick in his favor, and this Jace is going to be massive.
Yeah, it's going to be no issue to take down this turret, so the response coming out from DSG is going to be on the opposite side of the map. They'll continue dragon stacking to try and find a win condition there, but the influx of gold that Barrick has been getting is starting to really matter to this game.
Yeah, he's up 600 gold on Tomo and 1k on the rest of the field. So all eyes on the newest member of AoE, Barrick. Again, not really sure if this is permanent or not. We have not heard from AoE. But hey, if it is, I mean, so far Barrick he's definitely brings a different champ pool compared to Moosehater. And it's been really nice to see a young player given a chance in NACL. They're playing around and through him. I think that's how you have to treat rookies. Like, rookies as a player, you can't expect them to be well-rounded. They have to play their game and then learn from there, as we have 2 picks going down at the same time.
Solar Flare onto Barrick. Barrick has a splash, though. He can get the knockback onto Poom. Doesn't even choose to use it. We'll just walk out. DSG spring a trap, but don't find anything in it.
And now Yukino might be under threat. Breezy does not have flash. Yukino, they're running for the hills. Breezy's faster.
Yukino does have flash, though, so he does flash out. Gold card comes out, finds it on to Breezy. Breezy will use the ultimate, soaking in a lot of damage. Now Poom trying to find his way in, but the zoning of the Zyra ultimate will stop that. Now Destiny Gate from Tenacity looking for an angle. Young will gun one down. Gold card lands, forces out the cleanse, as well as the bomb. Bullet time, it's not enough. No, it is. We'll get one right back, but it's a double kill for Young before he falls.
So a win for DSG. Cupid is pushing on the top side. Barrick gonna delay some of the recall so Cupid can try and get more of this inner turret down. But pre-14 minutes in Caitlyn, yes, it is 6 grubs. You get some shove, but I don't think it's going to fall.
Oh, this has been in the playbook for AoE. I've seen them multiple times where they set up plays elsewhere, but send Cupid to the side lane to just cash in on whatever towers he can take down, whatever farm he can get to have him grow.
I mean, to be fair, Cupid is quite fed in terms of CS. Does have that collector wrapped up, so if he is able to connect any of these chains on the squishies, which, to be fair, there are 4 of them, will be really big. So it does delay the Infinity Edge, but that should be coming next for the Caitlyn. And so far, I mean, AoE, again, pretty competitive in the Disguised. AoE, they've proven to be a feisty team. I know they're bottom of the table, but they can take games. They just have yet to take series. And Disguised have yet to really put the pieces together. So it is a good opportunity for each of our teams to really prove their worth and their mettle in this early season. As I know, especially for Disguised, expectations were higher.
I mean, climbing the rankings
NXI.
later.
Oh, no.
Very, very tough. NXI's caught out.
No flash.
Simple pick right there.
Yeah.
Now this puts Barrick in a curious position. 4 members of DSG rotating around. Breezy's trying to get there in time to defend.
They can drop the Rift, though, have the Rift tank, and then go, as Poom's going to pull the trigger early.
Oh, wait. He flashes back, but still gets gold carded, so Barrick's going to go down. Breezy could not show up to the play in time.
And that's going to be a turret to boot as well. They might get a second crash from the Rift Herald. Cupid did take bot outer by himself, but this is a very positive play for DSG, who continue to really bolster up these side lanes by overloading them, and AoE is not respecting it and falling to DSG's plays.
So DSG right onto this tower. Dunked! That's all I could say. I wasn't ready for it. I got caught off guard by Young just doing that. I wasn't thinking Breezy was going to walk up so close. Oh, Young grabs one. He's in the face of Wixie.
He's gotta get the
Time to
reset.
bail out for another. No, he's going to go for it, isn't he? Okay.
Yeah.
Will Rocky jump out? But this puts Tomo into the fight, into the fray. Barrick teleports in. Poom on the other side has yet to use the Zenith Blade. Will he find an angle to go for the re-engage to try and peel off for Tomo?
Oh, it hit.
Tomo's A-okay, but here comes the bullet time as well as the ace in the hole. Tomo goes down.
All right, kills everywhere here as AoE find Young on the back half off that play. Or not Young, finds Tomo trying to get Young out. I get my Yordles confused there. Dragon, though, minute away. That's where the setup's going to be. I think we're going to have a little bit of calm on the Rift until then, but again, AoE proving to be a little bit feisty. I'm still worried for them, though, this game. I think that as this game goes on, your ability to overload sides with Tristana, with TF, with Leona will be tough for AoE to deal with. And if DSG is in the river first, as they are here, you have to walk through Ziggs Tristana with TF gold cards. I just think that DSG, they have more tools where they can control the fights against AoE, and that should make life very difficult for AoE. Now, big key, NXI has flash back up.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, fast play in the Barrack. They're outnumbered, though, in the back half.
Destiny Gate catches out Barrick by himself. Young will get him down fast enough. 4 versus 5.
AoE.
Advantage over to DSG.
They did not choose to rotate through the river. Instead, they retreated the Tri-Brush, so don't take the fight. It will be down to man. Barrick has no TP, so gotta imagine that's enough for the Dragon to go over to DSG.
Should be a simple take. NXI is still staying in the area. There's control ward on the wraparound, so don't get near that. Don't get near Poom. Just concede over this Dragon. AoE is still making their presence felt, but for NXI, I'll take a consolation prize. Dragon, you can have that. I'll take blue.
Yeah, I like how Tomo went up there and made sure that MF couldn't get through the choke as well. Wixie was no ult, but sometimes it's the small things that I think Tomo does very well on this pick. As we do have a little bit of calm, but I think that Disguise did a nice job of turning around this very good early game from AoE, and it feels like a lot of it's been off the back of Poom. Poom has been the one really dictating the plays. And him and Tenacity syncing up and just overloading these sides again. It's very hard for AoE to defend. And with all these turrets that were taken down early by the Ziggs and by the Tristana, it opens up even more space for Disguise to play within these side lanes, which AoE really doesn't like with this comp.
And remember, the stakes are not just the rankings in the regular season. This is a money match. So DSG looking to get more than just the Patreon money this time. They want to earn some dollar of their own, and so far the plays are looking good. Is now looking to chase Breezy right on out. Here comes Young, jumps right onto Breezy. Breezy falls to about half health. He had to burn the ultimate to get out of that, so you don't really have a tank anymore. Solar Flare goes down. NXI looking to run. Ooh, will he get the root on? Doesn't get it in time as the Zenith Blade will be found. It's a trade support for jungle.
Yeah, that's a trade off for Poom. You'll take that. NXI does not burn the flash. Does fall as DSG. They can't continue the play. If there's a blue trinket here, could get frisky. Oh, base cancel. I think they gotta complete that. I don't think you can take this fight.
Do not. Bail. Go home. It's okay. It's all right. We can take it another time, man.
Eric's hoping to see Young recall, as the risk for Young Barrick does lose him a wave in the bot side, but AoE, again, he's trying to find angles. I think it's hard for them. Like, the Leona into the Zyra Alistar, like, Leona in this draft can really throw herself into the enemy team with minimal consequences. And, like, we even see, yes, Poom falls, but you're trading up.
Name of the game with Leona, man.
Yeah.
It's a one-way ticket. You run in, you find these picks, get out. Probably not. Give your life for it.
Who cares if you get out or not?
You know what? You did it right. You did it right. That's the way it should be. You don't have a lot of deaths when you're playing Leona, or even playing Leona. DSG coming into the jungle of AoE, because Baron is spawning right now, so it's about that deep vision, transferring it over towards the top where you have Tenacity currently shoving in a wave.
Like this from DSG too. Being very disciplined, even having Tenacity just take a recall. I mean, they have to go answer Barrick, who, because they are 6 grubs, will actually trade the outer on his own, but might be under threat.
Here we go again.
Oh, a Ziggs bomb.
Oh, the Mega Inferno bomb. It doesn't land. Barrick looks for the turnaround, has to flash back out. Blue card is all that's needed. We don't need a gold card. There is no stop. There is only die.
He needed the extra damage, Deserux. That's all he needed there. As blue card salute does take down Barrick. Overextended inside lane. Nice defense from Tenacity. Again, that's the difficulty of Jace in this draft. Your ability to make plays on Jace in the side lane. Significant if you are DSG. That also takes the flash away from Barrack, which will be big for this upcoming Dragon. As you can see, the issues of Alistar in this game.
He's still slow.
Dude, Alistar and Azira Brand, like, these champs just feels terrible. Like, you just get slowed up. You can't engage because you're out of range. You can't move. And I think that's why we're seeing a lot of Leona into these champs, because at least with Solar Flare, you can interact. Whereas Alistar, if you get slowed up by a Rylai's or anything, you just have to retreat, hope you live, and wait for Mogs.
Hope you live. Big time hope you live. There's just so much damage that comes out from what DSG have brought, especially Yukino being on this brand. He has Leandries. He will just burn down this Alistar. So it's a rough situation for Breezy. I do not envy him in the least having in the least. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. Having to get through a lot of this damage profile that DSG have drafted. Now I'm still going to be looking around both the Dragon as well as the Baron. Baron is available. Dragon will be spawning in 50 seconds. That will be Soul for DSG.
Have a little bit of chunk on the Tomo. Does have empowered TP if he wants to get back the full health bar. Full control going over to the skies. Rather scary to walk into TF and Ziggs.
AoE. In their own jungle, DSG have the inside track towards the Dragon. And this is tricky right now. There's a lot of fog of war. So you see these bombs just coming out of nowhere. If you get poked out too much, you can't even contest in the first place. AoE are having a hard time getting forward vision.
And Poom just gets to walk up and Q. Feels pretty good. Breezy, of course, does have War Mogs, but AoE relegated to trying to play this Dragon through bot, which Poom has been able to hold the door on. We'll have Zyra plans to try and check this as they're getting in, but they have to walk through Ziggs, and that doesn't feel good.
Solar Flare goes out. Breezy gets the headbutt pulverized, but there's no damage to follow it out. Mega Inferno Bomb goes out. Barrack falls to about a third of his health, and now the chase from Poom onto Wix. He didn't even get the full bullet time. One kill picked up. Tenacity will give his life for it as a barrage of traps come down from Cupid. No one willing to cross the line. Ultimately, it's Tenacity going down for Breezy, but DSG have grabbed Dragon Soul, and they're transferring that over towards the top side. I mean, they see the big purple worm.
Walking through that Tribe Rush against Ziggs, good luck. As because of the mid prio, they had to play through bot, but Ziggs wants you to try and play through bot. If you can't go through bot lane, you're stuck in that choke. That's the narrowest point that Ziggs can throw his abilities. Tomo made full use of that in that fight, as Disguise continue to be very dominant. And again, it's so tough if AoE can't find control or can't find angles, just playing into TF, into Leona, and then the Ziggs just down in the boot behind it. It's too much for AoE to deal with.
Tomo looking so good right now as DSG set around the Baron. AoE keeping a close eye on it, making sure they don't start it up. I do want to throw this out right now. You know, there are two members that were released from Dignitas last split, right? Exy was one of them. That was the one we were most excited about. Tomo, I'm sorry. I should have been excited about you, man. A lot of these plays we're seeing from Tomo, you said before, it feels like 1v5 scenarios coming out of him. He still is making a big impact with the Ziggs.
I felt like Tomo proved it was an LCS AD in lane. Just needs to prove that he can put the rest of the games together consistently, as NXI is going to be caught.
Oh, he should not be there. That was a very easy catch for DSG. AoE, no choice but to retreat. Wixie might go down. Flashes. Oh yeah, here we go. Poom can chase without issue. Young grabs that kill, goes unstoppable. Here comes the Mega Inferno Bomb. Cupid gets deleted. And off of the sides, Yukino will go unstoppable as he burns down Barrack.
Quietly putting together a massive game is Yukino. Steps up with his gold lead there. It finds the pick onto NXI. Then toasts and roasts the rest of the team with the help of Poom. As DSG, they're going to two-man this Baron. Brand damage should get them over the top. Poom's going to come over the top just to make sure they can all live. And DSG, what was a tricky early game, a really good start for Barrack and AoE. They have turned this tenfold in their advantage and are looking to take game one and make it look rather easy.
Toast has got to feel good about this one. And that pickup of Tomo was hyping him up just a moment ago. For DSG, 10k lead, Baron in their pocket, Dragon Soul in their pocket. Right now, it is just surgical. A walk up towards that base, take it, get ready for game two.
And I gotta say, I've seen DSG put together good games on the Ziggs. It's been a rather good look for them. I know they dropped the one game they did have Ziggs, but I think that was the game where they kind of monster through. It was a scaling game. I'm gonna have to go back and look it up. I'm pretty sure they had Ketong in, so it was like the first game of the series or of the season. Yeah, it was against Fear, Starforge. But man, I gotta say, like, this is kind of look I want to see out of this guys. Looking at this roster, I was like, hey, like Tomo for Manui. Like Tomo is, again, LCS level AD, especially in lane. And is someone that, I mean, Dignitas were playing around that split. And then Yukino, when we saw Yukino, the one split he played with 100 Thieves, the sniper, his coaches were talking about how fast he was improving, how well, Yukino was able to adapt. And in a carry jungle meta where we know Yukino likes to play up and invade, I was like, hey, this could be a really good angle for this guys with the rest of the pieces that were decent to have a better regular season. It's not been a start that they want. They need to really scale up if they want to have a chance at making top 2. And to see them, I think this is their bread and butter comp right now. To perform like this, it's been good.
That's been absolutely great. They're going to take 2 inhibitors with relative ease. It's going to go down. And as I said, it's just a matter of time that DSG actually do take this. You were talking about Yukino. I want to double back to that. I do remember his time on 100 Thieves. I asked him about it, and he said he didn't feel like he really showed what he's capable of. He didn't get to show how deep his champion pool can go. He was just mostly on fighters. Well, now we get to see him on an AP mage. He had some struggles on the brand earlier in the season, but this is now improvement. This is what we want to see from DSG as they march in for the final inhibitor.
Oh boy. Goodbye. That's the Ona Ziggs.
Gone. They just lawn mowed down that plan, and now here comes the bullet time. Breezy gets oh so low. The E's not enough to finish him off. DSG marching towards the base for the end. Nexus Tower number 1 under attack. Poom is putting the rest of AoE under attack. Wixie will be able to score back 1, but Young doesn't care. He's just gonna hop right on you with the Goomba Stomps, claim those kills, cash in, and take game number 1 for DSG.
Was a bloody game and a good start to AoE, but again, like the overloading of sides, looking at AoE's comp, like you have Jace, Caitlyn being stuck in side lanes against a TF, a Leona, a Ziggs. Your ability to interact with those side lanes, find those members isolated, I feel like it was too much for AoE to deal with. And the ease of forcing with a TF Leona, we really saw it that game. It was well played by DSG to get back in that one and take that win.
There's a lot of players who really stood out in that last one to bring it back. Poom was one of them, but the one we want to highlight the most is going to be Yukino Cubby, who on this brand, as I said, earlier in the season, didn't have the best brand play. This was a step up.
I mean, he found the pick before Baron and then absolutely murked the fight with the brand. He had an easy one after catching out NXI like that, but very quietly, Yukino, he was pathing mirrored paths with Zyra. I felt like he was a little bit more impactful, and him and Poom ended up running that map rather well, so... well played. Also, props to Tenacity. Was a tough start, losing both sums, and he did go down 20. But I think that him sacking those waves top and finding that 5-man play bot was really the start of DSG taking over this map. So, it was a tough start for him, but I think that he sacking when he did really helped get the ball rolling for DSG.
Yeah, you've lost the lane. Figure out somewhere else you can help out and get DSG ahead. So, yeah, props to Tenacity over there for figuring out that plan. But credit over to DSG. Money match game number 1 of this best of 3 series will go over to them. Only one more win away from getting that $1,250 that you get from winning this series because it is a money match. And off that note, we're going to take a moment to take a quick break while we recompose ourselves and get ready for game number 2. We'll be right back.
SmackDown money matches. That's right, money. You heard it, money. What do you want for your birthday, Billy? Money. A SmackDown so big, we needed 2 weeks for the fight. Money Mania. For weeks 4 and 5, teams will have 2 of their series upgraded to money matches, where a cash prize will be on the line. Catch bangers like who's the best LCS affiliated team, who's the better new kid on the block, which university will reign supreme. Money Mania, weeks 4 and 5. Miss it and you ain't money.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL and our money matches. Man, every time I say that, I kind of feel like Mr. Wonderful. Watch Shark Tank. Where's the money? You know?
Oh,
Gives me
I like
vibe.
that. You know, I hear your voice do that. I feel like you're just embracing what's going on with the WWE this weekend, which I know you're into, you know.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, Money in the Bank literally just started.
Briefcase battle.
After I'm done with this broadcast, I'm going to have 2 screens up, League of Legends on one, WWE on the other. We got to start focusing up on this series, though, because we can't get ahead of ourselves. Let's pull up the post-game breakdown for what was a pretty good display coming out of DSG, able to weather a bit of that early storm that we had from AoE, and ultimately just take over the game.
Yeah, level 1 and start for AoE wasn't bad. You can see Barrick was doing his best to be aggressive and really try and step up, but again, the side laning prowess, the reach that you have is Leona, TF, Trist against Jace, Kate, rather immobile. Really, really burnt AoE as this game moved forward.
It was an interesting draft coming out of AoE as well, you know, taking the Caitlyn into the mid lane, kind of caught us by surprise, and as we were just stating, you know, it was early advantages for AoE that they were not able to really capitalize on once we got past that 15-minute mark, and the game was just basically taken over by DSG. Great performance coming out of DSG, only one more game away from winning their money match and getting that $1,250 as their prize for taking this dub. Again, for those of you who are just tuning in, money matches, this is something that's taking place in week 4, which is this week, and week 5 next week of NACL. We're going to have more of those throughout the entirety of those weekends. So definitely going to love to see it. Cubby, how you feeling after our first few money matches?
I'm bummed, man. This is the last one I got. I'm not on next week, so I'm hoping that we get some bonus games to put it all on the line. I think it's been a fun edition. I know that, you know, our commissioner, Whoopley, was very excited about this. And, you know, I feel like it's something where regular season having a little bit extra on the line and giving some of the rather popular co-streamers that we have that now have teams in the league a reason to maybe stream. A little bit extra reason is also fun, too. So hopefully you guys have enjoyed money matches. I know that there's a lot of League of Legends going on around the world, but we're glad that you picked Challenges League to tune into for your League of Legends.
And of course, follow the LCS tagline. Get a Takio split. This is a good place to start talking that trash. Let people know you are, especially in these money matches, man. Let's pull up the champions that are going to be banned in this upcoming game 2. Again, this is full fearless, so everything that was played no longer allowed on the Rift.
Yeah, and honestly, the pool isn't as narrowed as I thought, if we're being real. There's still a lot up that I feel like is usable and competitive. I mean, MF, not a pick we see every game. Kate, not a pick that we're seeing very often. Jace, rather situational. So, you know, given that it's bans for each of our teams, I think that we still see a lot of matchups that are doable. Notably for me, you know, if I had to pick one champion that's high prio that I feel like got a lot better with a lot of these champs being taken off the board, it is Renekton. Struggles in the TF, struggles in the Triss, struggles in the Jace. The Zyra brand doesn't feel great for Renekton. It's a nice pairing, but tough to go into. So wouldn't be surprised to see some Croc prio in this upcoming game.
One champion I'm going to be personally looking out for, especially coming into this next draft. It's a champion that got really deep into the draft last time before it was banned away. It was Ashe. Neither side really wanted to pick for it right there. And I feel like this is a little bit of a sin, man. Ashe does enable quite a bit, especially when it comes to scouting out where the team's going and enabling that long-range engage. So I'm expecting to see that at least get picked up a little bit earlier if it's not banned in Phase 1.
Yeah, I think that's a good call, actually. I still think Ashe is like must ban right now. So this champion's too OP, man. I swear. Like the flexibility, the slows you have, some of the pairings right now, like pairs really well with Braum, Alistar, Leona, all the meta supports. So I think that's a good call. We'll see if Ashe actually hits the first phase of bans this time around, Desirux.
All right, so it's on the line for AoE right now. They did just lose that last game. It's important to think about some of the stakes on that because it's not just a money match, it is a regular season match. Lose this, you're 0-5 on the season. And remember, our bottom 2 teams have to go through that promotion relegation. So this is starting to get stressful for AoE on their season.
All right, well, this will be, I mean, we'll have to see. I know that AoE, like, this is their half point. Of course, given our schedule, the fact that we have 10 teams, and usually we have 8 teams play a week, it is a little bit disjointed. So, yeah, it's kind of weird having FlyQuest play 3 games and AoE play 5, but on the bright side for AoE, like, maybe they have more time late in the season to bring things together, but their schedule was full throttle early on, and if I mean, if they don't win, going 0-5, like, relegation does become a real conversation, given this team's already at a sub. The expectations for this team were that they were going to be fighting to not be in relegation in the first place. And when you have that 0-5 column, it's tough. And their strength of schedule, too. They haven't played CCG yet, which I know that the CCG is also yet
team
to find if you have to find a serious win. But, man, like, other teams we expected to be lower on the totem pole, Blue Water lost to 2-1. Winthrop lost to 2-1. Disguised is lower on the totem pole right now. They're losing to 0-1. So, yeah, you really got to start to bring things together.
All right, with the final ban coming through, it is going to be Ezreal, as well as that respect given over to Cupic. That leaves the Rumble up for the B1. AoE, happy to take that.
That, I believe, was taken off the board last time around. And with the Aatrox ban against Barrack, that is one of the answers that you can play in a Rumble that's now off the table. Another one, Jason to Rumble. It's actually a doable matchup, and that's not on the table for Barrack. So we'll see what he's relegated to, as that is an Azir locked in. Do we see top lane Azir, Desirux?
I am not sure.
I'll be honest.
It's already way too early into this game.
It's not bad in the Rumble. I'm throwing that out there. I'm teasing, though. It's probably going to be Young on Azir.
It's still fun, though.
I got to say, at the
a lot
moment...
of cooking. DSG got to cook, too.
Yeah, at the moment, I got to see which team's on which side, because right now, okay, the names are wrong on the bottom. So we have Disguised on the red side, and we have AoE on the blue side. Oh, wait, no, we lied. Hold on. Live updates from production. The sides are wrong. Okay, it is DSG on the blue side. Wait. Hold on. AoE's blue.
AoE chose blue. AoE chose blue. We're good. We're good. We got it. We got it. We figured it out. It's all right. That's on me. That's on me. You know what? I accidentally mistyped all the names. Blue. I had to delete them all.
Oh,
sorry.
wow.
Sorry to the broadcast.
How kind of you, Desirux. How kind of you. I mean, I'm going to throw out there this Ornn, also flexible. We could see Senna Ornn come out. We could also see Ornn being played in the Rumble. That makes a little bit more sense because Azir is a young champ. And I expect that to be a young champ, as we have, speaking of champs that we relate to players, a Seraphine locked in for Cupic in the mid lane. So you have the ability to outrange Azir. And if you get Rylai's second, your E always roots on the first connect. So this is something where we know Cupic plays it very well. And we'll see if AoE can build a comp around that's effective.
Yeah, very well. A little bit of an understatement right there. These were the three... It's one of the three champions that we were hyped up on when we saw Cupic coming in. Of course, the first VTuber within our league. Always a lot of fun to have those first.
Hey. Samikin too, but you know, Samikin just chose to use the old photo. It was we had a war of the VTubers earlier on in the week.
How do we know you're not a VTuber, Cubby? I don't know. That might be CGI stepped up, brother.
Okay, I prove that every broadcast, but I respect throwing on the tinfoil hat here, Desirux.
I'm just all about conspiracies. 4th of July just passed away.
Yeah, I respect that. I respect that. Senna might be a contentious pick moving forward, as I see Seraphine locked in. I don't expect Senna Rel to be a pairing for AoE, but wondering if we see the Senna denied towards DSG, just in case they do decide to put that Ornn on the bot side.
Now, don't allow that fasting Senna to enable a tank for DSG. That could be a good takeaway. Right now, the focus for DSG is going to be the jungle pool. So taking away champions over towards that side. I mean, the Kindred, that provides a good marksman that can pair very well with the Seraphine. Could be enabled right there with a good mid-jungle duo. What's next for DSG? They're going to continue banning away those junglers. Yep. Belveth gets taken off the Rift.
Oh, that's a pocket pick from NXI. I like. They're really targeting the NXI champ pool. Lee Sin is something that I think is still an option, but again, with Ornn in this top side, it was to be expected so far. Ornn in the top side. Just wondering if we see a Senna taken away. Again, Senna Ornn is a real threat if they do want to go for that bot instead. Kaisa denied from Tomo. I will say that's a very good champ for Tomo on the bot side. But
he's already had Bob off play with him.
Yeah, I mean, could easily just see an Ashe or a Braum locked in here. And Ashe Braum is a lane, very valuable here for TSG. So that Ashe being taken, likely going to be Ornn at the top side. Your prediction of what could be played does come true, Desirux. And Ashe, not the highest DPS champion, so we are a little bit low on damage for Disguise, but uniquely Ashe, still technically a flex. I expect that Ashe to be at 80, and I expect something like a Braum to come in for Boom.
So I'm very curious about for DSG is the damage in their profile. I mean, you need a Zier to scale up quite a bit. Same thing with Viego. He needs to something to start up those resets. So that's my concern right there. There's not much of a kind of acceleration pack for Yukino to start popping off on this Viego. Jinx does get locked in over for AoE. They got one more pick to
Rumble
go for
jungle,
before they start
maybe.
to round this out.
Could put Rumble jungle and take a better matchup topside if you want. Instead, going to be Xin Zhao for NXI. Okay, that's one way to buy space. Is Seraphine really good at enabling Xin Zhao to get buffed up as you go in? And then that's the Braum coming in. I mean, Braum against Xin, I love this matchup. You just get to catch Xin. Wherever he jumps in, you can pretty much just Q him and go from there and lock down Xin and start the fight. So, in a way, we're going to look for Disguise to catch the engage from AoE and find Viego resets from there. AoE has to be very careful about overcommitting into Disguise, but they have great wombo to set up this Rumble between the Seraphine, the Rel, the Xin Zhao. A lot of tools for Barrack to try and connect these big ultimates.
That's what I'm going to be watching out for. I think AoE, I like their draft a little bit more because it's easier to execute once we get on these 5v5s, once we get on the setups for those neutral objectives. For DSG, I still have the same worry. I do like their answers to the individual champions, but I just don't like how much damage they have and how slow it comes in. It does give a lot of opportunities for AoE to bounce back before the resets start.
And Seraphine in those longer fights has a lot of value too if you're able to get multiple Ws
true,
off.
yeah.
I think that each comp is executable. I just think that AoE's comp spikes faster. So I have to see if DSG can play good defense early on.
All right, getting ready for game number 2. DSG were able to take that game 1. Now AoE, it's not just the money match, it's the regular season that they got to save on top of it as we hit the rift. Let us know in chat who you're going to be rooting for. Will it be the AoE comeback? Will DSG take this game? Let us know. It is, again, a money match. 1,250 on the line.
Yeah, you can type in chat. I mean, we've got Disguise or Toast fans. I know Toast is co-streaming. You know, having a little bit of extra cash. If you want to support Disguise, you can always sub their Patreon. If you want to support Challengers League in general, you can sub to the Twitch channel. Money goes directly to the teams and players. So any subs, primes, contributions made goes towards everyone you see competing. I think it's a great aspect that we have in the league.
Great incentive. You want to support the league, sub to the Twitch channel. And hey, by the way, just throwing it out there, you do get some cool emotes on top of it. It's not just subbing, you know, for nothing, just to get rid of the ads. Get those emotes as well as DSG. Sorry, a bit of an invade for some information.
Ash Braum level 1 is really OP. So you can pretty much decide what side of the map you want to play on. DSG is going to take full advantage of that. You can see Poom going to check, making sure that Xin Zhao is not on the Raptors, and it will be likely split map scenario. That said, Rumble gets pushed early in the top side. Young can contest push against Seraphine early on, so potentially we have 3 quadrants coming out.
Looking at that jungling from Yukino, still on the invade. He's going to go after the golems. So trying to make this a vertical jungling situation will be NXI, who's currently on his blue buff.
Yeah, it did start with the Wolves into blues, so trying to cycle out some of those AoE camps. As you can see, the Ash Braum lane early on will be dominant against the Jinx. A lot of slows and the ability to proc Braum passive. Very realistic for Tomo and Poom in the bot side. So again, playing towards the priority. But Yukino, of course, wrapping up the Raptors, setting himself up to maybe take 3 quadrants. His Hawkshot will spot NXI on the Gromp, and we'll see if Yukino decides to cross. If he does not, there is a ward that will spot NXI if he heads towards enemy Raptors. It looks like Yukino's headed straight there, and he has a red buff advantage against NXI.
Shout out to our observers, Caddy, Kai. Do a lot of work over there, following that hawk shot, getting the information. This means that DSG do know that NXI is on this side of the map, currently doing the vertical jungling.
I think this might be all it gets. Honestly, like if Young nukes this wave, which I think he should, Young can actually go support Yukino on the next clear. As you can see, Yukino cautiously knows that NXI is on this side of the map. Does spot him here. Might be able to take away some of the small rocks, which he does. Tenacity also, you know, keeping that wave where he can farm. The fact that Ornn has not been denied early on is a big advantage for Tenacity as well, as Barrack spent some of his time to make sure that NXI could at least get 1 camp, but 1 camp is all he gets. That's a big advantage to Yukino early on.
NXI still going to wait out in the river, waiting for the spawn of the Scuttle Crab. Yeah, Yukino definitely getting the better of some of these exchanges. All started off with that very early invade. And for NXI, he does have to give some respects to it. you had mentioned, Tomo and Poom on this Frail Yord combo. It's too much to really handle for the invade. So now NXI got to revamp the plan and figure out where he's going to attack.
I like this opener a lot for these guys. Again, when you take something like Ash Braum, your potential to do damage early on. I mean, your level 1 is one of the strongest level 1s in the game when it comes to bot lanes. So I really like to see Poom and Tomo taking full advantage of that. See Tomo can always step up, proc PTA, fire off those throws. The ability to chase and punish overextensions from this lane, really unmatched. So I think that them leaning on their strength, I mean, this is what I want to see from this guy. This is a team that I expect to be top of the table, as they have had 4 out of 5 of these guys at some point have played LCS. Young doesn't really count. He was a sub before Gory came in, but there is experience on this team. There were high expectations for this team. They've yet to really meet them, but it's good to see them against a team lower in the table, really taking sound steps to just guarantee wins.
Because Breezy had to take a recall right there, this means, again, Wixie just gets zoned off from the minion wave. Poom and Tomo are utilizing this combo beautifully to try and punish out and get a CS lead very, very early on. And it's working. They're especially replying to the pressure NXI is looking to put down. Thanks to those hawk shots, thanks to that forward vision. Makes it hard to punish this bot lane.
You see Yukino. I mean, Yukino had a massive first clear. Does have an item advantage on NXI, who struggling to make it towards that Caulfields from the looks of things. Yukino has a real choice of whether he wants to prioritize Grubs or Dragon, given that the top lane matchup is so Barrack favored early on, just given the matchup. He's going to go take this Dragon, where he does have bot priority. Tenacity, though, I mean, he's fine. His health is a resource. He's gotten all of his farms so far. He's going to be able to TP back, being 50-50 with Rumble in a matchup where once Ornn starts winning, he will not lose this matchup for the rest of the game. So it's been a massive start here for Tenacity.
It's just a tank, man. What's going to happen? What's the worst he's going to do? He's going to crowd control your whole team. That's what he's going to do.
I mean,
Kino does grab that Drake. You mean what, Cody?
The worst you can do is Tenacity Ornn, man. We got to remember the memes here. Got to be one with the memes here, Desirux.
You got to take me back to the memes, Cody.
Oh, there is some iconic Ornn plays in Tenacity's Ornn history. That's fine. He's a changed man. He's been he's been playing for too long, where he has to have played the tanks by now.
Oh God, that takes me back to some of the early Tenacity days. Maybe I just missed the Ornn stuff, but I remember when he blind picked Mundo, first time to Mundo in a competitive game, just out of nowhere. The guy does have some tanks in his pocket that just come up at the most random times.
Yeah, I've got some clips. We'll put it that way. Unfortunately, it's still saved to my folder.
Oh,
as hopefully we don't have to bust any out here. Hopefully all the Ornn ults are sent in the right direction. That's all we're gonna say. As so far, I mean, landing's gone in the right direction.
On the spot, man.
I mean, landing's gone in the right direction for Tenacity here. The rejuve bead, we're not used to seeing that, but I actually think it's really good on the Ornn here. And with the spellbook has opted for the ignite around level 6, you have a real kill threat against Rumble. So no sign of Yukino making his way up top anytime soon. But with the Grubs take, Yukino, after the Dragon, did make his way in to try and deny the red buff, which NXI is giving. So jungle advantage continues to be in Yukino's favor. Really playing towards the strengths of Yukino as a player. Like, this is what I know Yukino for. When he was in Challenger, or Champs Queue, I should say, is what he was doing. As, there we go, flashed away from Barrack. Nice flash, but still a win for Tenacity.
Is that another one for the clip book?
Nah, he flashed it. We're fine.
That's fair, that's fair.
He's
Tenacity
chilling.
is still getting burnt down. Punish comes out from Barrack, gets the flamethrower on him as he walks out. A good flash going to be utilized. It does mean a flash down at the top side, however.
I gotta say, Tenacity doesn't have second wind in his rune page. I'm able to check this because of the caster cockpit. Shout out to them. So
technology.
Leaning on conditioning and overgrowth. These are the scaling options for the top lane. I think no second wind will force Tenacity out. So at some point he's gonna drop wave in this top side. Well, good flash from Barrack. It gets him out of solo kill threat and will actually get him a lane lead. But still, Tenacity is doing very well in this matchup.
Tenacity's not going to get help for a while. Yukino is targeting the bot side right now, where Tomo and Poom have been running amok.
Nice, Tomo.
Looking for more stuns. Tomo, easy sidestep, gets away from Breezy. Now Yukino starts laying prey.
Yeah, well played. Early boots and approach velocity. Really cashing in as... Looks like Tenacity, he might have seen Barrack base. If he gets that next wave in, I think that lane's kind of over on the top side. Yeah, Tenacity saw Barrack base on the minimap. He's going to shove this in.
Wow.
That lane's pretty over now, as there really isn't a chance for Rumble to pressure anymore. Should have reached the break point. Once you get Warmogs, you can always just retreat and beat Showa's Ornn. So well played. Meanwhile, with the top lane basing, we do have Yukino hovering bot, making sure that Tomo is able to get this wave in safely. And that will be a plate for DSG. Young on the hover as well. Very well played, as again, DSG playing a simple map, a condensed map, but playing a sound map against AoE.
And look, Yukino's here. Tomo was expecting it, has yet to grab the tower aggro. Here comes Poom, goes after Wixie.
Oh boy.
Concussive blows, it's an easy stun. First blood for Tomo, and Poom will not fall.
They can continue the
this.
play, too. Poom, he has access to ultimate now. If someone else tanks, it's easy.
Man. Young is here. Hey, he'll tank it himself. He could take it right on the chin. He's a big boy. And now DSG getting the big bucks as they'll get 2 kills in the bot lane.
Oh, the shield comes up, saves Poom. The bot lane dive successful. While all that was going on, Cupic got the wave in and based. That's all he was able to get. So now I don't think there's a top lane dive available against Tenacity. He has the Ornhorn if he wants to try and deny or stall this. And actually he's going to take some of the small Krugs as well. Well played. You like that?
Yeah. Very much do. Tenacity seeing an NXI up there. So give me that. Give me some of your lunch money, kid. Let's re-look at what happened down here. They were not expecting Yukino to the engage already started.
I just don't know why Breezy pulled the trigger. Like everything was set up where this is going to be a dive. Like maybe you catch Tomo below tower, but Yukino, like for me, like he was here. The way that DSG was playing that, you can pretty safely assume that Yukino was still on the bot side. Young had push mid, NXI is on top, so all you have to do there is kind of stall and take your medicine. Yeah. Not the case, though. Breezy sends it. Wixie and Breezy, they guess wrong. Yukino and Young come to reinforce, and that's 2 easy kills going over to the skies.
You know what? I don't feel bad whatsoever about DSG's comp anymore. They're finding the ways to play the early map to make this comp work, and it's fantastic so far. Now Yukino stepping up over towards Breezy and NXI. Grub's going to be pulled by NXI.
And I like this, too. They got the swap in. So I will say no Enchanted Crystal Arrow yet for Tomo. That just came off cooldown now. So Tomo might be able to look as he sends out the E. Right. See if he sends out the R. There it is.
See what angle that DSG want to go for. There's the Glacial Fisher, gets a great knockup. Call the Forge Gods coming in late, though. And NXI critically low, still picks up Yukino on his way out. Will not fall thanks to the Crescent Guard, but Tenacity flashes over. We'll be able to finish him off. Tomo now kiting away, but here comes Wixie to start cleaning up kills. And Wixie is excited. Wixie's ready to cash in and make this a money match competitive as AoE takes the team fight win.
Barrick got so much value there, and Cupic was able to get 2 double W's off to make sure AoE was topped off with the health bars. 6 grubs go over to them as DSG try and fight again quickly. Young had no ultimate. It was still down from that bot lane dive on the redive, so he wasn't able to find the big scoop and score. As we take another look, yes, the TP comes in. It's a good engage onto NXI early, but look at Cupic. That's 1 double W that's cast.
And he doesn't die right away either.
NXI barely stays alive through that, and NXI was able to buy so much time. Yes, Tomo's autoing him, but that ult's up. It's not doing any damage. He's getting toasted and roasted by Barrick in retreat. Yeah, Barrick, I mean, the value that Barrick got down in this fight was massive. And a double, like another double W. Keeping everyone topped off was really big.
Seraphine is paying big dividends right now. I mean, that team fight, the double W's, the shielding, the healing, it was so much for AoE. It gives them a fighting chance to come back into this gold lead, still slightly in the favor of DSG. A lot of priority in that bot lane still for DSG. It's going to result in DSG's response being Dragon.
You can see that gold, though, for DSG. They're solo laners. Cupic and Barrick both came up really big in that fight. And again, I think this comp for AoE, it spikes a bit earlier, just given the Rumble, the Xin, the Rel. Like, if you play on one item with these guys, you're very strong. Cupic will take some time. The fact that he did go for the Archangels into Seraphs, which is, I mean, that's fine. But I want to see if Cupic can really step up. Like, Cupic was someone that I wasn't that familiar with coming into NACL. I knew his pool, what he played in solo queue, but with this format, I thought it'd be kind of difficult for Cupic to have a big impact. Seraphine's one of his picks. If he wants to have an impact in this game, in this league, he is set up for success to support his team as they step up and try and really answer the lower damage comp that DSG has. As Barrick gonna have to flash away, not quite chained up. We'll ult the wave, play good defense. We'll play Barrick.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow forces Barrick to bail out. Earns his flash, as he said, to clear the wave with the equalizer. At least able to get most of it. Able to back off where DSG have control of this bottom quadrant. You look over at the top. The AoE who are looking for control up there as they try and push in for the tower plates that are still available. Will be dropping within the next 30 seconds. Breezy only taking a small chunk of damage.
Yeah, I think it's lane assignment right now. Like, since they got Rumble outbought, I like the focus that DSG put into at least getting Barrick his summoner off, because if you leave Rumble solo into Ashe, that could go very poorly.
Ooh, the knockup is going to land on Breezy. He's dead to rights. There's no way. No, he flashes out. Tenacity missed the wall as well. So Breezy, he's getting out unpunished.
Yeah, I think he was Eing there for the damage, which I don't mind. It also got him over the chompers, because the chompers can stop you from recasting that ultimate. So it might have looked a little bit goofy there from Tenacity. I think that was decently well played. Still gets the flash, and that's priority for the Herald. So win for DSG.
Already on the Herald, as we had mentioned. At the same time that AoE were able to get Grub again, and they got 6 Grubs, so denying the Rift Herald, still going to be nice to stop this sieging.
And this series is pretty tough for Grubs, as there has not been a single Grub secured so far by DSG, but they're the ones winning. I will say, side laning, not really there for AoE. Like, your solo laners are Seraphine, Rumble. You're not going to be able to use Grubs that well. And getting the first 2 Drakes for DSG, if they need to buy some time to scale on up and get items, they can. So I think the early map, like, it's okay to give away Grubs this time around.
Cupic will be in the bot lane to respond to the push that's coming out from Young over in the side lane for the time being. Again, Cupic has been pretty standout. I mean, we did mention the champion pool, but I'm just impressed by the sheer amount of champions Cupic has been willing to play. And now that we're starting to see some of those bigger picks that Cupic enjoys, that Cupic has made a name for themselves on solo queue with, you know, we're starting to see why. This supportive play style is enabling both NXI, both Wixie, to stay up in these team fights, and if they can have a few more of those and have a chance to take us to a series.
I'm curious if it's Ardent Staff or Redemption coming out now for Cupic, as Tenacity missed the auto there on the Barrack. I thought he was going to go Warmogs first and just sit on the Bombies. Instead, he did finish up the Bombies in the MR item. I believe it's Hollow Radiance. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm testing myself on something I'm not sure of. This is a mistake being made, Deserex. Correct!
You're good.
All right, we're good.
You got it. Ding, ding, ding. Proud of you, Cubby. You passed the test.
I didn't pass the test earlier with Luden's not companion. Composite.
That's what we have our observer for.
Yeah.
He's always here to shame you whenever you do get that slip up, or just show you bare hands.
I appreciate it. I need some more shame in my life sometimes, you know?
There's still the same situation going on across the map. Nothing really being contested, but we do have a timer that's now counting down. DSG could give them Dragon Soul Point 50 seconds before the ocean is up.
Big fight for AoE. Again, I don't think they're at the spikes they want to be. They are down a little bit gold, but I'm curious what item Cupic's able to finish up when Cupic does go back to base, because Cupic's sitting on a lot of gold and is about to get that Seraph, will be a nice boost for the fight. On the flip side, I think DSG can fight now if they want to. Like, this Kraken versus IE for Ashe Jinx, I think that you really want to fight on the Kraken timer when you're into an IE. Not that I think the item is bad from Wixie by any means, but IE is a weaker first item compared to Kraken, but once you put components around it, does get stronger. And DSG with this timer, we'll see. His Poom's going to take quite a bit.
Said DSG should fight while AoE take the fight instead. The Crescent Guard goes out. NXI going to be immune to damage unless it's with melee. The timeout of the Crescent Guard. AoE starting to posture up as the charm lands from Cupic, and Poom will fall. Call the Forge God goes through, gets a double knockup. Barrack going to focus right onto Tenacity. DSG starting to tuck their tail between their legs and retreat. AoE have control of the river.
I didn't see that angle, but Cupic did. The R flash finds 2, and the Super Mega Death Rocket comes down as it's an Echoes for Cupic. So the more damage you do, the more buffs you are able to give out to your team. And AoE is this core 5. Again, I don't think there's enough damage now to get through this Seraphine, Deserex. I know it's saying like the comp for AoE spikes sooner, but as we go throughout this game, you highlighted in the draft, it's a little bit of a lower damage game for DSG. And you could see like that engage from Tomo. Like, there was just no way they were going to be able to get on NXI and actually do any damage in the fight. It's going to look a little bit tricky here. I think Breezy, he has flash. We'll see if he has to burn it.
Might have to.
Yeah, he's gonna have to burn it.
Concussive blows are there. Would got stunned up with one more auto. Now Wixie's in a bad way. Ooh, use the cleanse a little bit early. Gets punished for it. Has to flash.
This is good. Yukino is going to continue to look.
Yeah, Yukino.
It got Herald mid. It should be mid-outer.
Should be no problem right now. It's only NXI to
Breezy
defend it.
stays?
Breezy's still going to stay in the area. Yeah, Cupic there. Yukino eyeballing him up. One more auto should do it. Mid lane tower going to get destroyed now. NXI goes forward. Ultimate going to be used from Young defensively. Looks to just bail out. Was happy with the tower.
Kind of awkward there that Cupic and Breezy stayed. I think that if they just sacked that, they might have had tempo for the next play. 'Cause for me, that was going to be sacked. Instead, they stick around, they match, and Disguise will actually be able to get on the map first, which is a big deal. And at the moment, like, Disguise, this team lacks damage. And I think Azir is the one that really has to do damage, but it's tough for Azir to auto-attack against Seraphine, Rel, Jinx. So I think the AoE draft is actually could do them some solids this game. And we'll see if they can clean the execute. Because they have the ability to wombo combo with the Rumble and really punish like something like Ashe that's immobile. So, so far, AoE draft is looking okay.
One thing that makes me really happy whenever I see a Viego is just some sort of burst damage that can potentially lock in one of these resets rather early, and that is what is lacking on the side of DSG. It's all sustained damage. It does real well, it can scale real well, but it doesn't really help out Yukino get that reset faster.
No, that's a good shout, and it's kind of like, think about the two Viegos we've seen today, right? Game 3 of TLC FlyQuest Challengers. We had Viego paired up with Rel, Orianna, Kennen. Like, the upfront damage you have from those ultimates, it's so easy to get a reset. It was really easy for FlyQuest Challengers to win that game once they actually were able to get Viego resets in fights. This time around, to really wait and stall, and doing that against the Seraphine, that's the exact fight the Seraphine wants.
Exactly. The longer the fights go, the more double W's you're going to get, the more healing, the more shielding. Now DSG posturing up between both the top lane and the mid lane. Young's going to get some time with it. Cupic is over there. He's got to be careful because Yukino wrapping around the wings. AoE will send 3 more members over there to defend him.
Yeah, I actually like this from DSG. They are sacking bot, but I think that they're playing the map decently well at the moment. They do kill a mid wave. They lose bot outer. I thought they were going to continue with that top inner push, which I think was actually doable, but Barrick does have TP coming back up, so DSG going to base, redeploy as a squad. Try and take some control over the map. We have talked a lot about scaling, as it does look like this game's going a bit late. I think one thing that's big, ornaments, which Tenacity has enough for himself at the moment.
True, yeah.
We'll start to dish him out. And I will say, ornaments, they got changed up a bit. Whatever item is at your #1 slot will get buffed up, and all items are buffable if they are completed. So I really want to see if some of our players have actually done some research and care about that. Overall, Death Cap needs to be buffed up for Young. If that's not the case, then I feel like that's a mistake. And mostly you're looking to buff up your damage items, because sometimes ability haste not as useful depending on the champ. And a lot of the Ornn buffs do give ability haste. So I think it's important that Disguise actually get a couple of these right.
Set up for DSG in the mid lane. They're going back to the positioning that they had a little bit earlier, where they're dancing between both the mid and top. Apparently they wanted resets to get some final big purchase. You can see Tenacity now finishing that Warmogs, just going to build it himself on the spot. The last back, Tomo was able to finish an item. Now Breezy posturing up. Here comes Tenacity. Call the Forge God going to be used. And they're able to isolate Breezy, but not before AoE hop right back in and look to take the fight. Boom's taking a lot of damage. Here comes the ultimate from Cupic. NXI is able to find one. They'll drag another one as Tenacity. He's a big tanky boy, but there's a lot of damage that's willing to chip away at the stone wall. Shut down, found by Wixie.
I didn't like that take from Disguise. I think that Tenacity, like, once they miss Breezy, I don't think that's doable anymore. And AoE, again, as long as they're sitting with his core, look at that double W from Seraphine with the Echoes. They're chilling, man. They're back to full health. And with Poom coming out of base and Tenacity 20 seconds away with a TP, they're going to start up this Baron.
We started up 12,000 health. Yukino is looking for an angle to potentially go for a steal, but you got Big Barrick on bodyguard duty. There we go. Yeah. Slipping on my words right now. It's still secured nonetheless. Baron guard, thank you. You also teleport out to go defend the bot lane, but Baron belongs to AoE.
This is good from AoE. I mean, this is what we've enjoyed from AoE so far. Yes, they are 0-4, but they've picked up 3 games in their series. It's not like AoE hasn't been competitive. And a lot of it, again, I want to credit that some of their draft angles. They've been quite good. This is another one where I don't think Disguise took the right answers into Seraphine. Like, my answer to the Seraphine, I know that Azir was early picked. I mean, first off, I think you got to know that Cupic is a Seraphine player. Seraphine is a very good matchup into Azir. That's why I was saying, like, hey, is it Azir top? Like, I saw Seraphine up, and it's something that Cupic should be able to play. But if you want to play Silas into this, play fast. Take the Seraphine ult. Like, make sure that you're able to actually blow up targets. Whereas this is a very elongated, slow team fight from DSG. The exact fight that Seraphine wants. We've seen when these teams interact as 5, there really isn't an answer for DSG.
Long as these fights go out, second rotations, third rotation, Seraphine loves it, man. Now Tenacity teleports into the mid wave. DSG looking for the defense. They'll find it on their mid lane tower. Still, wearing purple is going to be AoE as they rotate around.
And this map, I mean, with Baron, AoE, they kind of have to play an arrow. I'm not going to make fun of anyone for ever playing an NA-RAM when you have Seraphine, especially with Echoes and Moonstone. I mean, heals and shields you're going to be giving out, they're going to be big. This Seraphine, again, very tough to get on. Young, he has to have all the damage, and I think that it's really on him to split the fight and try and go from there. It will be set up by Poom Tenacity, but if he's able to split the fight, that's the only way you're going to get a Viego reset and be able to play out this game. Because at the moment, a bit of an interesting trade. AoE not going to go mid. Instead, they're going to have Barrack there, who, with the ultimate, is able to trim the wave, but will be engaged on, does flash. Everything's fine. They gave away an inner turret, but now DSG, they're going to have to reset and be down a couple ults, and AoE's on the push.
Gotta be quick about it. As you said, down a couple of ults and denying the recall from Poom. Poom almost went down in the process. Young still going to stay in the bottom lane, try and make it tower for tower, but AoE will continue to push further into the base of DSG.
Yeah, so far the trade's good for DSG, but now it's about what you can get after as AoE. They should walk away with at least an inhibitor. NXI preps and goes.
There we go. Yeah, engage right on the Tomo. Breezy finds the backline. And this could be the end right here if DSG don't make a hero play come out. Young has arrived. Inhibitor under attack. It will fall. AoE off of Breezy's engage. It was beautiful, man.
Breezy was the engage, but NXI was the setup. Prepping that triple Talon strike, flashing to get the knockup. That forced Tomo's sums out and set up Cupid to have that huge engage with a Seraphine ult.
AoE looking for a game win right now to take this to a series. Again, money match on the line. Again, regular season standings on the line. Fighting back 2 minutes 30 seconds before Dragon Soul does come up. That's going to be one of the next major objectives that we're going to be watching, because DSG have stacked some dragons for themselves and they need windows back. That is one of them.
Take another look. I mean, props to NXI here. 1, 2, flash, and 3. Easy shuts down. Breezy follows up, finds 3. Cupid to boot behind. Poom could not get off the Unbreakable beforehand, which is also big because that can shut down the Seraphine ult. So really good combos from both Breezy and Cupid. But that started with NXI getting the sums out of Ashe. Once you get sums out of Ashe, easy target to find with everyone else.
W, what's the move for DSG right now? Because I am running out of hope, and I feel like DSG are running out of time. What are we looking for?
Move is draft better game 3. That's the move. I don't know how you break Seraphine, man. It's really tough. They're trying to get Young a Void Staff, which I think is a good call. Again, you just have to max damage on Young. Try and find a hero fight with this Azir. But, you cannot break Seraphine. It's not doable.
Absolutely cannot. Someone needs to cut the fight. You were talking about it earlier. I'm hoping that Young can get that sweeping Shurima shuffle that separates AoE and doesn't allow this shield to really stack on the rest of the team. There's a lot that can be utilized on the back half of the fight by DSG if they get the fight on that condition, but you're asking a lot right now from Young.
AoE, I mean, still stand as a stack. I also want to give props to Barrack. Barrack has done a nice job of managing waves on the side. Like, he's just stalling games out on Rumble. We've seen him cut waves, alt waves. I think Barrack's really done his job because he realized the answer has to be elsewhere. As Tenacity throws an ult to hit the wave, AoE sidesteps it, but they have enough of a wave to continue the push. There's another ult comes out. Young has he has a TP, but he's not committing. They're just going to sack this inhibitor as that's triple inhib down.
That's just conceding. That's just conceding. There's no more engage.
Wow.
It's over. DSG, they can't fight this anymore. AoE, they're going to have their way with this base. Sure, you have Young over in the side lanes, but triple inhibs.
He's got to fight
next,
two supers.
This is going to be under attack.
There's no way. And if he TP's in now, he lines up for a cubicle.
Oh, God. This is damnation right now. Just roll it over to game 3. AoE still staying in the area. Nexus Tower number 1 under big threat. It will fall. Less defenses for DSG, but AoE, they're going to lead in another minion wave.
Does Young TP?
Still pushing.
Does he TP after the inhib? That's the real question. He has to cut through 2 super minions every wave. It's so hard.
And DSG are still trying to fight. Poon's gone too far forward. He's gonna die. He's gonna get taken down. He gets some extra distance, but guess what? You're charged right back in.
One shot.
And with the teleport, he's dead, man.
Yeah, one shot.
All hail to the Sarah King Cupid, who turns this around for AoE and takes command. We're going to a series, Cubby.
AoE, I mean, coming into this, we said Disguise, they haven't been reaching the potential, and AoE need to find wins to avoid relegation. This would be a huge series win for them. And in a money match to boot, too, with extra on the line, AoE step up, have a great draft around one of Cupid's best champions, and that Seraphine was unbreakable.
Cupid, great pick, man. The Seraphine looked absolutely impeccable as it was turning so many of these team fights around. Definitely going to be our player of the game. Let's pull that up right now. Show that beautiful VTuber face, because this is the face of fear right here.
Gold diff, doesn't matter. DPM, doesn't matter. Press double W and heal team for 500 health, that matters. Cupid did a really nice job of that. And, I mean, what a good draft. Like, and if I'm Disguised, I know the Cupid's a Seraphine player. My first 2 picks are Azir Ornn. If you are not going to play Senna Ornn, that is the perfect setup to play Seraphine into. I really don't think Disguise respected this pick from AoE. And Cupid, to be fair, he took that Seraphine, he survived the lane, and he cashed this pick in tenfold.
Look at the kill participation. This shows you how impactful Cupid really was. 91%. There for the team, there to put down shields, there to put down the healing. There's something about Cupid, man, and even though expectations were a little bit lost, we didn't know what to think. Now, really putting a name out there is Cupid and establishing themselves in the scene. We're gonna take a moment to throw it over to a short break because, goodness gracious, these money matches, they keep going to game 3s. We got banger after banger. We'll be right back as we bring another.
Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Have a seat. As you know, the NACL is recruiting superheroes for our League of Legends division, so first questions first. What's your superpower?
With my super memory and ability to change other people's memories, I would just be able to walk through wards, and you'll just forget that I'm there. You'll always see me on the flank, but you will always wonder how I get there. You'll never know.
My superpower is teleport. I'll be able to instantly go to other places. As a support player, just being able to start a fight, be brave, throw yourself into the enemy team and just being a hero.
I would say I have a lot of superpowers, but my best superpower is just being able to gaslight people. Because, you know, usually you get these support players and they don't know what they're doing and they're always doing the wrong thing. And I'm kind of able to, like, you know, talk to them and coerce them into actually, you know, doing the right play. Not Zyko, though. You know, he's perfect.
I'd say my superpower is just being able to learn fast and take criticism and being able to apply it like very easily. I'm here on the Rift because I'm selfless. I've just been trying to think of the big picture more often because my teammates are really hard on me when it comes to that.
My superpower is that I have super speed. You want to see me run around the world and come back here? You want to see me do it again? I keep the good vibes, so even if I'm 10 deaths, I'm still keeping it together mentally and for everyone on the team.
My superpower for my team is just being, you know, good vibes. There's gonna be some tense situations, but sometimes you just gotta play like it's a normal game, like an everyday game, even though it's like a lot on the line. In these situations, you just gotta have a good, funny guy. I think something that makes me a hero on the Rift is, you know, when my team needs me the most, I perform in the late game situations. In that team fight, I got the ice in my vein. I just love those moments where it's like everyone's dead on your team and they're watching you. They're all watching your last move and, you know, you get to clutch up for them.
Probably invincibility, just because it's cool. I get people top, and because of that, my team will never have to worry about enemy top lane.
My superpower is that I'm the Avatar. I like to bend the elements. I'd like to think I save everyone when they're inting, you know, because that's what superheroes do, especially my jungler.
My superpower is adaptability. I'll adapt to my environment. Need me on a tank, I'm on a tank. Need me on a carry, I'm on a carry. I'll adapt to my environment. I said that the thing that makes me a hero on Drift is I'm always for the boys. Skip a camp to come to a fight, flip a random fight. Someone needs me to be there to protect the stacked wave. I'm for the boys.
Our people will get in touch with your people.
One more time. Money! Yes! Game 3s. That's all we know in money matches, Cubby. And in fact, historically, looking back at every money match we've had, they've always made it to a Game 3.
Wow. I mean, guys, if you think the NACL doesn't prioritize content and you over anything else, you are wrong. The teams even prioritizing content and making sure these money matches are close. I love it, SRX. Let's take a look at the gold graph and that last game here, as we had, I'm going to just go out and say a little bit of a comp diff, a little bit of a draft diff there.
A little bit. Man, that was a big one.
Yeah.
All you needed was one simple boy named Cupic, one simple VTuber. Press that W. Press that W again. Press that W again. The fight's not over. Press it one more time. I'm sorry, DSG. You just don't have the damage.
I will say, looking back to it, how unplayable those fights like ended up being. I was talking about how I like the fact that DSG was giving over those early grubs to give themselves like options later on. Well, those grubs have been quite helpful when Azir was trying to split and actually save the game, which is something that I know LPL teams love, stacking grubs on Azir with an Ashes Tooth. You can push quite fast in the mid game. It's not available to Young.
Yeah.
And those grubs and AoE's 5-man comp ended up being really, really tough for DSG to break. I know that usually they're scaling elements when you look at the draft for DSG, but all you needed there was Seraphine, Jinx, and those two really with the front line and the setup that, we didn't even see the Rumble combos, Eric. They didn't need them. Where was the Rel, Seraphine Rumble ults, man?
Oh, we didn't really get any of them. No. It was just about that battle of attrition, and Seraphine always wins those. Young did try very hard to push into those side lanes, and then he just disappeared from the map after the teleport.
Yeah, he might have done more damage to turrets than actually team members that game, which I say that saying no hit at Young, but that is actually, kind of what it felt like as, yeah, he did do more damage to buildings that last game.
Wow.
He did 12.3k damage to buildings and 5.5k damage to champs. And shout out to our team, because I can now pull this up on my screen and talk about it behind the scenes. That's great.
You load screen. Always got to love that stuff. They do a lot of work behind the scenes, so always a big shout out to them. Let's pull up the champions that are not going to be in this series anymore, because we got one more game to go. And you pick Seraphine. It was great. It's not an answer you're going to be able to do again.
Man, imagine being such a Chad mid laner that the two picks you have are Kate, Seraphine. in a best of two, or in 2 games. What's going to be game 3 for Cupic? Is Lux going to get through?
You know what? Screw it. I'm a Cupic fan now. This is just ridiculous. Cupic has been the biggest surprise in the scene. Especially considering, as you said, these 2 fearless bans, man. What else is going to go through? What else is going to go through?
Cupic's drawing multiple bans a game, too. So, again, the fact that Seraphine got through into that kind of comp, that's a low damage composition. You're against a Seraphine player. I feel like that's a lack of prep from DSG. And we'll see if they can go back to the drawing board in this next game. Yeah. And have a better draft, because it really did feel like draft was very impactful in that last game.
Let's see. There's still 2 more Cupic champions out there that are big ones. We can get the Lux play coming in. We can get the Zoe play coming in. Of course, it needs to be set up in the draft, but that champion pool of Cupic, very quirky, but a lot of fun to watch.
It was, and let's let the bans towards Cupic continue to reign on through. Important to note, I appreciate the Corki Trist. Corki was brought up. Those 2 champions have not been picked yet in Fearless. I expect to see them on the ban list. I'm lying. Young played Triss game 1. Anyway, we haven't seen Corki yet, so yeah, I'm expecting to see Corki taken off the table as the way Lux bans stay consistent from DSG aimed at Cupic.
Yeah. Cupic has been hard targeted in a lot of these games, and again, pleasant surprise, Cupic has a pretty vast champion pool. Still mid lane focused for DSG. AoE are going to return a little bit of that, take away Young from playing that LeBlanc, as well as
Nautilus R1 ban, red side first phase ban. Nautilus. We don't want first pick Nautilus, guys. It actually could be real this last game from DSG.
Welcome to Fearless, brother. Yeah, just take that away. Take that away. I mean, it's a great flexible support, and this deep, we're already in game 3. There's already so much that's off the table. We're going to take another one away, which is another Cupic ban, technically, the Ezreal.
They should have... Oh, they banned Lucian. You got to first pick Corki. Ezreal and Lucian both off the table. You got to believe this is a young Corki coming in.
See, 15 seconds on the clock if DSG do want to take that road. And this is where it always gets a little bit of a struggle for me, because I'm always looking like, what's still left? I have to keep eyeballing the Fearless bans. But yeah, it is Corki. That is the big potent pick for this on the B1. DSG, take it.
I gotta say, I might have a recommendation for a fearless UI as we go forward. It'd be nice maybe to sort by roles, especially like when you get in like best of 3 or game 3s, game 4s, when we get in the best of 5s. Might be, yeah, we're kind of doing the scan back and forth. That said, Orianna in the Corki, this is an old school matchup. Orianna able to somewhat contest lane against Corki and also control Corki later on. Corki no longer does most of the damage through magic damage rockets. It's now AD rockets, and you have to step up and auto attack a bit more. So, the Q pick will go down a little bit early in lane, but Ori can somewhat contest lane and then try and control Corki later on in fights. As Zeri now locked in. We did see Tomos Kaisa be denied. This is already looking like a potential setup for Kaisa, or they could flex that Corki bot into the Zeri if they wanted to get a better mid-lane matchup for Young.
Potential route to go for as they start hovering onto the Taliyah. This could go over towards Yukino, who, again, has been expanding that pool quite a bit more to take in some of these mages that have come into the meta. Being paired alongside Corki, if they do take that in the mid, again, you did say they can flex it over towards the bot lane, but instead, hard engage frontline tank. We got Sejuani, and it's paired with a Renekton, which is a pretty good combo over there on the top side.
Yeah, just daring Barrick to pick Jax here, as Tenacity says, hey, I did tease Renekton in game 2, saying that a lot of things that are good in the Renekton are missing. That actually continues now for game 3. No Rumble answer available. Barrick could go for something like Kennen, Aatrox, Jax here. Jax provides a little bit more value going up against that Sejuani. But you would also lose support pairings with the Zeri if you want to go down the list there. And that will be the pick. So they're going to lock down that bot lane. We'll take the Rakan and try and narrow up bot pool. I really want to see a Senna ban here. I think that you need to take away Senna. Senna, like, you don't have the Ornn or the Nautilus pairings, but if you want to dig really deep, you could try and find something like Maokai. I think Senna provides some unique value against Rakan. You can just play so far back that Rakan engage kind of is nullified, and you already have a big front line in Sejuani and Renekton.
It's a nice take of the Rakan. As you said, now we're going to shrink that support pool. But the other
part of it,
good. The other part of it is it plays well with the picks already for AoE. Can act as a ball delivery system. You get a lot of engage and a lot of peel to allow this area to really pop off. So strong in the first phase of the draft so far by AoE. So we wait for another ban for DSG.
Yeah, will be Udyr taken away. That is targeted at NXI mostly. We've seen a couple of our junglers actually play Udyr as an answer to some of the AP picks, which I feel like is quite unique. We haven't seen Poppy yet in this series. I feel like Poppy value is decent right now. Honestly, if you wanted to go for like Kaisa Poppy, it wouldn't be terrible. And then also Poppy top, it's something that, you know, you go down and lose to Renekton plus Sejuani, but it's playable and adds value later on. So that's another pick that I'll look at. And the Kaisa ban, I feel like that's warranted towards Tomo. It's a very strong champion of his. It's something you can play into Zeri. So I like the fact that's taken away.
I really do like the Poppy call out, because we saw an example of what happens when there's a Rakan on one team and a Poppy on another. Steadfast Presence gets a lot of value, and it makes it hard to actually find angles to take in to initiate these team fights. One more ban away, still focusing the top lane pool. Cassante and Udyr going to be removed off the map. Getting counter pick over to AoE. They're looking towards a bread and butter champion for Barrick right here. He has played a lot of the Aatrox in his past and looking to play in another one in this series.
I mean, he's going to be targeted by DSG here. And the other reason I bring up Poppy, by the way, is that Poom has already played at this split. So, again, I'm really expecting to see a Senna lane of some sorts or a Poppy coming out from DSG.
Let's see, what else can they really go with right here?
The options are narrowed, man. Marksman pools get really tight, as it will be, a Smolder comp. So a lot of this is about the front line you have now. And I will say this is something that is doable with Poppy. I don't know if that's going to be the pick, but is an option as, it's going to be Maokai. See, I would have liked set a Maokai. Maokai support, this is something that's very abusable early on, but once you get going as Maokai, you're still a Maokai. Like, that R is very oppressive, so it will give a lot of range of engage coming out for DSG.
That's the thing I was going to point out, is the long range engage DSG have been able to grab. Maokai, Sejuani, both of them have ranged engages. AoE looking for their reply. It's going to be Vi.
Nice.
They're looking to throw down. NXI has grabbed it.
I mean, that's guaranteed engage and combo from the Vi, Ori, Rakan. My concern is just, is that going to be enough firepower to actually get to the Smolder? Because when I think of Smolder, I think of, hey, you have to have a big front line. if you want to have Smolder work, because when it comes to late game fights of Smolder, just the more Qs you get down, the more damage you do. So it really is about elongating the fight. And a lot of that is not about Smolder sometimes, just about the pieces you have around it. This front line of Renekton Sejuani is massive. The one concern I had, we're a little bit low magic damage. I don't think it matters that much this game, but AoE should be able to spec mostly armor and get a little bit more efficiency out of their gold, which is nice.
I do think it allows AoE and Angle to focus more onto this bot side and just concede the top. Because Renekton Sejuani, it is a very deadly duo that you can just absolutely wipe Barrack off the map with.
Yeah.
But Smolder is weak early on. It's very easy to punish that. You have a Vi. Before we get into those team fights in the mid game, just punish that bot lane, shut it down, don't let the Smolder come online.
Yeah, that, and also finding one-shots in the mid game before you get too much health. Like the Vi, Ori, Rakan combos will be very, very strong. No matter who they are able to find, as long as it's squishy.
So final game of our money matches for today. We still got more money matches going on tomorrow and another series right after this one. Let us know in chat who you're rooting for. Who's gonna take $1,250 dues? Will it be DSG? Type in DSG in chat. AoE in chat. Kind of sounded redundant to say, but let us know who got this.
Wixie going for conditioning overgrowth. AD. He won't be pressured early on in lane. This is interesting, though, because you get a lot tankier later on. I mean, those are very valuable spells, and if Wixie were to go for like a Randuin's Omen later on, that's actually kind of a nice angle. I appreciate how we can pull up runes, because it forces me as a caster to do more homework, and I like that. It keeps me honest, you know?
I think our color casters do work.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what? They just stand here and talk and criticize and make you feel bad about your play and everything. Especially Cuddy's a bully about that, you know?
Yeah, when I was playing, you know, it's always valuable to look up the metagame of runes, and so to see this from Wixie is quite nice. I appreciate it. So a little bit of a different angle. We'll see if it helps him live any fights later on. At the moment, though, we do see our jungle starts are scouted by each of our teams. Vi spotted on a ward, and Sejuani should be spotted on a ward once she hits the Raptors. So mirrored clears here for each of our junglers.
And if you want to take some interesting routes to go for early ganks, both of these junglers are capable of doing that. You get your crowd control very early on. Sejuani and Vi. The Vault Breaker can be an option to just try and take down Tomo once you start clearing, make it down towards the spot end. Same thing for Yukino. If Barrack's not too careful, you start stacking up that permafrost. Tenacity on Renekton does it in no time.
Cupid, if Cupid gets a Q here, could be in danger. It's a good trade from Young. Of course, does have that fleet of footwork, so that plus, I believe, Absorb Life, which is secured. Really going to help Young with this early lane phase. I think Absorb Life is a little bit too strong of a point that a lot of our players are starting to figure out. Whenever a creep dies, if you kill it, you get health back, and that scales rather nicely, as I think around level 6, it's like 30 plus health a creep, or 30 plus health a wave, I should say, which is rather ridiculous.
NXI now tapping over towards his bottom end. Yukino is going to take
a tradition
skip on his camps to go straight for the dive. And it's that easy. I mean, the permafrost stacks up in an instant. You can see right there, the stun is found in first blood for Tenacity.
Good start. I feel like this is the pick. Like, I said that DSG last game, they didn't really prep for the Cubic Seraphine. I think the draft they took was quite poor into it. This time they definitely prepped that, hey, I think Barrack's going to Aatrox into my Renekton, as that is a comfort pick for Barrack that he's already played and actually found a win on with AoE. That said, with the Sejuani, you can really warp that matchup. And we already see Tenacity and Yukino doing just that.
Now, what is the answer on the opposite side of the map? Because I was mentioning that earlier. Yukino should be focusing a little bit more top-sided. What is NXI going to do?
Just full clear and take a crab, and then hopefully the next route you get something. But right now, like already, I mean, I think DSG are going to get early grubs. It's a pickaxe versus boots for Barrack. And Tenacity can actually hold this wave, and he still has TP. So this is, I mean, this is the bread and butter Renekton setup. Renekton gets played a lot, so we do get a lot of Renekton data. And it's good to see Tenacity on a pick that we know he can play well, get off to a really hot start.
Look at this pressure coming down in the bottom lane. It's just Wixie and Breezy constantly jumping on Tomo. It's to stop the stacking early on, and it's to slow down the Smolder, because Smolder's always been very big in the late game. It's that execute. The moment you get the stacks you need, that execute comes online, you get more splash damage from your Q. There's a lot you have to deal with, so take advantage of these early levels.
And they were able to force the Smolder back. Quite nice. Breezy going to try and take a plate for himself. Meanwhile, topside, NXI here to hover in case Sejuani comes up again. Tenacity does have this wave in a good spot. as he will not connect that E to get an elongated trade. But the big part about Tenacity in this matchup right now is that he has access to TP. So at any point, he can TP back, have a full health bar, and a big item advantage against Barrick, who I think has to find a reset here quickly. This is a cannon wave, so I think it's going to take it now. But overall, advantage Tenacity, of course, after that first dive. And if he gets this wave in, actually, it will be very big. As be a little bit scary from the push, but it is a small wave, so Barrick will lose most of it.
It's going to be absolute control for Tenacity.
Yeah, he didn't get steel caps either.
Side.
That's hard.
So he can't even absorb a lot of this damage. I mean,
yeah.
Even Renekton's W is technically an on-hit, like, triple auto that stacks real fast. So it's pretty hard to get through. And now the focus into the mid lane. Poom shows up. Is able to follow with the twisted advance onto Cupid, who burns his flash. Young will grab the kill in the mid lane.
Good setup by DSG. As Yukino been very active in this early game, Desterux, and helping each of his solo laners get ahead off the play from Poom. And no answer here for Breezy, I should say. As the Rakan is going to try and hold the mid wave, the best visibilities, but it's a very, very good start for DSG.
Yeah. Gonna have a lead, almost
top
2K.
is cooked. Yeah. It's going to be free grubs here for DSG. As the answer for AoE is just to take the dragon. It will be okay. But it's still really rough, as Tomo, he's going to get a little bit cheeky here.
What are you doing here, Tomo?
NXI, how secure is our smite going to be?
Better not lose it to Leona Solar Flare or something. I don't even know if Tomo's level 6. No.
No risk.
Why
He
did I say
a ward.
Tomo? Tomo's not the Leona. Tomo's the Smolder.
Yeah, he did have a ward. So if we get lazy on our smite, there is a chance to take that away. But speaking of take away, I think Tenacity might set up a dive in this upcoming wave. You can see Breezy's waiting for it just in case. Not going to be the call. If Yukino were to show his face there, would have been spotted in a couple different ways. But Barrick really trying to keep this, pick up this wave for himself. As again, this matchup very Renekton favored after the first kill. And
that's an understatement.
Yeah, something that you can continue to drive home this lead for a while as the Croc.
Do you want to take a moment to pop up the gold, because going in the right places for DSG, you can see Tenacity is just owning this top side right now. Where's Barrick? Third from the bottom. That's the difference in gold that these two have. It's 1K lead for Tenacity alone.
Tenacity just spotted that ward. You can see that they were able to ping it. So he was walking in at the time of the red buff spawn. Yukino is here, so they don't find the die, but they still find something for Yukino. So this top weight advantage continues to go in DSG's favor. I love how they're playing this. This is the strong point of the map, and they should be abusing it.
Yeah, this is terrifying for NXI. This entire top quadrant is probably forfeit for quite some time now. NXI is still going to go forward with the Vault Breaker to try and get some damage back. Tenacity leading his jungler right out of here. But here's the ultimate. They're engaging forward, and Tenacity wants to take this fight. He will tear apart NXI. Here comes Barrick, though. He wants to grab Yukino. Breezy's able to sidestep. This feels like it's all for nothing, man, because Yukino goes down, but that's a support that's getting a kill, and Barrick is critically low. Now here comes Cupid. Wants to be the great equalizer, but nope, we'll just bail out. DSG get the better.
And the kill went over to Breezy. I'm just so surprised for jumping on a Sejuani there. I know his numbers for AoE.
Very surprised by that, yeah.
Like, how big is Renekton? And Tenacity has Flash. Like, he can do this.
And that's the terrifying part. You're giving more and more economy to Tenacity, to this Renekton. Young has showed up. Will Valkyrie straight forward, and Barrick wants to cash in as well. Hey, he wants his paycheck. Tenacity's getting his. Right now, it's all money for DSG.
Poom gonna have to buy some space here. Oh, he's getting a little bit goofy with it.
Oh, man.
Wait, Tomo's actually trying to buy space.
Yeah, Tomo's here. They can turn this around.
Nice sidestep. Oh,
no,
that was almost really well played.
Bomb goes out. It doesn't land onto anything. Wixie has to burn his flash.
Tomo
almost took him down, but now NXI is realizing he's far too deep behind enemy lines. Yukino goes forward, catches them with the Arctic Assault, twisted advance. Tomo kills NXI.
And the first two plays from NXI get turned on its head as Yukino is really taking control of this game. And AoE, like, how do you play out from here? You're down 3K gold to a Smolder. This Renekton, look at how big this Renekton is. I don't even know what he's building at this point, because he's just rushing longswords. He's like, screw it, just give me damage. I win so hard now. If I just stack damage, you have nothing to do.
I'm so incredibly disappointed by AoE and some of their decision making, because as you said earlier, it's an engage onto a Sejuani when Tenacity is already bounds ahead.
Yeah.
is bad decision after bad decision, and it's really biting them in the backside. They were getting so close to a position where they could take their first series on the season, and now it feels like they're just throwing it away, Cubby.
Yeah, I mean, I think this draft is doable for them, but if you're playing in a Renekton like this, again, it's all about the front line for this Smolder. And Tenacity is just miles ahead now. So this Renekton is going to be such a menace in the front line. You have Sejuani passive to boot.
Yeah.
And now Smolder, like, Tomo has a kill on his shoulders, too. How do you play this one out? You're not going to get second Grubs. You might be able to get second Dragon now, but even that's difficult. As Breezy looks on the Tomo. Nice sidestep. NXI is here. They kind of have to go on this angle. They kind of have to fight this.
They have to. This is the only part where they have any power, any real agency to try and sway this game. But they can't even find Tomo. He does back out far enough. And now here comes the dive in the top side. I'm sorry, Barrick. You don't get to play League of Legends.
Oh, boy. It was the Aatrox in a Renekton Sej. He saw it. It's unfortunately too strong. That said, Young will get jumped on. We'll get comboed.
Yeah, he should go down. Yukino's here to try and get something on the back end. Down goes Young. Yukino, empty-handed, will just take the fruits instead.
It's still second Grubs going over to DSG, so they're the ones that get the objective. Dragon could be secured for AoE, but even that's going to be difficult. As Breezy was trying to E over the wall. It looks like he got kind of stuck in the middle of it. That was goofy. Yeah, second Grub secured. And DSG, like, how do you break this? You got to play for bot now. This is your one timer to like really try and impact bot, but it's not doable. I think you're just going to take drag.
That's the best you could really say right there. Focus on the bot. That should have been the game plan from the start. Take down this Smolder. Get it off the map, man. You had so much priority down there. You got Breezy on an engaged champion. Now Tomo's the one with the kill lead. He's keeping up in CS. So DSG, they look fantastic in game 3.
Yeah, not the same draft diff that they were facing in game 2, where it's not like you're going to have a Seraphine Omega so that your team just does no damage. No, you got a Smolder to boot on the back of all this. And man, even that Dragon I was teasing that AoE could get, not doable. Dude. And Tenacity with 6 Grubs is going to take this turret. He has the NXI here, but I think Tenacity is one level away from being able to 1v2. I mean, he's getting a little bit close to 11 here. He gets 11. Barrick's dead.
Run, Barrick. Got a 1 level deficit. I'm actually curious about the EXP real quick. I'm going to take a peek at it. It's still a while before he hits 11. So Tenacity not going to go for that all-out engage with the level 11 right away and the level 2 Dominus. Still, though, that's coming. It's coming rather soon.
He is going to find NXI here. I don't think there is a play. He doesn't spot Cupic, but he will get NXI off. Oh, that's an aggressive blast cone. At least get the buff to reset. And man, that's great defense being played by Tenacity, who is going to secure his jungle with this buff. And again, Tenacity, I mean, he's a player that I always had high expectations for. Really good to see him able to hit those, as the Maokai ult will not connect. But it's been a good series for Tenacity. I know that it's tough for Barrick coming in as a sub and a player that's fresh to NACL. I think Tenacity is still one of the stronger players that we have. But to see him say, hey, game 3, we kind of need to win this series for Disguise Season. Give me Renekton Sejuani. We're going to play the game through me. I feel like that's a really good call. Yep. And I know we're showing the gold from our observers. We can show it, too, from our caster cockpit. And Tenacity is 2k gold up on Young, who is his teammate. On the game.
Go look at his lane opponent. Let's do some math right there.
It's tough. That's about double.
3k.
It's about double. That's not good. It's not great.
It's miserable for Barrick.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say right there.
He's got Eclipse, and it looks like he's going to push towards a Sterax or Sun or Skynex. I mean, he could go full damage as we see Breezy.
Yeah, Breezy has to use the ultimate, and XI doesn't bring
good
enough
find,
damage.
good find.
He's still waiting for the shockwave to come through. Young is getting critically low. That's 1 kill going to be found. Breezy grabs it. That's 2 kills that Breezy has picked up. That's the damn shame right there. Even when AoE gets something, the kills are going on the support.
That was a good find. I think that was an oopsie from DSG. What I want to see DSG do here is actually swap the lanes. Like, they have Herald spawning. I wanted to see Tomo and Poom go top, try and secure Herald, and just give Tenacity another turret to farm. Because he is way too goddamn strong right now. If you put him on his own, away from the objective, he is going to draw pressure. As you can see, all the plates went over to him in this game, as he was able to take first brick, and it will be Herald, secured by the duo of DSG, but not able to push the turret at the same time, which I think if they, again, have bot lane top, have Tenacity bot, that's doable for them.
It's one thing to get all the plates. It's another thing to do it in 11 minutes. That's how fast Tenacity was when it came to taking care of business over on that top side. Now, 6 grubs plus the Rift Herald. Guess what? We're going to be destroying some turrets. Yukino looking for a place to place it.
Yeah, Tenacity was playing his own money match this game, man. How much money can I get off this turret? Topside. Meanwhile, Tomo. Shout out to our team again. We have a stack counter, as you can see, for Tomo. He's at 109. You can see by his mana bar. And that's pretty frothy so far. You like my word select there, Desrex?
Frothy.
Yeah.
That feels very cubby.
Oh.
Kind of Starbucks.
I don't know if that's good or bad. Latte.
Latte? You know, just a little, I don't know coffee terms. I was trying to bounce back with something.
Fine. That's
I
fine.
just drink black coffee.
I respect that. It's better for your health than, you know, the fancy lattes, which I've given up, but I still like my French press. We hit it in between games here. I had to redose for our 3rd best of 3 of the day, as it is a super week here in NACL.
Yeah, super week with a lot of money matches. Again, this is our 2nd money match of the week. We're going to have more tomorrow. We still got a series right after this one, so do not go anywhere. And now, ESG trying to make sure AoE, the only place they're going is to the respawn. Maybe just 2 relegations on top of it. This would be a 0-5, a mid-season for AoE. Everything's falling apart. Poom and Tomo trying to get a lot of pressure down here. They've called Yukino.
A lot of time still for AoE to turn things around, but if you start 0-5 and lose to, you know, Blue Water, Winthrop, teams we expected to be kind of close to this. You guys are talking about it as Tomo.
All right, here we go. Tomo looking to flash out. Needs to get away from Wixie again.
Okay.
Smolder's not that strong early on.
Good
so
TP too.
Able to grab him. Teleport comes out. It's going to stop further engages coming out from Disguised. Or is it? Yukino goes into the face of NXI. NXI going to use the Vault Breaker to get out. Permafrost finds it's done. And here comes Tenacity. The big Gator's angry and he wants to sink his jaws into AoE. So AoE run away.
Good retreat, though, from AoE. And I got to say, this build from Tenacity, I don't know if he's going to be able to push his lead as much as other builds. Eclipse Sundered Sky, a little bit more built for skirmishes rather than team fights. There's not a Sterax, there's not a Black Cleaver. So I think the grouping up of AoE quite good. Now Cupic on the side.
No, Cupic.
Oh, no, Cupic.
Twisted Advance lands on him. You got a Tenacity on top of you. The Gator is going to get fed. Cupic flashes out. No slice and dice for Tenacity. He actually makes enough room, creates enough space. Cupic survives.
Okay. Still, Cupic has no TP, flashes down, and that might be Dragon. That could have been maybe contested by AoE. Now gone to the wayside as DSG found that skirmish and got their members back on the map. So objective does go to Disguised.
Disguised happily taking this Dragon as well as a 3.2k lead. Breezy steps up. Run away, Breezy. Poom will grab you. Got that Twisted Advance. Don't want that Maokai on top of you, putting in his Roots. Dragon going over to DSG, second Drake of that they've been able to acquire.
All right, so DSG, a couple, I don't want to say mistakes. I'll give AoE some credit on that play that's set up in the Tomo. But I do think that DSG wasn't able to snowball that one quite as hard as possible in the post-fight. So good play by AoE to get out. They do have some slippery champs. It will make it a little bit difficult for something like Tenacity to stick to. That is always something that they can lean on. Still, once Tomo gets this evolve in, I mean, good luck, AoE. The only way you're winning this game is if you find the Vi, Rakan, Ori combos, and we haven't really seen that in the mid game, which I think is really valuable before health bars get a little bit too high. You can find executes early on as Vi, Ori. Later on, we'll do good damage, but it's just harder. And you kind of lose out on some of the power these picks provide. So
it's a good method of the ball delivery system. Splash damage,
it's consistent.
Damage, burst damage needs to come out quickly to find Tomo. And that's the thing. I want to see more of those picks onto Tomo. As DSG starts to focus on the Wixie, he is able to dash back in time. And here we go. Focus onto him. NXI finds the ultimate, but Tomo's able to create some space. Now teleport coming through. Stun onto NXI. Breezy has arrived to peel off for the rest of the team. But here comes the ultimate from Poom. Breezy has to bail out. AoE are able to survive the onslaught.
I really like how early Tomo's throwing these ults out. And in the early fights, we actually saw him throwing it backwards, so the start of the ultimate would hit people immediately. Like, every single time we see a Vi ult, Mom is immediately coming to the rescue. I know it's small, but I think it actually is really helping. We do see Tenacity go to pressure Wixie. Wixie does have Flash and Cleanse, but I think this turret's down.
Ooh, nice sidestep getting away from NXI. Ballbreaker not going to catch him. Now, Tomo is going to have Flash down for just a little bit longer. I want to see that capitalized on by NXI. I need to see this baby dragon die, man. You can't just let this game escape your fingers.
Shojin completed for Tomo, so once he hits that max stacks, will be scary as NXI can find some nice fisticuffs against this Sejuani. A little bit far away from the dragon spawning. We do have Baron on the map now. Expect a rather lame map, though, until the dragon spawns. I don't think that Baron can be taken, and I don't think that DSG want to really roll the dice with the Baron when they have a comp that scales as nicely as theirs does with this Smolder.
And look, they can just keep walking from brush to brush. NXI, you're not escaping. It's a kill for Young. A misstep coming out from AoE, and now we're setting up for the dive on Cupik.
Cupik's in trouble. He does scout Sejuani, so we have decision time. Tenacity just got that wave all the way in top. Does have TP available as...
Stun, no flash available. He's dead to rights. Young grabs the kill. And another twisted advance. It's Breezy who's going to follow him. Just like that, 3 down. Disguise take over the game.
This guy's making it look easy, man.
They really are.
Yeah, those plays there was minimal contest coming out of AoE. As Disguise, Tenacity's staying top. He's not getting too much work done, but he's continuing to try and pressure Barrick. No TP was needed. Disguise can easily reset. NXI going in at that moment, I just think wasn't warranted. And the one thing I do like, we do have armor items being rushed here. As I think that Randuin's looking like that's the choice for NXI. That's a very good call. Again, this is a vast majority AD comp coming out of DSG. It's very minimal magic damage, so AoE have a chance to get some more mileage out of their gold, but God, they're so far behind at this point. It's a 6k gold deficit. And Tomo hasn't even evolved yet. He hasn't even hit the max damage Q, which if he farms out this Raptor camp cleanly, he pretty much gets it off this. Next wave.
For 3 more stacks, and we add it. Tomo, that's when the executes come online, and Smolder starts to become very scary after that.
AoE, again, I really want to credit them. They had a great Game 2 draft. I think this draft is playable, but the game plan from Disguise, Statsy saying, play the early game through me, and we'll have a Smolder to boot on the other side. It's DSG's made it look quite easy. And now Tomo, our LCS level, landing AD. Oh, hold on.
Able to cleanse away, gets over the wall. Wixie keeps his flash available, so can try and keep up into this one, but he's cut off from his escape route.
As 2 go down, Tomo will breathe down onto them with the assist from Ma. It's 3 kills picked up and looking for more. Are we gonna get the penta? Tomo! Penta kill!
I know it's a pentakill for Tomo. Huge team fight from him, but God, that's the easiest team fight I've ever seen for a Smolder because of the house that Tenacity was wrecking in the front line. The lead was on Renekton, and I look at Renekton in this fight. When he comes in, it's a huge opener. I know it's a pentakill for Tomo, but Tenacity just made this fight so easy for Disguise and Tomo to play. It's a really good Maokai ult from Poom. Tenacity gets in. Immediately, NXI, Breezy, both dead. Tenacity keeping them both busy. Then on the back half, Barrick, he goes down to the double Markton, trying to buy space, buy time for Wixie. Tomo picks it up, and then Tenacity on the flip side, he just takes everyone down again. The flash execute to really make sure that Tomo gets it. He doesn't even queue. He wants to get the pentakill over to Tomo. You about to talk about Tomo, LCS level 8 laner. LCS we know this guy can lane. He's a really good laner. But the team fights too. His Smolder was damn good in LCS when this champion came out. And it's great to see him playing Smolder at a high level here as well. Really nice team fight from him, made easy by his teammates. And Disguise cruising to a 2-1 victory.
Oh, hell yeah, Cubby. That's what I like to see from some of these players who, you know, getting sent back. We've seen players who have revitalized their career coming back down to NACL. We talked about Dokla. That was one of the biggest ones we mentioned, our first MVP, most valuable prospect. Tomo, you know, coming down from LCS, he still has something to prove, man, and he's done it time and time again, doing these heroic plays that just body in a 1v5. This time his team's helping him out, saying, here, Tomo, for all your hard work, have a pentakill.
Yeah, his team made it damn easy for him that time around. Really good to see. I think Tomo has been having a very strong split. Good to see that continue. Is NXI going to take it on the Yukino?
Maybe the last hurrah right here. Mon comes down. Yukino has fallen. Breezy can't chase anymore. Very hard to find it. As Poom steps up, can't absorb too much damage from Wixie. AoE get a pick.
Tenacity was at an angle, but some tools missing there for DSG. Good find from NXI, as it's not onto the Dragon, but you'll take the freebie onto the Smite. So no Baron here for DSG. Going to buy a little bit of time. Again, I think the scaling is much more in favor of DSG this game, so I'm not too concerned for them, but good find from AoE.
Yeah, you don't say.
Yeah.
Scaling in their favor. Just a little bit, just a tiny bit, you know?
I mean, the Dragon's pretty small, to be fair.
7-1-2 for Tomo, who's just been absolutely taking this game by storm. And the rest of DSG, who have done a fantastic job of creating space for this baby dragon, as well as Tenacity, who has taken charge of his lane. There's not many players who can really stand up to. There's not a player on the Rift who can stand up to him in a 1v1 at the given moment, so he will just hold dominance in these side lanes.
That continues, and he does have that Sterak's to boot now, so he will be that big team fight menace with that Sterak shield alone. So I'd like to see that from Tenacity. Was so far ahead, he was able to build 2 offensive items early on the Renekton to keep on driving home that lead. And now rounding out the tank items, he's still an item plus up on Barrick, who the focus was on the top side and DSG to shut down. Again, they have that Smolder scaling on the bot side. You got to find a way to get that Smolder the later stages of the game. Tenacity was the distraction for that baby dragon to come online, and now a Seeker's even for Tomo to boot. It'd be really tough to take him down.
It's going to be hard. 2 tanks that are willing to pill for Tomo. Tenacity, who's willing to kill for Tomo. And now Breezy needs to get out of here. This jungle doesn't belong to you anymore. Yukino lays his claim. Now the focus coming on to Young. Young's by himself. He's in the middle of 3. Over the wall. Nice stun is going to be found. Young's backing up, and Tomo has arrived. Wixie on the sidelines. Tomo begins to chase him. Going to be able to keep his life as Young.
Really nice ult there from Yukino. Caught Breezy mid-grand entrance and gets Young out of there, as Young should not have stepped up to that brush. Needed to retreat and link with his team. Good punish to at least take a summoner spell away from Young, but with a couple tools down, DSG TV back and start the Baron.
NXI, what do you got? You going to go for the steal, or is this a turn and kill from DSG? 6k health remains. NXI still so uncontested on the opposite side of that Baron wall. You see Tomo, Tenacity, both of them going to start to guard this Baron. Engage onto Breezy. Nothing going to be found. Getting chipped away. Poom goes in, has Yukino in his back pocket, as well as Young. Flashes over the wall. AoE are looking to get away. They want to go back home. They don't want any more of the smoke, man. As DSG continue their forward momentum, looking for control over the Baron.
Oh, no.
They'll get control of Barrick, man, as he's forced to run away from Tomo. Will not fall. Has enough life still from the World Ender. Now Tenacity goes in. The stun is found onto Breezy. Walks right into the snot of Tomo, who will grab another kill.
I really like what Tomo's doing. He's throwing Qs at Vi while Vi Qs back, so got some bonus value. Actually helped set up that kill in the first place. It's DSG. They make sure that no flip is available for AoE. Props to them. I think it's the only way that AoE can get back in this game is they start stealing neutral objectives, because they should not be able to sniff a single one. That will be the case with this Baron, as DSG does secure it cleanly.
Can't look, can't sniff. You can't even put it in your mind's eye. You're not allowed to think about it. This Baron belongs to DSG with a 10k lead to boot. And the objectives don't stop there, Cubby. There's a Dragon Soul they could take if they really want to, and that's why AoE are moving on the map to look to deny it. So DSG are like, go take that, man. We'll go for the top side.
It's a good call from DSG. They know that they're on Dragon right now. Keep the tempo up. Keep taking stuff while it's not contested. And they might be able to get through an inhibitor turret with this.
I don't think it's a might. It's definitely. 2 members there, Young and Tomo. They're both the marksmen of this crew, so inhibitor tower will go down. Cubic does arrive to defend the inhibitor itself, but you have the front line there for DSG, who are looking to body, who are looking to block for their carries.
Curious if DSG decides to reset now, as Tenacity does have ult.
Full engage onto Tenacity. Tenacity pops the Dominus, a good chunk of health right back. He wants to take this fight, man, and so does Tomo. Another one falls. And it's another kill for DSG, who are looking to cash in. It's not enough to get that Patreon money, man. They want to continue and win these money matches and show the league just what they're about. DSG take this 2-1.
Man, the crocodile and the dragon were pretty good this game, supported by the tree, the boar, and, you know, a little guy in a flight as DSG. Wow, big gold lead at the end. Really, really good Renekton game coming out of Tenacity. I love some good Renekton play. It's pretty, you know, tried and true strat. Hey, I'm going to play Renekton Sejuani. We're going to die the enemy top laner at wave 3. Guess what? They did just that.
Exactly what they did.
Gold lead got massive. Tenacity was so hard to deal with the back half of that game. Even found the Spear of Shojin at the end, which is a big item I like on Renekton. And look at that damage. The croc.
Look at that damage.
Woo, that's a big croc right there.
Yeah, big croc energy. And same thing with the dragon right there. Tomo, we're not really going to talk too much about like Tomo setting up plays. DSG were setting up plays for Tomo. They fed this baby dragon, and boy, did Tomo eat. Look at that damage coming through. Pentakill to boot for Tomo. DSG, they're taking this win. They're feeling great about it.
Yeah, and much needed for DSG as they move to 2-2 in the standings. And I think put together 2 really good wins. And AOE, I mean, they continue to find some draft wins and turn those into victories. But I just haven't been able to find a series. You know, they're 0-5 and they have 4 game wins. That feels pretty bad. And in terms of standings, like, this is a team, I mean, looking at their schedule right now, it's tough. Like, they've played... They still have to go through FlyQuest Challengers and Dragonsteel, who are the 2 top teams that we have in our league, and also Supernova. That's really tough to avoid relegation. Their other match is CCG, which both teams are sitting at the bottom of the standings. That could be a big one, but who knows? At that point, it could not matter. Like, you could already be relegated and just fighting for seeding going into the tournament.
Man, it's looking rough for AOE, to put it very, very lightly. Definitely got to start trying to turn around that season. But for DSG, you've evened out your win-loss record. It's got to feel great right now because you won it on a money match to boot. So off that note, we're going to take a moment to take a short break. On the opposite end, we'll have Tomo with an interview. Welcome back to the NACL. I am joined by Tomo from the Victorious Disguised. How does it feel, man? That was one of our money matches. That means you're getting paid for this dub.
Yeah, I mean, it feels good to always, be making money. And obviously we needed this win for our seeding because we didn't start off too well. So every match kind of matters to us. So yeah, hopefully we got a win.
So talk to me about that. What does it mean? How does it look like with your team when it comes to bouncing back from some of the losses and some of the rough starts? How do you guys get yourself back on track?
I think for us it's just a lot of learning and like relearning. I think coming back from LCS, I joined the best team that I thought could win NACL, and you know, on paper I think we're all like really solid players, but I think our team cohesion together and like our like mechanics at times have been lacking and like not up to our standards. So I think just every single day in scrims we're trying to improve on like every aspect, and you know, we had a slow start, but I'm sure we're gonna end strong.
So you had brought up the offseason just a second ago. I do want to hone in on that. How'd you get in touch with Toast and Disguised and joining the squad?
Well, I have an agent, so my agent reached out to all the amateur teams that were looking for an AD, and I wanted to join the best team that I thought was gonna win, and DSG was like my number one priority for that. So yeah.
And it really does show, because in that last game, you got to just chill, man. You got to play Smolder, kick back while everyone like Tenacity just starts running the map. So talk to me about games like that. How does it feel when everyone's just doing so well and they hand you over pentakills and they give you the royal treatment, Domo?
I mean, obviously it feels good, you know, like I'm just chilling bot lane farming, and then like when I see my top laner just like gapping super hard, like 5 plates, like double kills, you know, like obviously it gives there's a big weight off my chest, because I know that if I just like farm to late game, I could easily carry. So they enabled me to carry later on.
All right, so last question, Tomo, before we get into shoutouts. I want to ask you personally, what are your goals on this season and your goals for your overall esports career in general?
I think my goals is just trying to be a better leader in the game, and you know, trying to be like a better teammate, I guess. I think the NACL bot lanes aren't really much of a challenge for me. I think me and Boom are like easily one of the better bot lanes, and it's like not really close. So just for me, I'm trying to work on macro and just like trying to help my teammates connect with each other, because I think our biggest issue right now is just playing as a team. So that's my main focus.
It's good to hear, man. And don't just say like one of the top ones. You guys have been performing, in my opinion, definitely one of the best, no lie whatsoever in there. Tomo, you got any shout outs before we let you go?
Yeah, shout outs to Disguise Patreon. I wouldn't have a paycheck without you guys, so appreciate that.
It's always the Patreon, man. Every time we have a Disguise member here, you always got to shout out the Patreon. Respect to it, man. Congratulations on your win. It was a money match victory. You'll get that payday on top of it. And best of luck in the rest of the regular season.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, off that note, we're going to throw it over to a short break. I'm going to go bye-bye. It's been fun, but we got to get Mazel in here for the final series of the day, so be sure to stay tuned.
You ready, Toasty? A little bot?
You're gonna lose, little bot.
Say something a little louder.
Toasty, you're a bot. You're a bot. You're a bot.
so bad!
Cool. Welcome, everyone, to another episode of NACL's Bot. We have CCG's Esports' Shochi versus Supernova's Toasty. Who is going to be first in line? It's Toasty!
If you miss the first shot, that's a bot-like behavior. I've never seen Toasty and like the biggest bot in the world in the same room.
True.
Yeah, because me and you haven't been in the same room.
Tristana, huh?
Oh my god!
Oh
my god!
Gotta use Ernest Elf Tristana. This is the best one.
Worst. That's the worst Tristana skin.
This is
I'm
the
not
best
gonna lie,
one.
it's kind of the worst.
You're such a bot!
There's no way you are W. Okay, you actually. Okay.
He actually did.
I'm gonna make it hard, okay? It's time to bomba. You E-flash ult. Go!
No! A little bot-like, huh? How should I dismantle you? Let me do some like Pythagorean theorem. Wait. Okay, right here.
Oh!
Oh my gosh! My angles are off.
Let me do a zero, alright? You put the one to the right. Oh my god!
What was that?
I need the right skin for this one, Grave Lord, because I'm putting you in your grave. You're going down. Was that corny or was that good?
That was actually good.
Okay, here I go.
You're so bad!
I'm not getting swept. I'm not getting 3-0'd. I'm not getting 3-0'd.
I'm going back to the Gragas. I have to try.
I literally dare you. I literally dare you right now.
I locked it in. What are you daring me for?
For fun?
Are you ready?
E flash ult.
Pass in.
Careful, bro. Don't get 3-0'd.
Back to you.
You had
Pass
to
it
get
back
one
to
eventually.
You are
I'm
not
just-
doing the
No,
Malphite
it's actually so inconsistent, but I'm just gonna run it. Flash like over here, okay?
Okay, fine.
No!
Embarrassing! Let's do some Xin Zhao action. E to this dummy, you're gonna R flash the vault into the net. I'll just demonstrate it for you.
Okay.
Make sure you R flash, not flash R.
Okay. ER flash?
Yep. Oh my gosh, you actually
Let's
you
go!
actually first time that? Okay. How should I give you a B?
Bro, you're not
Let
even
me-
gonna get this one, like.
You made me mad. I wasn't gonna do it to you, but I'm buying the rocket belt. W to this ward, interrupt the W with the Q, proto belt over here, and R flash.
If you get this one, you actually deserve it. Yes! You're so bad! You're just gonna Q, W, R flash, okay?
Oh, that's
Oh
it.
my
was
god,
pretty-
careful,
that wasn't
bro.
bad.
Oh!
I'm not getting swept. I'm not getting swept. I'm not getting 3-0'd. I'm not getting 3-0'd.
Yes! How do you get swept? You're such a bot!
That is a T, my friend, and that is bot.
This was pretty embarrassing for me. My stock's not looking so hot after this. I'm doing it again.
Do it again. You're so
Bro, it's the same exact spot. It's actually glitch. It's actually glitch. It's actually
Your flash
glitch.
is bad. The angle is bad on your kick.
That
Yeah,
was
that
good.
was good,
The angle is bad on your kick.
Toasty, as our champion here of this episode of Pod, do you have any words?
I'd just like to shout out my enemy opponent for being a bot.
Thank you for the shout out. I'll see you in playoffs, Toasty.
You're not even gonna make playoffs. Like, calm down. Like,
We'll see. We'll see.
All right, that's going to be our episode of Bot. Thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you next time. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer 2024. Yes, I'm not Desrex. I've grown some hair, and I've kept the purple shirt at least. I try to keep on trend. Covey, I'm excited to join you though for our last series of the day. It also is not a money match, even though we've had all the craziness of the first two so far, but it's going to be a fun one nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, I had a 6-game day the last time I was on NACL, and I have a potential for a 9-game day. So we're going to try and Iron Man this. And a competitive one to wrap things up in Dragonsteel versus Supernova.
Welcome to my world, Covey. Welcome to my world. LPL is a heckin' time. Anyways, let's take a look at the standings now for what we've seen so far. And the reason why this matchup could be a banger, because Dragonsteel, yes, they are in first, but they would take holistic lead over the entire groups. And Supernova have a chance to move up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Dragonsteel have been the team to beat as they toppled FlyC in a huge upset in the first week. I say that not to discount Dragonsteel, but their situation to credit it. They were playing on a patch 3 patches behind in the CLOL finals and had a sub in Rockboom playing instead of Scary Jerry, and it was Zamudo's debut with the roster. Ever since that 2-0, they've really taken off in this league. And for Supernova to topple them today would A, shake up the standings, but B, really prove that Supernova is a team to contend with as well.
I mean, hey, if we called Niles Captain America, it's just fitting that the shield gets passed down to somebody who's just as potent with it. And at this point, Zamudo has taken that shield up super nicely. It's been a wonderful addition to Dragonsteel. But I also, I think that the schedule ahead shows that this matchup, not only between players that know each other pretty well, but two teams that are trying to take it to the next level here, could be a lot of fun. And like you said earlier, we've had 6 games so far. Let's hope for 3 more.
Yeah, it's been good. And honestly, I mean, if you guys are fans of, amateur tier 2 for a long time, the Dragonsteel / MU versus Supernova rivalry goes way back. I remember casting in 2020 as these were the name?
What's the tagline?
It was the Heart of Amateur versus the Kings of Collegiate, something like that.
And you have it framed in your house?
Yeah, I do have that poster framed in my house. Shout out to T-Coms for giving that one to Rafa. That ended up going in our place. But there's history here. A lot of players in the past have competed for both Supernova and MU. Dragonsteel, thinking of APA, as he was on Supernova back in that 2020 bout, then was on Maryville. These were teams that were facing each other to actually make it in the Challengers League at one point. Of course, Supernova came back, and under new ownership, Supernova's been fielding very competitive rosters and have a chance to go at the top dogs today.
And not only that, but we have a little bit of introspective kind of old friendships as well. A lot of the FlyQuest representation from years past in this one we'll get into a little bit more later on. But I think holistically, you have to look at this one as a little bit one-sided affair on paper. Dragonsteel have looked so dominant. I have a lot of faith in Supernova. They've had a lot of very close series, and it's been a little bit heartbreaking for them. But now they have a chance to punch up a little bit against Dragonsteel. And as we get into game number 1 of our final best of 3 here, Dragonsteel will be on the blue side to kick us off. Already banning that Ivern that Kenvi has been picking up here recently. The Tristana is banned away by Supernova on the red side.
Yeah, Kenvi's Ivern has been a new pick that's been big for him and big for Supernova too, as they've really used it to attack mid and free up Toasty.
We do get the Rumble ban as a little bit of respect over there to Supernova, but it's also the Ashe ban, so the ADCs being targeted pretty heavily. I love what the Ashe can bring to the table in terms of just giving you a ton of setup, and especially in the mid to late game. It is the Jax final ban here as well, and it's going to be targeting a little bit of that side lane pressure against Faisal.
Yeah, maybe looking at an early Renekton pick, potentially. Trying to maybe set up for that. 2 counters that are away. But Zyra taken away. I haven't seen Zyra really hit the ban list yet, so happy to see Supernova deny that one from UG and Dragonsteel, but we know that UG's AP jungle pool does go deep. That being said, Tristana off the table. Porky will be first picked, and now we just go down the tier list of what's strong. Leona going to be secured for Diamond, and that flexible Ezreal now going to be locked in.
It literally is just like clockwork at this point. It's going to be the card that's locked in here. So we're getting a little bit of that farming style right now from UG and the TF.
Okay,
for the side lane pressure. Zamudo has been lethal on that pick.
Yeah, he's been very, very good at TF. And now with Karthasalt over the top, you have double marksman in the top side. Karthus ult to boot. We have Faisal now kind of going down the totem pole, what's available, and he's going to land on Camille. So hard engage into the Karthus and the TF. Wondering now what kind of answer we see out of Toasty. Toasty does love to play these like supportive mid lane picks that can make plays, make picks. His Talia, his Nico, his Ahri, all really good. And I know the later two champs are not exactly meta at the moment, but when you have Camille, your ability to play side lanes quickly with something like Talia Camille, very high. That said, I expect Dragonsteel to actually focus on taking away some of these magic damage junglers from Kenvi. I expect Brand to be taken off the table for sure. Yeah,
it has to be. If you can actually get the tempo in the Brand Karthus matchup, I've actually seen it so many times go Brand favored. If you can get up under and get a little bit of the tempo going for yourself.
Sedge,
It is the Sejuani ban, so taking away some of that go button potential that Supernova have been racking up for themselves so far in the draft.
That's an okay ban. Like your ability to get on TF with a Camille Sedge is something where they maybe don't want to see bot lane set behind too far.
Yeah.
Whereas support showing for Supernova, at Ezreal, of course, they are going to keep that flexible somewhat. So taking away Alistar and Nautilus does make a lot of sense to protect that Leona. Rel is still going to be available.
I would expect something along those lines get through. Enchanters, I'm sorry, you're taking a break. We've seen it like sporadically at LPL, and every time I'm like, nah, let's go back to engagers. And I've been really appreciating a lot of the growth in engagements and kind of shot calling we've seen from a lot of our supports across the league. And these two supports tonight are incredibly important to the machine that these two teams attempt to run in Zyko and Diamond. Now it is the Talia locked in for Supernova.
Everything's flexible still. That Ezreal could go mid with Talia jungle, or we put Ezreal bot with Talia mid. So I like this angle from Supernova. I feel like they're still playing with their cards a little bit, and I'll be interested to see how Dragonsteel answers. It looks like it's going to be a Senna lane. So Senna plus Thresh is not something I'm used to. We're going down in the totem pole of what's available. I'm expecting an Ornn to be locked in for Zyko. That's the combo they've been running with Senna in the early season, the one's most popular.
I really like it just because you get a lot of long distance engage, and then it sets up all the follow through with your entire composition here. No, it's like, don't get baited. Don't get baited. Zamudo has taken over the Dragonsteel roster, is all I'm saying. He's making everybody hover the Warwick now.
I saw Zamudo on the top side and like Warwick locked, and I was like, oh boy.
TF bot lane.
Yeah, no, that would have been kind of wild, but not going to be the case. Instead, we'll see how Supernova rounds things out. Of course, decisions of where they want to put their pieces still available, and it does look like it is going to be the Ezreal mid with the Talia jungle and a Smolder into the Senna last. I really appreciate Supernova's draft because Smolder is the pick that I actually really like seeing in the Senna Ornn. You get a lot of free scaling in this lane, just able to hit the Ornn, who will be farming, and then kind of match the Senna scaling, bring that late game aspect as well. It's a lane that's pretty free for Smolder, and the fact that Supernova was holding so many cards against their chest throughout the draft enabled them to get this late pick that I feel like rounds out their team rather well.
Yeah, it seems like they had TF on their side somehow. I do think, though, the Smolder conversation is really interesting here because there is a point where you are just ridiculously trying to get the execution and everything like that, but the souls for Senna do start stacking up. This game right now, it's teeing up to be a late game banger. Both teams looking to scale into infinity, but there are a couple components that can strike early and snowball a little bit, especially looking at that topside matchup.
Yeah, and with Smolder locked in bot, expect a lot of focus topside for Supernova early on.
We're getting into game one of our final best of three here. Week number 4 continues in NACL Summer. Make sure you tag who you got in this one in chat. The STL for Dragonsteel and SN for Supernova. A little level 1 shenaniganery going on here. What else is going to come of it just yet, though?
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what kind of path Kenvi takes and how they attack top. We just saw a game where Smolder was played game 3 by Disguised in our last series, and that Renekton topside got so big that Smolder just got a free game. Like Tomo was talking in the interview, my top lane was so big it was the freest pentakill I've had, which I would agree with. So the Camille Talia topside, it's not exactly the beefcakes that you want in front of this Smolder, but they do have the ability to try and make plays onto this TF. So I'm already seeing Kenvi on the bot side. He'll be working his way up top. Makes a lot of sense to me. And want to see if they're able to actually attack Zamudo, who will not have a TP in this top side. So any kill they connect with up there can hurt more.
And a couple little things, obviously the spell book, which is tradition for the Ornn now. But the first strike, we have seen a little bit of the Dark Harvest and things like that for
first strike,
Karthus,
man.
but the first strike does give you that extra economy.
Dark Harvest was nerfed for ARAM, and it's gone on the Rift with the latest changes we had in the patch. They pretty much removed Dark Harvest from the game for whatever reason. I don't know why they made the changes they did. You can see Kenvi even going for the Electrocute, as jungle Talia is something where you were able to take Dark Harvest in the past with the first strike, but nope. Going for the buffed up Electrocute this time around. As it is nice. We can talk about our runes and keystones going into games.
Thank you, production.
Yeah, shout out to production. At the moment, mirrored clears for our junglers. So Karthus working his way down bot, and Talia working her way up top.
And specifically, shouting out the names of those two champions, the people that are piloting them. Yuji and Kenvi going to have a lot of eyes on them in this one. Kenvi, very vocal this split, saying, I want to assert my dominance. I want to show that I still am the best at this level and deserve that LCS spot. Yuji has been showing that he deserves to get that LCS spot, being our most valuable prospect in spring, finally earning it after being so close for so many years. And this is a jungle matchup that I've been waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, in the past, I've cast votes for Yuji and Kenvi in the same season, which that was the one split they each played was 22. Spring, and that's when Kenvi afterwards went to Immortals, got big, as Scary Jerry going to take some harass.
Don't really want to take that. Leota does a ton of damage early, and that's the flash to guarantee it. First blood, that Supernova, the galaxy shining bright.
Level 2, not respected by the Dragonsteel bot side. Scary Jerry and Zyko end up falling. That's going to hurt a bit, as Lens, I mean, he has TP, so he can keep on hanging out in this lane, able to get whatever wave he wants in, and he can always port back. Looks like that wave will slow push back. We'll have to deal with the 1v2 for a little bit, so Diamond will take his base early. Gets the boots and the Ruby Crystal, as unfortunately First Blood did go to him instead of the Smolder. But we'll see if he's able to impact the map, as we did have Kenvi on the full clear. He based early and is going for that bot crab, so no play yet attempted on the top side, but still have my eyes out to see how they're going to be able to pressure this TF, because that is the game plan with Camille. Camille has that long reach with that E if you are able to find something. Spyrex. Okay.
He decided not to face check, which is a great idea, because there is a couple extra members around the corner here just in case. Toasty going to go for the trade. Spyrex might die anyways. The flashes are traded back and forth, 1-for-1 there in Summoner spells.
Good flash from Spyrex as he does survive with 8 HP. Kenvi actually going to wrap around bot. Yuji will find him. In trouble.
Kenvi's in a lot of trouble now. Yuji's going to flash into his pass. Spyrex wants to help get the kill. Yuji's going to be the one that secures it in the end.
Yeah, that's not the best look here for Kenvi. He does save his flash. Yuji will burn his, but kind of caught in Narnia in between turrets trying to clean up a kill. Not going to be able to hit, and that's a lot of tempo that gets killed from his clear, as he will be working his way back bot top. Grubs, I think, still on the menu for Supernova, but giving a free kill over to Karthus is dangerous. You mentioned late game in the draft, and if you let Karthus get going, that can be trouble, as Fi saw.
Oh, that's the flash preemptively. Zamudo still has his flash available. Gonna hold it there to use it later on. Now Kenvi looking for a play on bot side. They've already punished them once before, and they'll punish them once again. Lens getting the kill.
Okay, Kenvi skipping over his camps, does hit a really nice timer, and this is a rather nice start for Lens. The one thing I just do want to, continue to talk about, be concerned of, I really feel like Smolder, his strength comes from how big your front line is. If you're able to continuously pepper Qs, you do a lot of damage to Smolder, but you need a front line to be able to do so. Supernova doesn't have the biggest front line in the world this game, and it will be a challenge for Lens later on to deal with that. So something to look out for still.
Jerry on the roam now, realizing maybe this grubs can really give you a little bit more in the tank for the souls at least, but it looks like we're going to just get a little bit of stealing from Yuji right before this one. Diamond going to phase check into it. Yuji is spotted out. The rest of Supernova are hovering over this way.
Yeah, his old teammate Yuji. Diamond used to mind control Yuji a little bit back when they started off playing for a year. Of course, Diamond going against Yuji and Spyrax. Also Faisal trying to take it to these guys as well. He talked about the FlyQuest relationships that we have on the team here. As TF ports in, we have a fight breaking out. Numbers for Dragonsteel. Nice chunk, though, from Toasty.
Their health bars are not sticking with it there. Toasty doing some serious work with some of the priority he's been able to gain in mid lane. He has a little bit of an advantage as well on the Ezreal.
Yeah. I gotta say, Toasty, for me in this early split, I think the marksman meta, he's actually picked up and adapted to really well. I've seen Toasty put together some really big games on the Corki, the Tristana, and some of that's come from the support of his team. Like, I can think of the Iron games where Kenvi is just spending literally all of his downtime mid so that Toasty can step up, but to see this one where Toasty...
Oh my god!
Woo, I mean, he's just asserting his dominance in this matchup as the Ezreal. It's been huge.
I was saying it was going to be somebody from jungle doing that. Mother comes to save Lens, and Zyko and Scary Jerry try to strike onto him down there. He doesn't have any summoner spells, but he will make it out alive.
Still 3 grubs secured for Supernova. Rather nice. Dragon still on the table. Yuji has been getting a good amount of counter jungling in. We have seen Kenvi try and impact the lanes a little bit more. Of course, did just secure the grubs, but Yuji doing a nice job of catching up and denying Kenvi some camps. We will see if Kenvi is able to get involved here to take away Karthus' top side. I think that he just spotted that Karthus did take away his blue buff. Looks like it's not going to be the case, and he might just sprint towards the dragon. So a little bit more really objective focus coming out from Supernova.
We do have level 6 for Zyko and level 6s for the junglers, things like that. I'm really interested if we get an uptick in tempo for Supernova here that Kenvi is going to have the Weaver's Wall. Try to be a little bit proactive with that because Yuji is perfectly fine farming up until 40 minutes and then absolutely obliterating your team with a Requiem, right? With especially in the state that the game is, it's very even so far.
I mean, I gotta say, Kenvi, like, going for the base when he did, I really feel like he could have looked on top side. They did not know that Karthus was taking away his blue buff. He had 6 and had Prio. Karthus, of course, can get involved with the ult, but I feel like that's a missed opportunity. And when he took his base, too, he has to wait another wave or two for his bot lane to actually get Prio to threaten the Dragon. So I think that the map setup right now, Dragonsteel is going to be able to survive a bit. As we see Faisal, nice vision play.
A little bit more confident.
Yeah, well done on the trade there from Faisal.
This 1v1 in the side lane is going to get so important later on. It's going to be so at a knife's edge until somebody gets an actual advantage there. And I actually want to pick your brain a little bit on how... Oh, well, I guess I can't because we're going to get Diamond trying to kill Scary Jerry again. Zyko is going to get the CC chain there onto Diamond as he exits. A little bit of health trades back and forth, no problem.
You'll take the free cleanse, though, if you're Diamond. I think that's why he made the play. And again, this Leona Smolder, you can see how aggressive they are able to play and step up. As Kenvi looking to get a flash out of Zamudo with this setup. We'll see if he goes for the Weaver's Wall or if it's just going to be a Faisal E to get the party started.
Yuji does have Requiem, so he could have helped from distance. Faisal's going to use the Hex Tech ultimatum onto him, but he's going to have to get out of dodge there. You've got movement from mid lane, but Spyrak's not going to make the transition over just yet. It was an attempted play from Supernova, though.
Still really well managed by Zamudo.
Flash, too.
The flash to get out of the combo, but also holding the gold card until after the Hextech ultimatum so that there could be no follow-up. Because if he throws gold card and Faisal reacts and ults over that, then that's how you get a dead TF. So Zamudo, again, showing a lot of patience. You called out correctly. TF's been a big pick for him and Dragonsteel early on. And good to see Zamudo being disciplined in the side lane here. Able to extend his lead now.
Zamudo's been a big pick for Dragonsteel.
He's been big.
Honestly, he's been massive. And you were wondering coming into the split, like, what is the vacuum of not having Niles, who plays very interesting champs, who has a very particular style, who's very supportive of the map and the rest of the team? What is it going to be like to find a fill for that kind of stature in the game? And Zamudo has filled it in spades.
Yeah, it's been something where I know from talking with Zamudo, it feels like it's a huge opportunity for him to step into a roster that's this good and be able to play for Dragonsteel and also enroll in Maryville, where you can get an education and continue to pursue going pro. We've seen a lot of players in this program do that. And the level that Zamudo stepped in and performed at has been really high. And having a former top laner in Niles, who, I mean, just competed with his team, knows these guys better than anyone else, and knows your role better than pretty much any other coach you could ask for can. It's got to be huge for Zamudo as well, and he fully recognizes that. As I know TF's a pick that, you know, he believes in, and Niles does as well, and that is... Oh, hold on. We got to pause.
Got a little engage here, though. Diamond goes in for the solar flare, and they're in for a penny, in for a pound onto Yuji. Yuji's going to sacrifice his life here, try to get some damage underneath. Dawning Shadow comes across. They are underneath all of that damage. Diamond will finally fall. Toasty gets in there. but he actually gets CC down here. They might be able to chase him out. Does still have the exit and the flash. It'll be a hefty trade, and 3 for 3 in grubs across both of them.
I mean, Dragonsteel, they just straight up trade up in that. Yuji did not even cast the ultimate, but the fact that he died where he did, Supernova took so much damage from where Yuji died in the fight. And props to Yuji, as where you die on Karthus, that does matter, as Nens might have to flash. Oh, doesn't choose to. Okay. Doesn't burn the flash.
One support.
Can TP back.
At least that'll be something to write home about. Toasty and Spyrax have been going at it all game in mid lane. Toasty has had a little bit of an advantage all game as well. Still, no dragon taken. 12 minutes in. I feel like this has been a trend. We've had some series that, yes, they do have a heavy focus on dragons, but we've seen a ton of games where teams are just kind of lacking or giving up willingly the priority around dragon.
Yeah, with that Wens TP, though, it does look like Diamond, well, T was at a ward dropped, and Scary Jury did ping it, so they do have vision over the dragon.
First items.
I think Dragon's going to be a factor now that no more grubs are up. And with Nens TPing back with an Essence Reaver, I would not be surprised to see Supernova set their sights on that.
Yeah, they also got the Luden's Companion there for Kenvi finally, so he has a little bit more of that burst damage in his pocket.
Wow. It is a rather squishy comp he's going up against, so you have some choices as Talia early game. Luden's Companion, probably the max damage choice that you have. But not going to be that Blackfire Torch or Leandries, because that took damage, of course, on Talia, just with the way her rocks and her kit works, always very strong.
I'm looking at the setup around jungles right now because it's always important to kind of keep tag on what Yuji is at least looking to do. I'd be looking to help out mid lane. Spires might not need any help. He just kills him outright from Toasty in priority dominance all game to Spyrax getting a solo kill onto him.
Yeah, that's a big mistake from Toasty. He went for the higher damage build, but didn't go for the Phage. And when you're down a Phage does give you move speed when you drop autos. So it really enables Corki to step up and abuse that E with the armor shred. Not to mention just peppering Ezreal with autos. So Toasty Eing in there after the Phage was completed, post TP, that signed his death sentence. We did see a Requiem come down from Yuji that didn't get much value, so that's something that's now missing, but still very big.
They're going to go into the UG. Oh, Kenvy's coming over the top here. Mother! As they will get Lens a kill in the mid lane.
All right, well done. That was too easy here for Supernova, and should be Rift Herald now going over to Supernova. As Psycho did TP mid. Toasty is stuck bot with no TP, but I think there's going to be a seed here from Dragonsteel.
It definitely looks like it, and I actually want to see Supernova maybe use this Rift Herald to try to crack down this mid lane outer. With the way that Toasty's been playing and then some of the lead, I'd really like to see him give it a little bit more resources there as well. But that's where I want to talk about some of the entrances. Now that we're getting cross-map trades, we're definitely scaling up into the later parts of the game. It feels like Supernova are the ones that are going to need a lot of the kind of execution, trying to find the lockdowns, especially with Kenvi and Diamond. And Faisal.
I think we might see some lockdown here, as they could contest Zamudo coming back to this wave. They did sack the Dragon, but they're still strong on this side. We'll see if Supernova wants to push as TF gets back into the lane.
He's walking up the other way, so maybe Spider Sense is tingling a little bit, but it will be first turret over to Faisal on the Camille, who in the side lane will be scary as time goes on too.
Good read from Zamudo, as he was vulnerable on that wave. Faisal, if he's able to get ahead, he can always EN as Camille, so see if Faisal is able to take advantage of that. Supernova in this mid game, you have to fight against Karthus R always, but Kenvi is the one that can get involved directly with the Weaver's Wall and bring more. So we'll see if he's actually going to start committing that to some of these side lanes. As I'm surprised that TF has been allowed to get as far into the game as he has. I really felt like with Camille, you have to pressure TF directly, and it's not like Supernova's gotten nothing. Like Lens is in a really good spot right now, but
yeah, I mean he's
TF throughout
really
the game, gonna be tough.
Lens is already almost at 150 stacks at 16 minutes, so once they start skirmishing a little bit more, he'll be getting those stacks very quickly. Although I will say Scary Jerry's done a pretty good job of his own, about 66, so not too shabby in that regard. And that's what I just love about this setup. Like, okay, well, we're gonna get the all in versus Spyrax again. Is both teams kind of just opted into that from draft, and the wonkiness of this gold graph, it's been very close all game, but both these teams realized we want to take this to 5v5s late game. We feel like we're the better team.
Yeah, we'll see who the better comp is for that. I think if it goes late, I favor Karthus. But it's going to be funny to see Smolder versus Karthus. As it's going to be a lot of damage coming from a lot of places between these two. Again, Lens just really set up for success right now. Those Qs, because he's evolved them so quickly, you're just able to continuously stack on your stacks.
Ooh, double knockup there, though. Destiny's going to be popped. There's the call. The Forge
everything.
God as well over top. Everything's going to be sent their way. TPs are going to be completed, though, and Faisal might have an entrance. His mom was called to get a little bit of damage back and pull them back. The Rift Herald did end up getting through, but not able to take down the turret. Oh, Diamond. He's locked down. He's going to have to go in. They have a lost combo, though. Diamond not able to stick it, and it is going down in the end. Faisal looking for the play on the other side. Solo Bolo onto Zamudo.
Traded out, though. Diamond, once he gets caught, he has to go in. That's a one-way trip. What started that play, though, and what Supernova's gotten is that Toasty TP down bot. So they were down to TP. Dragonsteel were able to answer with 2 TPs mid, so they thought they had a numbers advantage. Supernova, though, they successfully disengaged, and I think got some more on the back half. Is running a second look at this solo kill that was off screen. Nice blast plant. Again, Faisal ults before the gold card comes in, but still able to lock up Zamudo. Does burn all of his sums. Barely not able to survive.
Double trade, solo bolos.
Yeah, as it now is going to be a sumless TF, though. And that's something that Supernova can punish in the side lane. Again, Kenvi has that ultimate available. I'd love to see Kenvi use it to attack TF. Okay, never mind, going mid.
He's looking to attack mid lane. They get the turret.
Yeah.
They just really wanted that one. A little bit of standing gold given over to them.
I think that was a bit overkill. It definitely gets Zyko off that, but I think you were getting that either way. Meanwhile,
he doesn't have a lot of mana.
Kenvi's here. No play.
Yeah, they took the turret at least, so standing gold given right back, and 1,000 gold lead also just dwindled down yet again so quickly by Dragonsteel. And we are getting those first items for everybody here. We are actually seeing a heavy Trinity Force focus for Supernova as well.
Faisal is on a ward. Doesn't know.
But he's got
Scary
Trinity
Jerry's,
Force. He's fine.
Scary Jerry's here. We'll see. A little bit of a game of cat and mouse. Is if you see Dragonsteel sneak in there, could have been dangerous. Not the case, though. Instead, Zamudo is going to be a victim in the side lane. No sums.
This has been the bread and butter all
No
game
sums.
long. Catch Zamudo in the side lane with all your CC, and they're just stacking up this little dragon. He's almost at 200 already, and he goes on a killing spree.
That's what I wanted to see from Supernova. Again, if you get sums out of TF, attack him. He's very vulnerable if you send numbers his way. That's the answer. Props to Faisal and playing it cautious in the top side. Dragonsteel, yes, they were looking for the pick. Weren't able to find it, though, because Faisal did not overcommit. Now, bot side setup, it's all in favor of Supernova. And Dragonsteel are on the rotation to mid and don't know that Supernova's here.
Try to make a play there. Ends up not
Fast
being
track the
anything
dragon.
of it. But yeah, I mean, hey, being able to even up that dragon score here and maybe propel yourself a little bit more, delay some of the stacking for Dragonsteel. I think as a whole is perfectly fine for yourself. But we are now getting some completion for Dragonsteel. They do have the rapid fire now, so a little bit more safety in that regard for the engage from Zamudo. And you also had the Malignance completed for Yuji, who is now under threat by Kenvi. He can't get killed there. Destiny's going to be popped. Call the Forge God there. My God, Zamudo does a lot of damage right there. Does end up cleaning up Envy. Yuji will survive.
Good try from Toasty on the fish. Not able to find Yuji, though, who's going to continue to clean up his camps as Kenvi getting caught again. Killed a little bit of the temple here from Supernova. Infernal Soul has spawned. That's really big. There's a lot of damage in this game, but the answer in the side lane coming again. All about stretching the map and finding answers as Diamond bringing the CC on Leona. Should be able to find Spyrax.
Diamond saying, hey, do you remember me, friend? And he will end up claiming the kill there anyways. Lens gets the kill in the fight here. He is in a 1v3 and taking it to them. Shutdown does end up going over to Yuji. And that's 600 smackaroos right there. Requiem going to be used. He's going to do a decent amount of Malignance, burning down Diamond a bit. But Toasty tanking up here. He's able to kite heavily. As Yuji's going to use the Wall of Pain to slow down the advance of Supernova. Here comes Faisal. The engage from Diamond hits. It can be over the top rope with the Weaver's Wall. And Supernova have dashed Dragonsteel on the map early here.
It was a great long fight from Supernova. Zamudo started off that chain of plays by porting in and taking down Kenvi. So there was no TP available. They were waiting for Faisal's TP to come back up. He TP'd right when he got it, and Diamond able to commit deep into the Karthus ends up being a win for Supernova in the elongated fight. As Lens, that's big. Like, the fact that this game is even at this point, Mazel, 1k gold in favor of Supernova, with Lens about to find that execute threshold. It feels like Supernova started to actually take a foothold in this game, but against Dragonsteel.
And maybe upsetting expectations coming into this one. Dragonsteel has been very dominant. They've completely trashed a lot of games, right? They have had complete control from jungle, and they've looked really good when ahead. When they haven't looked good is when they don't have early advantages, when they aren't able to just pressure the entire map all the time. And Supernova, Blue Otter, now we've seen 2 times in a row, a little bit of strength given to the opposing team helps give them that even playing field going into mid to late game.
And again, like, playing TF into a Camille Talia is tough. I think Zamudo has like done a really nice job to only die twice, but your ability to stretch the map is Supernova. We're seeing that in a game where each team is pretty committed to playing out 3 lanes, that Supernova's just been better at using the abilities they have to stretch the map in their favor. I feel like that's been a big difference so far.
And Diamond has been a big difference as well.
Yeah,
I mean, he's literally just been having the huge cutoff over and over again in the side lane. And once he connects onto you, there ain't no hope. Now, the big number has been hit. 225 for Lens. The time is nigh. Dragonsteel going to be a little bit more cautious going into these fights.
At the moment, if I'm Dragonsteel, I know they're trying to play towards Baron, but Camille has no TP and is pretty overextended. I'm almost tempted to like go look for a play onto Camille. At the moment, it's Kenby the one supporting Camille. I'm not sure if Kenby's spotted yet or not, but Faisal is trying to drop control wards and get enough to actually get Kenby in. It looks like he has not been spotted. There's a control ward in the next brush, so he can't step up. They're trying to bait Zamudo in, and here we go.
You don't get the close off onto him. He did have the yellow card available. And do a little bit of damage back to Faisal. They don't get much. He does so much on the back end trade of that one, just with the distance he can cover. Will be an attempted play by Supernova on bot side. Didn't happen, though. A reset came through from Dragonsteel, so they're going to be a little bit stronger on the map. But we have another minute about until a dragon spawns.
It was off screen, but Zamudo did burn flash on that play. So that is now something they can punish as this dragon spawning.
As third item just completed for Lens, though, the rapid fire cannon giving you extra range for your Qs, and that is going to be terrifying now that you already have the execute. And I think now, especially where Lens has set him up for success, he has the reins to drive this one into Dragonsteel.
30 seconds till Dragon. At the moment, control in favor of Supernova on the bot side of the map. Should see mid-prio too, as we'll see if Toasty can step up and get anything done. Lens playing pretty close to that in Bank and Brush, but they don't have any vision, but they're first on the wave. Should be able to retreat into the Dragon, and there's no Baron play available for Dragonsteel. Their comp doesn't take Baron very quickly if Zamudo is not there. So this group catch... Whoa, that's interesting.
Again?
They're looking
They're doing
for
it
a
again?
Screw
They're
Dragon,
going
find
all
kills.
the way onto Spyrax. They're going to find him too. They can't do anything. And that's another side lane pick. You could have a whole montage of them right now for Supernova. True Shot Barrage going to come across. Mom has been called. And it looks like the 6th woman for Supernova now as well. As Zamudo, he's burning, but he's not going to go down just yet. He finally does, and it's Diamond that claims him with the Ignite. Straight onto the big purple worm goes Supernova, exploding all over this series.
Faisal procced Hydra to make sure that happens as ults come in from over the top. Ornn and Karthus ult, but Baron secured.
Big Malignance, that's huge. Baron does end up going over. The Rally Cry Baron buff secured by Supernova, but they got to get out now as well. Zyko and Scary Jerry looking like the taxmen here. They will not find anything in the end.
Wow, that was a big play from Supernova. They used all their ports to make the play on the Spyrax in the side lane. Their setup was for Dragon's side, but seeing that Dragonsteel had 3 members catching mid, they port to catch Spyrax in the side lane, turn that into even more as Zamudo ported in too close, fell too close. The sun goes down. Yes, they lose the 3rd Dragon, but a Baron to boot and a 4k gold lead for Supernova. As their ability to play 3 lanes against Dragonsteel, it's been quite good this game, Mazel, and they're looking to take game 1.
Not what we would have expected potentially on paper coming to this one, but what I would have expected when we were talking about it before. I was like, I think Supernova has a lot of things going wrong for them in these games. They were so close to finding wins, and I do believe that they could take it against anybody. I think this team does have a chip on their shoulder for some of the losses that they've taken so far, but Dragonsteel backs against the wall now. Need to try to prove some grit here as Supernova come knocking once again. They're going to find the Weaver's Wall. This time Zamudo is completely caught out, and he is gone. Also, the tier 2 tower on the top side fell. Spyrax has been trying to take his own tower and bot side, but they're losing their inhib turret right now.
Dragonsteel gonna look for more. Zyko able to sneak out under the solar flare with a nice dash, but Faisal, yeah, he soloed that top inhibitor on his own.
And now you get the TP in from Spyrax. He does come to try to join. Zyko's already down, man. Level 16s have been hit by Kenby and Toasty, but is the siege gonna continue here? They might try to catch Faisal out. Supernova striking true and striking fast right now. They're about to try to take another inhib here, this time in the mid lane, but the siege will cease with a minute left on the Baron buff.
Supernova pushing hard, and what an opener to this series from them. As keep in mind, Supernova was really the third strongest team that we had last spring, Lennon, in regular season. They took third, just saying, hey, there's a top 2 in MU and FlyQuest challengers. Supernova's next. What happened to them in playoffs? They bottomed out. They took 7th, 8th place. Come back. 2 roster swaps, getting Toasty and Lens from Cincy Fear, running them in this lineup. I know NRG is the partner with Supernova. We're really attracted to Toasty as a player. And it feels like Toasty has really leveled up. These marksman mid have been so big for him. But it's been the team play this time around. Diamond really being the leader and finding these picks on the side lane has been the difference maker for me with Supernova. And I love how they've been able to play into this TF. You have to play against the global if you want to deny it. And sending Leona, sending Talia to assist the Camille and try and take down this TF, it's made the map so much easier for Supernova to play and really open up this giant lead that Lens now has to just be Smolder later in the game.
And what I love, after talking with Diamond a little bit, they are so confident in their dual leadership style, their dual shot calling style. Diamond and Kenby are the leading voices, and it seems like it's working out pretty well against one of our top teams in Dragonsteel. Now they got to find a way to close it out. They will take that mid inhib finally. They're still hovering around here. 2 minutes, still another objective will come up, so they might just want to keep looking for picks. It's going to be the bot lane transition now from Faisal to try to get the last inhib.
I also really like this answer into Karthus, like your ability to reach with Leona Camille into this pick with Ezreal too to pepper poke down. Feels like Karthus hasn't really been able to get involved. We saw the one fight where Karthus died in the middle of everyone, and Dragonsteel ran that fight around Grubs. After that, yes, Karthus is scaling and will be big later, but we haven't really seen the same impact for Karthus.
And we kind of check in on items. We're 3.5 items now for majority carries, at least 3 items for majority for Supernova. You're struggling a little bit. Yes, you have that upgraded Rabadons. There's going to be some extra strength from the Ornn coming along here, but Scary Jerry is still very far off from being relevant in terms of damage. Yes, he has a bunch of souls, but hasn't even completed second item yet, and you're still waiting for a lot of these tools to come online for Dragonsteel, but that timer is ticking down to 0.
I will say upgraded Rabadons, that feels damn good on Karthus. That's the right item to upgrade. Always go for that one if you have it. Make sure that's in your... Cool. It does look cool. Make sure it's in your 1-slot inventory, guys. It's so powerful, they gave it a cooler icon, you know?
Is that what it is? That's the difference? Okay. Well,
They're trying to give you the dopamine. They're using dopamine to lead you in the right direction.
It's the witch's hat. It is, though. It's just like kind of a cool rendered version of the hat itself anyways. I do wonder, though, if this 6,000 gold lead really does reminisce anything or amount to anything at this point in the game, when we are going to be getting to the kind of 3 item spikes for Spyrax now, 3.5 items for him, and potentially trying to get back out on the map for Dragonsteel with some of those item completions and the upgrades as well to contest for a dragon.
Oh, nice buffer.
They're going to actually take the Zyko engage. This choke point's pretty big. Diamond, though, is going to go down to the Dawning Shadow snipe from Scary Jerry. The TP came in from Faisal. They'll try to move back over to this dragon.
Yeah, I think that the health bar chunk was enough against Spyrax to still take the Drake. I would love to see Kenby and Toasty get on this on spawn, just so that Spyrax can't get back out on the map. Good stall, though, from Dragonsteel, and they take the flash away from Diamond, so does sack his life for the cause.
Worthy cause. They'll even have the dragons.
It's a Leona moment.
Can only go forward. And sometimes that's a...
I mean, personally, at this point, if I'm taking Dragon and dying as support, but I get TF Flash and Ghost, that's worth it. Like, legitimately, I'm taking that. Because you can now target Zamudo in the next fight. And there's so many tools for Supernova to do so. His Faisal actually might be caught.
He's in a lot of trouble here. They have so much burst damage. Luckily, he has the hook shot because he is Camille. His wall came across, but not really going to get anything in the end. Does get a little bit of poke on a Yuji there. Lens ends up burning there. As a little bit of damage came across, he did end up getting an engage onto Kenvi over here by Scary Jerry. Can't really follow it up as the rest of Supernova were coming out in force. And now Diamond has come to this mid lane setup and can look to be aggressive.
Diamond's fine. Like, you have to clean up the side lane here. You see Eugene base. The inhibitors will start spawning back here for Dragonsteel. But Supernova are the ones that have priority over the Baron. It's really tough to walk into Leona, walk into Talia. Will be a tough ask. We do have Ornn ult available. Scary Jerry would like to get his ult back up before the fight. You can see Supernova hoping to catch them before that's the case. Now they're going to play lane.
Who's going to take it?
There it is.
They got the Destiny. Okay. Well,
That's fine.
No pranks today. Okay, we got him. Mudo was actually waiting for a little bit of flank himself. Diamond isn't going to find the engage just yet. Toasty looking for some poke damage. There's Mother called. Faisal going to fake the engage there, but not go through with it. Dragonsteel rebuffed a bit. You take pretty heavy health trades. And Faisal actually going to have to hook shot to safety.
Good buffer there from Faisal. It's still a fine trade for Supernova. Props to Yuji, was disappointed enough not to use the flash.
But, Toasty, he's going to get Ornn rammed straight to the dome there. Zyko with his snipe of his own. And now Dragonsteel, they're going to pop this Requiem down. Going to get a little bit of damage, but also start up the Baron at the same time. This is bold. That is an execute-ready Lens.
They need bold, though. At this point, Faisal's going to wait on that red buff. Can get healed up. Can be going to split the fight with an ult.
Look at the damage that Lens does, though, man. Like, you just can't do that. They're moving forward, though. Faisal's going to execute Yuji. And Faisal's found the back line, but it's still Scary Jerry trying to put up a fight. He's not going to get engaged on by the Zenith Blade of Diamond. They do end up getting some nice trades in the end, but now Dragonsteel, they got to get the hell out of Dodge.
That can get stopped by Diamond. He's going to shut it down.
Oh, my goodness. And it's Diamond, the old friendo. And it's all she wrote there in that fight. Supernova able to clean up a little bit on the back end.
Zyko headed for the hills. Does have access to the empowered TP if he wants to send it. But that should be Baron now for Dragonsteel. As it was a long fight. It looked like it was Dragonsteel favored as they caught Toasty at the start. But Talia able to split things. They were never able to pressure Lens in the fight. And Supernova win in the end.
They're going to take this Baron slowly but surely and claim the Rally Cry Baron buff. They've hovered over a 4,000 gold lead here for so long. And man, I'm so excited that this series is kicking off like this one. We had two extremely heavy scaling compositions, but we've had fighting all along. And the fact that Supernova, a team that has had heartbreaking loss in a row after heartbreaking loss in a row, are able to take it to Dragonsteel in this game number one. Still have to finish it out, but it's showing some promise.
Supernova still, start a series off like this against Dragonsteel, Michelle. Dragonsteel, a team where it feels like their early game strength still very relevant. We can always count on Yuji and Zyko to get things rolling, but this game, not able to get things rolling in their favor enough. And Supernova did a nice job of trading out early. And as this game has kind of continued, we do see that Lens has enough firepower to get through Dragonsteel in this comp later on, as the Smolder at level 18. We haven't really seen the Smolder be pressured in these fights. The front line from Supernova, even with just the Camille and Leona, too big. As Dragonsteel have not had the front line to really match combat the Smolder.
Zamudo has his fourth item. He got the Warmogs there, so a little bit tankier for him to get things set up for the team. These waves crashing this bot side going to be hovered over by Toasty. The rest of Supernova are moving to the other lanes, though.
Faisal going to start work on this inhibitor, where Camille always gets through turrets quite quickly. And Kenvi kind of hugging Fog, trying to see if he can find a wall angle change things in his favor, and yeah, they found Spyrax.
Yeah, Spyrax used Valkyrie forward. That's
Oh,
10
boy.
out of 10 from Supernova. Now, the re-engage there does get a little bit back in damage potential, but they aren't going to get the body trade. Lens taking a decent chunk on the Zamudo there, but Dragonsteel, they're getting pushed back into their base so far. A lot of that long-range damage coming to pay off for Supernova, and now they're looking to knock on these Nexus turrets here. They're getting the final inhib turret in bot side, and the execution range is just so damn hard to deal with right now. Feisal's going all the way in, and that's Supernova going all the way ham in this game number 1. It might not be a money match, but they're putting everything on the line, and they'll go 1-0 up in this best of 3.
Big game 1 from Supernova, really led by Diamond with all the finds that he was able to pull in the side lane. And props to Supernova. I mean, that was a game where we saw trades happening across the map, and it feels like every trade that Supernova opted into, they were able to trade up because Diamond was oftentimes the one that was first in the side lane, making more impactful plays on this Leona.
Every single time, the man was just finding the angle to make sure he can get the pull off inside lane. Always had. Yeah, don't worry about it, bro. Don't worry about it. The fact of the matter is, again, I go back to that conversation I started talking about later on in the game. It's the double-pronged leadership of Diamond and Kenvi that seems to just represent so strongly.
Yeah, and I gotta say, like, that time around, we did see Kenvi, you know, get caught a couple times. He was set behind a few times. And like Diamond, I mean, every answer that he had, he was really the ringleader, had the highest KP in that game. And it was him. When you make plays against a Karthus team in a side lane, they have to be clean, because if they aren't, that Requiem can really be a game changer later on in terms of, you know, who actually wins the fight. The fact that Diamond was taking so many positive plays on Leona, like 3 deaths on Leona, I mean, those are rookie numbers, man. You got to be putting up 5, 6, 7 if you're really trying in these games. Diamond played out a really clean one. I feel like they had good answers in the Karthus. Again, I'm seeing so many teams pick straight up dive into these AP junglers. Leona, for me, uniquely because of Solar Flare, you get range and pick against these AP junglers. I think that's why Leona is such high prio right now in the meta. And Diamond really cashed in that Leona game, finding so many picks on the side lanes, getting Supernova to the later stages where Lens, their marksman, their scaling could carry it home.
And that's the crazy thing, is you get to do that, and then you don't have to worry about that pick ever again because we're in the full Fearless. So I think Diamond making a statement here. I wanted to keep an eye out on how impactful him and Zyko were going to be, and so far Diamond has the upper hand that one. We will take a short little break while we get ready for the second game of this series, though, so don't you go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer 2024. We are here neck deep into our Super Saturday of our Super Weekend in Week 4. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and it's Supernova that takes a 1-0 lead in this best of 3 so far.
Yeah, not exactly what I was expecting. I gotta say, I feel like this is going to be a somewhat competitive series, but Dragonsteel has been so dominant to start off this season. But man, that game 1 from Supernova was really good. Their ability to stretch the map with 3 TPs, Camille, Talia, Leona, was just better than what Dragonsteel was able to do. And they really punished Dragonsteel overextending on some of those side lanes to make sure that game 1 went in their favor.
And it wasn't like Dragonsteel weren't trying to use some of their pivotal strengths on their composition, right? Like, we talked about it from the beginning. The side lane was going to be a double-edged sword, it felt like, from the TF and the Camille. But game 1, it works out how it is. We're in game number 2. We're in full Omega Drive Fearless 5000, so it means that none of those champions from that first game are available. And we'll see some of those likely bans come through here in game number 2. Dragonsteel back on the blue side are going to ban away that Ivern immediately again, and the Jhin to follow
Jhin
it.
ban?
The Tristana ban is the one from Supernova.
What are we planning on cooking here for Scary Jerry and Dragonsteel? It could have been an Ashe angle, which is now taken away from Supernova. I gotta say, usually we see the same 3 champs banned for the entire series, given full Fearless. Like, you have to swap sides to get access to a champ you didn't have access to usually. So, a little bit different, the fact that we see the bans being switched up from Dragonsteel, and it makes me really question what they want to open with in this one.
A little bit of progress, of course, since you started talking about sides there. So just if anybody was curious, going into that first game, Supernova had not won on red side. Dragonsteel had not lost on blue side. Well, we get both those taken off the board here so far with that first game. I'm excited to see what Dragonsteel can bounce back with to get us to game 3, though. It is the Lucian to start us off. Flexibility there, though. Could be bot lane, could be mid.
Ooh, a Toasty Hui coming out.
Yeah.
I gotta say, if you want to put that Lucian bot, you probably could wait, but with the changes made to Fauna Life, you can pick a tank support and proc Lucian's passive with Fauna Life if it's on your support. So even with something like Rel, it's something that I was watching Mobility and Winthrop do with the changes to Fauna Life. We'll see if that is the case. That said, Brand locked in for Yuji. He has been big on these magic damage junglers. And with the Hui already showing, you gotta believe that Kenvi, is going to go for something that is not an AP jungler. So I think that this is where Yuji and Dragonsteel have really shown in this early season, finding ways to ramp up that jungle matchup and make it so that Yuji is just too economically large to take down. The capitalism's going crazy here for a private university with, a sponsorship now. It's all going to the Yuji.
You're digging a hole there. I like it. No, but in all actuality, I do like this because we love the cards. You can farm up, you can be crazy. I like to see Brand because you have the choice of that farming. If they let you to your own devices, you're going to be ridiculously high in tempo, but you can also be a little bit aggressive with it. And the way that you utilize your abilities in team fights is super important instead of just hitting your R. I do really like the Vi into it, though, and I think this matchup is going to entail a lot of what this second game of the series is going to have in store for us, especially with that focus we put on Yuji and Kenvi.
Yeah, and curiously enough, some of the bans being thrown out. I do like the Udyr ban. I think Zamudo is very, very strong on that champion, and Udyr already, against our artillery mage, would be difficult to deal with. And then no Kaisa for Scary Jerry. Respect that as well. Force him to be on a slightly less mobile marksman to try and make sure that whatever lockdown you find with this way actually sticks. So I think that some of the bans Supernova are throwing out, I know that Hui is showing, and they're not necessarily, Lucian could be mid, so they're not necessarily aimed at mid lane. They're pieces that I feel like are very strong into the one carry that they have showing.
See what the final ban is going to be from Dragonsteel on that side of it. It is the Renekton, so you're not going to get any of that crazy top lane dominance from him.
Cassante stocks looking okay right now.
True. They're rising.
Could be locked in. Yeah, could be locked in. That said, MF stocks have been rising as 14-13. Saw a lot of buffs go MF's way. It's a bit of a deny as MF Rel is a good combo. And some of the better answers to MF are off the board. For example, the Jhin, the Ashe, also the Ezreal, all missing.
That's actually such a big brain pick by Supernova. They're cooking hard over there. I do want to see what the answer is going to be. It looks like you need a little bit more of that sustained damage in fights. That Zeri may be foreshadowing, but we also get that Cassante locked in for Zamudo. I do like this pick still, even with some of the question marks we had there.
Zig's really good in the MF. Of course, that's natural charge, can cancel the bullet time. Not to mention, if you want to cast the full bullet time, you will be victim to the Super Mega Inferno Bomb. With that said, I would not be surprised to see Scary Jerry pull out the Zeri. It is a favorite of his. Does have to do with the Hui, Nautilus, and Vi, so all the point and clicks are in favor of Supernova. But if you aren't able to find that initial kill, Lucian, Brand, Zeri able to turn around the fight could be big, and everyone diving into Brand could be dangerous.
If it doesn't show that you have confidence in the pick, you're picking it into the champion. That's literally the champion you pick when Zeri is picked into the Vi. You also have the Zac now, so the length of engage that Supernova has, if they're ahead, is going to be impossible to deal with.
Now, I will say that Zac, he's gotten changed a little bit.
Yeah.
In terms, so his healing from blobs is now based on levels, but not based on his R rank. This means that he gets access to a little bit more healing early on. That said, Zac has been nerfed previously to have less healing in lane, but he's still a really good pick into Cassante. And if you get Zac to the later stages of the game, he's a menace to deal with. So a lot of dive being thrown at Brand and these marksmen. A lot of it, I think, is going to be on Dragonsteel to protect Yuji. Make sure he has those flashes up and is able to actually get his combos down. Because if Brand is enabled to throw out his spells, he will be huge this game. If not, he's vulnerable.
I was right there with you, man. You had me all sold. But I do find it interesting, the give and take there, because if you can protect this composition from Dragonsteel, your sustained damage is ridiculous. But Zyko and Zabuto are going to have their best defensive end cosplays on here, because they're going to have to be the blockers to a lot of these engages that are trying to go through your front line from Supernova.
Yeah, and I will say that with the Zac passive, at least specifically, it is actually, I guess it's taken him down a notch, according to the patch notes. I'm trying to do live math on air. I guess the breakpoint. Oh, you hit 6% at level 6 in the past. Now you hit it at level 9. So it's actually less ceiling for Zac, but still, this matchup's the matchup where we really saw Zac emerge as a viable top laner, and it was the counter pick to Cassante. So I think Faisal should still be fine in this matchup.
We got a lot of Supernova believers in the chat. Make sure you're spamming who you got in this one. DSTL for Dragonsteel or SN for Supernova. In the tale of the heart of amateur versus the heart of collegiate, as pinned on your wall, Cubby. It's been so far Supernova has come out splashing, maybe unexpectedly so in that first game, but it is not a team of Dragonsteel that we expect to go down quietly. Even in the series that they did take their first game loss, they came back with triumphant wins afterwards. So I want to see if they can execute this one here, especially with a little bit of the adaptation of style and still going with kind of the double marksman.
I'm just going to get caught and stuck here, as Psycho will take the back half of the trade. Good damage coming out from Lens and Supernova. MF, of course, does have a lot of power in the laning phase, and some of the changes to MF, getting earlier access to the move speed from Strut, as well as Strut just hitting harder in general, has been quite good for MF, who we've seen mostly rush Bloodthirster in terms of picks. Nice dash from Spyrax down to that trade.
I really like what Lucian's been able to do from mid lane, especially in terms of keeping priority and how much aggressiveness you can have there. I'm sure Spyrax would be very happy with that as well. He's able to push Toasty out, but I do want to take a check in on these jungle passes. We do have the opposite side pathing. Kenby will be spotted out on his top side here.
Working his way up towards the Zac, whereas bot can be left to its own devices. I will say that MF and Nautilus, if you leave this lane on its own, I think this lane's winning. Looks like it's going to try and deny the caddy. Oh,
Lens gets fully engaged on there. Gonna flash. Diamond gonna try to block anything that was coming through. Scary Jerry gonna flash at first blood. Goes to the bot lane of Dragonsteel. Diamond not expecting it, and neither was Lens.
Yeah, a mistake from Lens. The Zeri had E running, so the auto attack went through everything. That was enough to bring Lens down, and both sums down for Lens. Means that Scary Jerry gets this wave in for free, gets a reset, and that rinse and repeat play going to be there for Yuji moving forward. So big plays from Scary Jerry and Zyko, who did fall behind early in the last game, died level 2. They find the solo kill this time around with their lane.
Actually, a pretty big early back there as well from Scary Jerry. So I'll have a lot more strength down there, and maybe we see an adaptation of pathing from Yuji to go down towards the spot side. He will be getting a reset right now. as Kenvi goes into the enemy jungle and top side of the map.
It's not where his path's set up at the moment. He's set up to keep on clearing towards this
Right?
top side. So first grubs will be big, but yeah, putting Lens and Diamond in the back half again, I think this lane in isolation can be winning into the Rel and Zeri. Not the case, though, when you play like that, as Lens didn't flash, respect the Rel W, and afterwards ended up flashing a little bit too late. Scary Jerry was able to clean it up. Well played by the Dragonsteel bot lane, bouncing back after that early game where they got killed in the last one.
Scary Jerry like, take me off the center. Give me the sticks, bro. I want to fight. Knowing him, feeling very confident now on the Zeri here with the early advantage.
Always a pick that he's been good at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can say that again. And again, the molding of Scary Jerry and Zyke has been really cool to watch. Obviously, Scary Jerry earning some accolades last split in the most improved player. But
First
as a
team
whole,
All-Pro?
this duo has shown a ton of level ups over the time we've seen them together.
I think that's a great shout, because for me, I have Benz at third team All-Pro, and honestly, I probably should have put him at second. And it's kind of fun, because it feels now, with the addition of Tomo to the league, a lot of these marksmen are fighting to prove, who can compete and be the best into Tomo. Scary Jerry is someone that I feel like had the best odds to do so, but Lens has had a good start to the split. Lens is always someone that has been really impressing. His playoff run with Cincy Fear last split is, I feel like, what got him on the Supernova roster this split. As most would consider this a bit of an upgrade in terms of teams and teammates. Zamudo gonna have to flash out from Faisal. That's a good start. Zamudo was trying to hold that TP and get a better base, but not able to do so.
Jerry gonna tank a lot, but it's Diamond that might just die for it, though. They're gonna try to turn onto Lens now. Not feeling super confident
nice
to move
double
over as Yuji taking the dragon there in the end.
Double up on the back half to find Scary Jerry was good. Diamond will reset, but I still expect the grubs to actually be the focus here for Supernova. Brand melted through the dragon. Top lane prio is in the hands of Faisal. And you gotta imagine the Kenvi's gonna be hitting these on spawn as he rotates around, and grub should be taken by Supernova.
Really nice decision making in terms of the pathing there as well, just trying to take advantage of it. Will be taking it a little slowly.
This could be contested, yeah.
Yuji is running over that way.
Yeah, this isn't Brand or Zyra or Karthus doing the Krugs. This is a Vi, and that's a bit different, as Kenvi intelligently going to drop a ward, but his Q's down, not known by Dragonsteel. Will try and take this crab, but they need to buy time for Diamond to get here as Faisal
They don't
goes
have
in.
level 6 yet, but there is Zamudo coming to join the fight. Yuji getting super low. The double knockback, but it's Kenvi that gets the kill. He is immediately traded, so both junglers down. Means that the grubs are still going to stand around. Both teams trying to commit to their early plays.
Did get Zamudo's ult out. Faisal will win the war of attrition going into this Cassante. Nice interaction there from Zamudo, but we'll see Faisal able to just bounce back, and the healing you get between the second wind, getting more heal. Oh, hold on.
Oh,
use passive.
Zamudo. Yeah, that's his passive pop
That's
there.
oops.
And he's going to be able to
There's
take
no
it
TP
down.
to save him.
There isn't, and you also don't have any help. Yuji's on his way here. Faisal is back alive. Gets the cover.
Oh, no!
What? Oh, my goodness. That's a heck of a Zach moment.
Oh, the Q3 wasn't there that time around for Zamudo on the Cassante. Couldn't buffer it. Zach gets everything. As for a second, I thought Faisal botched it, but no, he's the one who had it calculated, able to find the solo kill on the top side as both of our teams continue to trade blows. Grubs, majority of them go over to Dragonsteel. Kenvi, of course, took the first one, but Supernova finding ways to fight back. And that top lane matchup does not get better for Cassante. It only gets worse.
That's the worst part about it. You're giving a little bit of a CS advantage, but also that kill over there. My goodness. Honestly, it'd be cool to get a replay of it. I know that'd be a little bit of microcosm of what we need to see, but man, it's just so interesting to see how Faisal is able to navigate that one so cleanly. Maybe not cleanly, but nicely.
Yeah, he got there. The W wasn't up for Zamudo to kill the blobs. That's the big interaction you're looking for when Zach does pop passive. And again, this matchup doesn't get any better. Faisal just wants to continue fighting. If he's at a lower health bar, he gets more value than Zamudo in this scenario. And while all this is going on the top side, Kenvi looks to be sneaking away the red buff, and the bot side is, we get that replay that Mizel requested.
So he's trying to take down the bloblets fast enough here. He's not able to. And then literally like one heal blob from Zach when he gets up is enough to make the difference to get the health advantage.
Yeah, I think the big thing again, Zumudo used the W to actually find the passive kill. And then he doesn't find the Q3 buffer here to stop an E from coming through. So a big kill for Faisal. Again, wins that war of attrition. Gets to rush that Sunfire Cape. Feels so damn good on the Zac. And Zumudo is relegated to pretty much eat it in lane and try and be as effective in team fights as he can.
So we've seen Supernova carve back that about 1,000 gold lead the Dragonsteel had gotten because of the early fights in bottom side. Now that still will be a problem. Scary Jerry will have a lead, but Supernova realized they can strike elsewhere. Zumudo has no flash, does have his all out. He's going to try to outplay this one.
Okay, they took the W away. Faisal takes the tower shot. That's fine. Kenby could return to his camps if he wants to do so. Importantly, Grubs don't spawn for a little bit, so I think Kenby's going to return. Maybe they see a revisit in the top side. His Diamond's up here as well.
And this is a point where Supernova are definitely the ones that want to have Kenby in the proactive position, use this mobility from Diamond out of bot lane now with the safety down there to have this combo CC locked down around Toasty potentially and get some extra resources there. Whereas for Dragonsteel, does feel like you're okay with some of the trades that have been going down early. Maybe not that top side so much, but Yuji will be ridiculously strong once he hits a couple items. And so will a couple other members.
Yeah, it's just going to be on him to really control the Zac. And the Zac E it's not stoppable. The only thing that can stop Zac E from coming in is going to be Zumudo and using the W, like going unstoppable and burning that damage reduction. So it's either that or like a Q3, which is pretty tough to land. Rel R can stop it, but again, that's a high investment. It's not easy to stop Zac from going in. It's not like you have a Gragas who can just body slam and get the cooldown back pretty quickly.
Diamond knows. He's like, I know there's somebody there. I can feel it. I can hear them breathing. It doesn't end up getting caught by Dragonsteel there. Nice little try, though, leaning towards the strong side of the map. We do have first items coming up. As Archangels was completed for Toasty, we did get the Kraken Slayer for Spyrax as well. Dragonsteel still looking on the bot side as they start the Dragon number 2 for them.
Kenby doesn't know that he's spotted as he walks in here. Another control word being dropped. Not going to go on the UG, instead going to eat the W. As the wards are getting killed off, but they are stalling off this Dragon. I gotta say, if Supernova wants to take Grubs, they get the next 3, they do get 4. That's somewhat significant. And I think that with a top lane prio, that's a much easier play for them to make versus trying to contest this bot side. So I'm a little bit surprised to see Kenby and Supernova Floyd come into this. I think that they have a wombo potential with MF, but Psycho could send it.
Yeah, Psycho has a really good entry, but he doesn't even get a chance to do anything. Cease and desist used on Yuji after he flashes. He is in safe way. As now back onto the Dragon goes Supernova. Yuji gonna give this one up, so tying up the Dragon stacking here.
Every ult was burned there, so no potential of a post play. As Zyko gets picked, it wasn't 100% clean, as the VIQ, the mini knock, actually got Rel out of the Dredge line, but it was clean enough with a bullet time over the top to make sure that that play went in Supernova's favor. Now it's about the Grubs. And do we see a contest from Dragonsteel on these Grubs coming up? I think that's the real question.
Scary Jerry trying to push Lens off of the wave down there as he's crashing pretty heavily. Faisal and Zumudo still going at it, but now we see both supports and junglers headed up towards these grubby tubbies.
All right, I haven't heard that one before. That's interesting.
Wait, what? Really?
No. Toasty get a TP back late. Does have these Archangels working on evolving that to the Seraphs as TP comes right onto the Grubs from Zumudo, and that's going to help Dragonsteel secure all 5. It cannot be contested by Faisal.
Scary Jerry was roaming out from base towards this mid lane.
Yeah,
here.
Vence too. Vence is still roaming out there.
Wondered how quickly we would see them turn back around, but that will be the 5.
I actually like this from Supernova. They have Toasty going bot, and Nautilus and Diamond is already down there to try and answer. They might be able to find Zeri in a 3v1 scenario, as they understand that Faisal is pretty... He's kind of just chilling up here.
Psycho gonna try to get onto the side of the map where Yuji is, at least. He's coming on the Spyrax here. Faisal is pretty tanky with that Sunfire already completed. He's gonna go bouncing away with the Bounce House Spyrax. Able to kite down pretty heavily now with the culling used. The rest of Dragonsteel here to support him. Faisal gonna be under tower here. Maybe needs to use the slingshot to get out.
He has the passive. Toasty does not have a TP, and Yuji's gonna find him.
The instant flash. There's the Pyroclasm. Not going to get
Sidesteps.
any bounces, though. And Faisal just calmly walking away from his former teammate, Yuji.
Good sidesteps. Plates are still up, so they won't be able to nuke this turret. They do have 5 grubs, so they get the little grublings to spawn. Not the 6, though, to get the 2. And, I mean, while all that's going on, Toasty's kind of catching back up on the side lane. He's kind of chilling into Cassante. I think that's big for Supernova, as Toasty this way can do so much damage later on if he's safe.
If he's safe is the key word. Right, that went out pretty heavily now. Kenvi starting up the Rift Herald. Zyko and Yuji are right around the corner. Lens and Diamond here as well. It's looking like a 3v3 at least to start it off. They're going to cease and desist straight in onto Yuji. They're going to get the lockdown onto him as well. And nice little follow-up. Diamond's going to get the kill in the end. Depth charge used on Scary Jerry. They just kind of lock him down.
Sky.
There you go as well. Spyrax able to help get him. And Zyko still alive there in the end. Yuji got a kill from the grave, but Supernova strike true. They strike hard and they strike fast. Scary Jerry, he's trying to dash his way over, but Lens takes him down for a double kill.
Off the double tap too, and I gotta praise Kenvi for his ability to double tap some champs, I should say. The mileage that Sundered Sky got in that fight was the difference for Supernova and Kenvi. I think he procced it 3 or 4 times, really kept him alive, as Kenvi played that fight very well. He buffered the stun from Brand to find Yuji, bought enough space for Depth Charge to come in as they took down the Brand first, and they tried to kill the Vi the entire time but couldn't find him. Okay, here's the buffer. All right, 1 Sundered Sky, right? So now they take down Brand. Kenvi, yeah, he's in trouble. But with Scary Jerry jumping over, he gets another one down, and then also able to find Spyrax for a third that bought so much time where Zyko actually had to go in. And the health bar as Spyrax got so low just from trying to take down Kenvi himself. Health bar's mega advantage for Supernova on the back half. Faisal able to push forward with no one slowing down the Zac. As Len's able to wrap up the double kill. And I know Kenvi went down, but I think the time that he bought was the big difference in that fight for Supernova.
I was just going to say, if any football fans out there, that defensive play was busted. My gosh. If those body blockers we were talking about for Zyko and Zamudo got to be there, well, when they're not, it looks so difficult to navigate. And you have so much jumping at you. As it is, the Rift Herald started again by Dragonsteel, willing to go for it. It's Kenvi that comes out with a smite. Now he's going to cease and desist right over the CC combo onto Yuji, and he's down as well. Faisal going to get the double knock over there, but look at Lens. He's trying to take down Zyko. Toasty has joined Dragonsteel. They're fighting themselves on the back end of a Supernova team fight win again. Here comes the difference maker, though. Is it Zamudo's time? He's going to all out through on the Lens, and he might just get multiple kills here. He's going to try to find it. The bullet time and the CC from Supernova. It's tragedy for Dragonsteel.
Supernova came to play. I cannot believe that Lens lived that through the bullet time, as he just said, I'm going to press R, see how much damage I can get done before I go down. Ends up taking down Zamudo, who has no armor yet. And Faisal is such a problem in this game, Bazel. No one can deal with the Zac in the back half, and the space that he's buying for the rest of the team is massive.
It's actually insane how much value this Zac pick is getting. We had our questions. You had your questions in draft. But the man found that early advantage, and now that conversation we had that you need to protect this home front in UG, Spyrax, and Scary Jerry is literally impossible because Faisal can run in and 1v2 you.
And again, the question for the Zac was, how can Dragonsteel stop it? They have to invest so many big cooldowns to actually shut it down. They weren't able to do so. Like, all these stretching strikes, they're landing. All the E's just jumping in. They're landing. As Faisal is kind of running this map, he got 1 kill on Zamudo, who has been off to the hottest start that you can possibly have to start off this split. So Zyko gets picked, and he's going down.
He's completely down, too. Spiraling Despair has hit the team of Dragonsteel here, and it's not just the ability from Toasty.
Dragonsteel, that grasping, the top team we have, the team that started off the split with the biggest upset we've seen so far, taking down FlyQuest challengers. The blistering early gamer is now getting ran.
It ain't stopping anytime soon. Kenvi had his mark. Faisal's going to try to follow it up, and he does. He's bouncing along on a Spyrax. He's not going to get that full-on shattering strikes there in the end, especially, at least. But now you have something, at least for Dragonsteel. You've got a Devori Flicker Blade, a second item for Scary Jerry. Is it going to be enough when you're down 4,000 gold to Supernova?
they still need time. And as long as Zach is getting involved, it's still tough. Samuno doing his best catch up on the side lane, is doing some solid work on this bot outer turret. Faisal's here in time where he can't take it down.
I love that Faisal, no matter what health bar he has, he's willing to take the fight because he knows he'll heal 3/4 of it no matter what after he uses a couple abilities.
It's the lower the better if you're Zach. It's just more efficient. From second wind, from your passive.
With the Spirit Visage, you know, it makes it easy.
Oh yeah, Spirit Visage is such a big pickup for Zach too. You love to have this item on Zach. As so much healing available in the kit. And I will say no heal cut yet on Dragonsteel. You know, there's sometimes a big argument whether or not heal cut is valuable or not. This game, I'm going to go with a yes. I think it's... I think you got to slow down this Zach in some way, shape, or form. As he just healed 1,000 health off picking up those 3 blobs. That is crazy.
That is crazy. Toasty actually getting a little bit of the ire from Spirax to try to use the culling into him. Just have the support of Yuji and Zyko, but Diamond wants that fight. He's going to take it on to Zyko.
They're outnumbered. Scary Jerry's
Severing
behind.
Bolt gets the slowdown, and now Zyko has to flash away. He's going to try to get away from the rest of his team just in case. Look at Scary Jerry, though. He has been spotted out.
Faisal's here.
Supernova back away.
Yeah, Faisal's here. They want to return to the wave. Supernova a little bit worried about where everyone was at for Dragonsteel that time around. As Faisal will get slowed up, but he's going to be A-okay. Nice sidestep there from Scary Jerry. Still, there's no way to stop this Zach from going in. I think Dragonsteel, they have to find picks elsewhere. Like Diamond here.
He doesn't really have any way out. He's going to have the slowdown.
Oh,
He's buying so much time. Dragonsteel going to chase him. I wondered if he was going to try to take the corner there around the right side. Look at the rest of Supernova. They're going to try to run down this way, but not going to come help Diamond as his life is forfeit to Scary Jerry.
Yeah, that flash was a little bit in the Narnia, as that was away from his team and on Dragonsteel's side of the map. That's still, he has Axe Flash available, so Diamond won't feel too bad about that. But free kill going over to Dragonsteel, who need to keep on finding ways to really steady the tide of the ship. And I think the biggest thing for me in this game, given how far ahead Zach has been, and how Kenvi has been able to push the pace with his Vi. Yes, he's 2, 4, and 6, but importantly, he's even to up on CS in the Bren. Like, when we spawned into this game, we were like, hey, Dragonsteel's been at their best when Yuji just gets out of control fed. That has not been really granted as a win con because of how fast Supernova's been playing this game with the not Vi, and how really no answer has been able to be found for Dragonsteel in dealing with the Zach that got ahead on his own.
And it's something that has been the case for Maryville in the past, now Dragonsteel, where, yes, from ahead, they look so ridiculously dominant. But sometimes when they fall behind, their mid-game macro can fall apart a little bit. And we've seen now against Blue Otter and against Supernova, early games not going their way has made them fall apart at the wheel a little bit.
Still have the ability to answer. I think scaling this game, they're scaling elements on both teams. It's not like it's a doomed game for Dragonsteel. It's really tough to deal with Zach, but they have a Lucian and a Zeri where if you are able to get out of the initial Zach engage, you can turn a lot of damage around in a quick amount of time if you're able to play on the range.
Yeah, I mean, you get a lot. Oh, no.
Diamond? Okay.
Diamond's got out first. I think they get the trade kill, though. Toasty gets Zamudo in the end. So it's a 1-for-1. Couple big bodies gone because they're kind of your front line.
Supernova getting caught a little bit here and there, not respecting some of the control division that Dragonsteel has. They have done a nice job of prepping vision around this dragon. Support for top lane trade will favor Supernova, but at the moment, the map favors Dragonsteel. If Supernova check in a poor way, could be punished. It's good to see them using some discipline here to take out the wards and make sure that the right person's face checking this brush, and that would be Zach.
Right? All you got to do is throw your body into it. Oh, Scary Jerry getting messed over by the ward there. Doesn't end up having the blast cone to get out. Now this dragon would be soul point for Supernova. TP coming in now from Zamudo. He's a little bit off of the fight. Zyko going for the preemptive engage there. Toasty over top, but there's the bullet time. Separating the fight from Dragonsteel, though. And now you've got the re-engage from Spirax on the side, who gets completely collapsed onto. Now Faisal has popped his Bloblets, but Supernova, they're going to use the TP to ensure his safety there. And now they can take the fight into Zamudo. He has full health bars, but not for long. And that's a killing spree for Toasty. And Faisal once more, but maybe finds himself putting his hand too far in the cookie jar. That's the soul point for Supernova in the end.
That opener was just too big. The bullet time to start off the fight from Lens not only split it, but got the health bars low enough for Dragonsteel where they weren't able to regroup and answer.
Now they get to go back onto the map with a little bit of strength and that much closer to a soul, which would be a mountain soul. He also just got third item completed for Faisal, so you thought he was hard to kill before. Well, he's going to be harder to kill now as well, and we're going to be very close to those third items for Toasty and Lens as well.
Supernova looking to cruise to a 2-0. We were talking beforehand about the percentages of the results of the series, and I said the lowest percentage result would have been a Supernova 2-0. I was not expecting this coming in, but Supernova looked damn good, and they're looking to increase the pace of this game. Flashes are down for Dragonsteel, specifically on Yuji and Spyrax. Look for those two to be engaged upon by Supernova.
We'll pull off of the Baron here. Kenvi has been the go button every time. Diamond as well in some regards. And again, that double leadership front for Supernova has represented against Dragonsteel tonight. Mudo is getting pretty tanky of his own right, has a different entrance style than Faisal, but a strong one all the same. It's like both teams just willing to stare each other down in this tense face-off.
Again, Yuji, Spyrax, flashless. If you are flashless against Vi, Nautilus, Zac, you are going to be the target of being dogpiled. As curious if Yuji is going to be wrapping up a Seeker's Arm Guard with his final base. I feel like that's very, very strong this game. We're able to pick up some stasis. Could be big while he's down flash to actually be able to pilot a fight. A Supernova really trying to threaten this Baron, but at the moment have to return to their side lanes to get them pushing back in their favor.
And I'm just going to talk about the elephant in the room. Cubby, you have magic power this split. I don't know what it is, my friend, but anytime you bet against the team, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean,
the results just speak for themselves, I guess.
It happens. I don't know. I don't know what else to say, man. Challengers League is interesting. How about that?
All right.
As
Okay.
Toasty's gonna get
definitely
caught.
not you cursing people. And Toasty might be cursing the world now that he's getting caught out, buying Dragonsteel. He's going to have the rest of the team coming. The shutdown goes over to Zamudo, calling to the back of Kenvi, though. Kenvi getting very low, gets his Hysterics popped, and now he's going to go
Kenvy's
down to
down.
Scary Jerry, who's on his own killing spree now, and his comfort pick might just be the difference maker. Lens is coming over. Maggot Storm, though, and Psycho gets the beautiful engage. Dragonsteel have picked apart Supernova, and that's a full-on ace.
See, I didn't curse anything, Basel. You called me out, then Dragonsteel come right back. Your boys, they find the pick. It starts with Toasty on the top side. That vision pocket that Dragonsteel found, that was fantastic. And Zabuto has been having a rough game, found the angle. They one-shot Toasty. And this re-engage from Zyko, too, on the back half. I mean, Supernova's split, but they send it anyway. Zamudo gets Kenvi back in the team. He does fall, and then the re-engage from Zyko tanks through the bullet time with that support item shield. Great engage to find Lens, take away any chance to win that fight. And Dragonsteel get a Baron, get an outer turret, and get the gold lead in their favor in this game.
Zyko went so nutty in that fight as well. My goodness, that re-engage on the Lens. Lens had the opportunity to clean that one up. He has so much gold.
Yeah.
He was already on 3 items. But that instant lockdown over the wall, really beautiful call there. And Dragonsteel showing their teeth now.
That's a deep TP.
Zamudo's very tanky, though. He's
On
not going to go
Spyrax.
down. Yeah, look at that damage. Right back to you, Kenvi.
Can be able to sneak out just barely. TP, good attempt by Zamudo. But will still be Dragonsteel recovering on the map. Still structures to be taken for them. As they've only knocked down 2 turrets. Then it's just burned bullet time to take the wave. A minute before Dragon. I'm not sure if he's going to get that one back up in time for this fight.
Time is going to be a little bit difficult there. Now, he did just get level 16 from Faisal. And he was clearing that bottom side map. Now, is this a world where maybe Supernova want to let this one go? We said they were the proactive team. They need to kind of be active with Kenvi, but it's feeling dicey to enter this with the Rally Cry Baron buff caked over Dragonsteel.
It's got to be a give. I know it's a Mountain Soul for Supernova, but unless you get a
You can
really
come back
good
and fight
angle,
the next one.
Yeah, I think it's got to be a give. No flash on Zyko, no flash on Zamudo. Not exactly the priority targets you're looking to take down as not by.
Diamond is waiting. He's really hoping to get that magnetic pull straight onto Scary Jerry. It's all about who gets engaged on. They haven't seen Faisal. He's going in. He's going to try to get the stretching strikes. He's getting locked down, though. Lightning crashes there. Now re-engage from Zyko. And those wings, it's not the Elder Dragon, but it's the Dragon from Dragon Steel. And they've gotten a double kill for Spyrax. They've flipped the lead on its head, and now they're crashing down mid lane.
Yeah, and sometimes, I mean, we question the decision-making of Supernova. As Kenby is going to burn Flash to try and cut the wave. He's going back now. It's going to try and just be a distraction. That's a TP from Spyrax.
We're gaming.
Sterax taken down. Well played. It will prevent the end of the game for Dragonsteel, but they should get the Dragon in response. Not sure if Kenby exactly had to cut that, but was the choice made regardless. Supernova sometimes fall under the same weakness of Dragonsteel, which is when they get behind, they don't make the best decisions. Their flowchart gets a little bit off. And that fight, I mean, we're sitting up here in the booth like, you can wait. You don't exactly have to fight this. Not the case. They decide to take it anyway. And we talked about when Zach, you know, takes an engage. If it's not good, you have the potential to be absolutely shredded by Lucian and Zeri. It's exactly what happened in that fight. There's 3 items now for the Lucian Zeri. 4 picked up for Spyrax. We're seeing it's a little bit harder for them to actually get involved, and the deficit that Toasty is experiencing in the side lane really coming up big now.
Yeah. I just got to give some praise because we gave so much praise to Diamond for having such impactful conditions last game. Zyko, the man has had multiple re-engages now that have been the difference makers in these fights, and he is turning it up with an almost 100% KP now on the rel.
I mean, really big from Zyko in this one, as him and Scary Jerry both putting in the work. Scary Jerry's done a nice job in a rather hectic game to be safe, and I feel like at this point, I know the Zac scaling is so big. We talked about how there are scaling elements on both teams. It feels like Dragonsteel, especially that mid lane matchup, have outpaced where Supernova are at. This Lucian is pumping in these fights, and with the build that Spyrax has gone for, the cooldown reduction or ability haste he has access to with the Essence Reaver, he feels like at this point of the game, he's always able to have dashes up to at least get away from the Zac.
Yeah.
And Zac, even at this break point, when he's about to have a Randuin's, that'll help out. But LDR up for both Lucian and Zeri. Really tough for Zac to make the same impact that Faisal was having on the champion earlier on in this game, now that he's fallen off.
And I mean, Spyrax has just done a really good job of slowly but surely building to this, right? Like, he's literally a full item over Toasty now. He's going to have a lot of say in these fights. Now, Supernova moving out. Not B1's caught. And it will be caught, though, with the TP coming down. That's going to be a return TP, though. Diamond is going to be the sacrificial Nautilus here. Maybe you want to try to actually go for the fight. Not going to pull the slingshot there, as Diamond takes a while to take down, but he eventually falls to Spyrax.
Yeah, that flash feels bad, too. He does have Hex Flash up, but we have had a couple moments where Supernova, some of their members have gotten picked. I know Kenby and Diamond, they are the two that like to make the calls, but you know, sometimes get ahead of themselves on the track a little bit. A little bit tough when you are behind in this aspect, and Dragonsteel doing a nice job of playing out these 2 lanes and making it tough for Supernova. Zyko has a ward here. Toasty could be caught. Just fine, Faisal.
I see Spyrax is just doing the topside tower here.
That's fine.
To get some of this side lane gold for him. So easily picked up there by Dragonsteel in the end. Faisal gonna find some Mudo. I wonder if Dragonsteel actually want to stick around. They look like they want to finally get some backs off here, as 3rd item did just come through for Lens. Or no, not just now, but has had it now.
Yeah. Gotta say, I mean, Toasty still being down to full items tough. I don't know how Supernova win a fight from here. They have a couple of, press R and go abilities, but Spyrax at level 18. Feels like they don't lock him down. That's the big difference. And usually Brand's that priority target just because he's punishable and does so much damage if he's allowed to be up. Access to the rank 3 ultimate now as well. Would be significant.
Isn't the story of this Zac's influence on the game so interesting? Like, it was literally unstoppable for so long, and now it feels like Dragonsteel have the answer to it every time.
Just a couple fights went wayward, really killed some of the tempo. As our reservers, Zyko's in fog. Zyko has a big engage if he wants it. Has flash
this whole time. Faisal going over though. There's that 4-man knock up into the 4-man lightning crash. And Dragonsteel, they're popping off. That's a big bullet time, but it's stopped in its tracks. 4 members strong, still alive for Dragon Steel. They're up 8,000 gold, and now they're looking for the end and looking to bring us to 3 games.
In that first fight to turn things around, it was Amudo that found the first angle and Zyko that took it home. In the last fight, it's all Zyko with that massive rel engage, making sure the fight was easily in Dragonsteel's favor as they're going to take us to 9 games on the day.
I am sorry for your legs, Cubby, but I'm excited for NACL because today has delivered in folds. As Dragonsteel come from nothing in this series, come from domination of Supernova into a tied up one, and we're going all the way to 3. Dragonsteel will not be doubted.
I mean, that was a pretty crazy gold graph in that game, as it was a 4.2k gold lead at one point for Supernova, well into it. Really felt like Supernova was going to take off, carry on that mid-game lead, but man, Dragonsteel turning things around. It was a great find on Toasty and the Fog, and Supernova just kind of piled in one by one. Weren't able to find any victory in that team fight, and from there, it felt like after that fight, the gold lead was just way too much for the Zeri Lucian.
Yeah.
As we're going to see, the engage from Zyko is so good, but then the damage to boot too from the Zeri Lucian, unbeatable for Supernova.
Somebody that's a Zyko fan, please go take the time to go through this game and find all the engages, because there was a ton of montage-worthy engages from Zyko across the board. And yes, this one felt a lot easier to set up because they were in a big advantage, but what a fight back in gritty series from Dragonsteel as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, I really felt like we were going to talk about the Supernova 2-0. Oh, it was going to upset, flip around some of the standings that we had in Challengers League, but no. It is Zyko and Dragonsteel staying on top, hopefully, of NACL as they push us to a Game 3. And man, I mean, some really good looks there from Dragonsteel. I know it was a tough start to the game, but Spyrax was deathless. I thought Spyrax played great. Even Scary Jerry there flashing in with his buddy Zyko to make sure that fight went fully in their favor. Really good Zeri play, thinking back to that first blood he even got at level 2. Scary Jerry was always a threat, playing well in this game. And man, I mean, props to Dragonsteel on finding this one. Beat the early to mid-game comp of Supernova, outscaled the Zac, and the double marksman carried him home.
We wanted to see all the fireworks around Kenby and Yuji, but who would have known it was Zyko versus Diamond all along?
So many support player of the games, man.
Dude, it's crazy.
It's thrilling, yeah.
I'm here for it.
Angles are too good.
They are too damn good. Now, that will be it for our second game of the series, but that means that we get to go all the way to 3. We're going to step away, give Cubby a little bit of time to rest, and we'll get to our culmination of day 2 here in week 4.
This summer, NACL is back and we brought more. More Fearless.
It would be DSG locking in the Varus because they can't take the Oriana either way, but it's Aatrox banned instead.
More Creators.
Wait, I didn't change to competitive.
More Best of 5s. More money.
During the NACL Super Weeks on weeks 4 and 5, we'll give each NACL team 2 money matches.
More Surdy.
Send me up onto this stage again is my chance to prove that I'm the person who should have been promoted to the LCS over Fake Gold.
More stories. More partners. More prospects. More futures. More colleges. More SmackDown. More Cowboys. More NACL this summer. More. The future of the LCS starts right after the LCS. More.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and we are in the final game of the day. 9 games total on this Super Saturday in our Super Week of week number 4. And, of course, it goes the distance with Dragonsteel roaring back to life in Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, the double marksman comp, like, once they won 1 or 2 fights, it went from being really doomed for Dragonsteel to all of a sudden being very doomed for Supernova. It was a big flip in the game. LDR has made a huge difference on those third items, and I really feel like that fight that led to the free Baron for Dragonsteel was the big game changer. And if we look at the gold graph, it agrees. As, yeah, the 25-ish minute fight when it was the big turnaround from Dragonsteel, like, since then, it was all them. And props to the double marksman as they were cooking Faisal Zach that had a hell of a game, but wasn't quite enough to take the victory.
Yeah, and it wasn't for lack of trying for Supernova, who were consistently being proactive. They were trying to play around that top side after Scary Jerry had gotten a little bit of gold on bot side, so trying to play away from the strong points of Dragonsteel. And it looked very good, but at some point that kind of sustained damage the Dragonsteel drafted for themselves, and trying to block away that hearth that they were working with in the Brand, Lucian, and the Zeri. It was really hard to combat.
Yeah, it feels like with the Not, Vi, Hui, you kind of want to sync up those alts on the one target. A little bit of overkill with all the guaranteed, the Vi Not. We talked so much in Fearless Draft last split where you wanted to split up your Vi plus Nautilus games because like the other team would get them and it's access to an easy press R. But in the full Fearless, I guess neither team gets them now, which is going to be quite interesting. Any champ's very vulnerable to those just press R and get cooked strats now. Might be more viable in a Game 3, which will be interesting to see because we also have a lot of marksmen off the table yet again.
Yet again, as if you don't know, full Fearless does mean that every champion that's picked so far in the series is not available to either side. And some really, really big picks are going to be off the table. But that's where you have to think of what's come before and see what slinks on through. A lot of those draft bans, at least, probably going to stick the same. But this is a new one, as Supernova, not only for the first time on blue side, will also be banning the Nidalee here.
I think they were trying to set up for maybe a Zyra, but Zyra intelligently taken away from Dragonsteel right off the bat. Another big pick, Ashe. We've seen that taken away the entire series from Supernova on red. Expect to see Ashe denied on red side yet again. But I'm seeing room for Tristana or Ashe to get through, so we could also see a handshake if neither of those champs get banned here. Those are the two that are really high prio that I'm looking out for in this final game.
Let's see what this final ban for the first phase of Supernova's blue side Game 3 is going to be. It is the Ashe. So right now, Dragonsteel have a lot to decide on if they want to let that Tristana go through.
No, you ban the Trist. You definitely ban the Trist. There's no way you're going to let Tristana go through in this last game. Toasty's been so good at playing some of these marksmen mid. There is no way I'd give them Tristana. As, okay, that's a Sejuani ban. Might be opening up for Maokai deny in favor of Yuji. And my guess is that Dragonsteel are going to play Maokai and Jason of the Tristana, which is something that they are very good at, to be fair as well. So
it is.
I think that's what we're looking for. Or Rumble. Rumble got all the way through.
Yep, and this is something that's been banned away as well for a majority of the series itself.
Azir?
See what the double pickup is. It is the Azir, a classic for Spyrax at least.
Wow, I really thought we were going to see Jace Maokai coming in. Like the Ivern Sej being taken away, I'm like, oh boy, it's a great game for Maokai, no? Not the case.
This is a comfort pick.
It is. Faisal loves his Gragas. You can control the lane against Rumble. I will say that you get a bit cooked. Rumble is always going to have priority, but if you're Gragas in later games, you're still Gragas. And it's definitely a pick that Faisal has always played very well. So it looks to be the case for Supernovas. That's locked on in. Now it's a choice. Does Henby want to take a prio jungler? I'd love to see Lilia here. I think Lilia is really good in Rumble Azir.
This is a throwback to when Kenby was making his rounds in Tier 2. It is going to be there. So they have that hard farming, very quick farming at least, AP jungle.
Okay, that's a fun one. Man, I gotta say, I think Dragonsteel, like, Viego's bread and butter for Yuji, but there's a real lack of setup for Viego as we get later on in this draft. Nautilus, Rel, off the table. Leona, off the table. Where are you going to find your engage to now go with this Viego pick, I mean, we're getting down
Blitzcrank.
to Zaire Rakan. Blitzcrank is unironically an option, and we see Rakan actually taken off the table immediately. So both teams kind of thinking what I'm thinking here. I mean, Maokai support, I gotta say, still viable. We saw it in game 3 earlier today for Disguised. And that's one way to actually get set up for both Rumble and Viego. That is the route for Dragonsteel. So it's very weak early on, but a lot of the picks that bully it in lane phase are off the table. So it might be an option.
I'm also kind of keeping my eyes out on what Zig's priority looks like here as well. Just see if that's going to be anywhere. The Jin is the
I want to see a
final
Varus
ban,
ban.
though.
I think Varus ban would be really good here for Supernova. I know like at this point you don't really want to take away ADs, but with the Kate and the Jin, those are 2 picks that I feel like are really strong into Varus. So would love to see Supernova take that away.
And you still have R5 for Dragonsteel to utilize in some way, shape, or form, but the final ban is going to come through for Supernova here at least, and it is going to be the Draven, so try to take away some of that 2v2 presence.
That is a little bit of a target at Scary Jerry. Also, maybe trying to protect what we want to pick early on for Supernova. Again, I see Kate and Jin taken away. My head goes straight to Varus. Jin's a good way to control Draven, but Draven can still find angles to actually get ahead. Draven ban, though, maybe we see something like Kaisa for Lens. I think Kaisa isn't the hottest pick right now, but of course you are pretty far down the chain in terms of marksman, and it is something that I know Lens plays very well.
The Callista maybe also making his way through. Probably not in this regard, but we'll see
It's
what
not
the picks is going to be. I do feel like a lot of the team fighting potential from Dragonsteel is in interesting regards, right? You're really looking for the resets, but again, I don't feel like you have that setup that you were kind of mentioning. So I'm expecting the R5 to be some kind of aggressive, engage-centered kind of pick there. It is the Jinx
Thresh
that
or
makes
Kench.
it on through there.
We see Thresh, Kench, or Braum here. You have some real options. I gotta say, I haven't seen a lot of Kench in Fearless, but I feel like Tom Kench has some value, especially if you're Supernova this game. I would not like Tom Kench for Dragonsteel, because then Gragas can get a 2-for-1 special. Not to mention Lilia really abuses Tom Kench.
I like the theory craft in there as well. Just think about what.
Oh my God, Alistar's up?
It's the Alistar locked in for Diamond.
Yeah, I mean, Zyko, you're relegated to quite a few picks here. I think Thresh is doable. I would really like Braum, but you really lack hard engage as Braum, and Lilia cooks Braum too. But I also really like Lilia into Thresh, so I think the Lilia value is really high in this game for Supernova if Kenby's able to get going.
And hey, those jungles taking priority stage here, as we kind of wanted to see in this series as a whole, will be really interesting, as it's the Renata locked in last.
Okay, I honestly don't mind the swap. This ends up being a little bit more lane dominant for Dragonsteel, but hopefully it gives you a way to combat Lilia, who I still feel like really runs rampant in this game.
And that's what I'm curious about, because again, you're not getting any of that centered engage. You're not getting any of that kind of frontline stability there. So you're looking at a frontline that's very paper thin and a lot of ways to kind of separate the fight for Supernova.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see how this pans out. Also, did some homework on Kenby. 3-0 on Lilia in his career. So not a pick we've seen a ton from him, but definitely a style that we're used to seeing where you are able to get an economy that's big enough where you can kind of douse your opponents. So, yeah, I mean, this is going to be a really interesting draft. I think that Triss, Lilia, mid-pry are going to matter a lot, and Tosi's been great in this pick, but it is the Spyrax's here. So a lot of eyes on mid-jungle duo this game.
It's going to be incredibly important. And as we get to our final game of the day, make sure you spam who you got in this one. SM for Supernova, Dragonsteel is DSTL. Also, while you're at it, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, by the way, because all the proceeds go straight to supporting our teams and players here in NACL. The love has been felt. The community has been awesome. Oh my God, our production is so cool.
I haven't seen that.
Sub to our Twitch. All of it. All these cool emotes and the proceeds go to our teams. It's been a really cool initiative to see play out so far, and you even got a little bit of cowbell to incentivize you.
Horn too. I like that. It's goofy.
Got the musical chairs going on here.
Yeah. All right. This game, I want to see how Lilia sets up the map. We have a ward on the Raptors to try and spot Viego. Kenby, of course, on this Lilia, your ability to sprint the map is very high. And I really want to see Kenvi, A, try and be punished in the first 2 clears. Zamudo will have priority in the top side. I'm curious if we see Yuji maybe go for a split map invade, because if you do catch Lilia early on, Diego can get some harass down. Okay. Nice bait.
And just get some good trades on the lens. I have that headbutt there, though, to get Zyko right back.
That was cute. That said, you're probably going to miss experience now for the first 3 creeps, which is a big deal. See if Lens can get in and actually get that. Doesn't look like that's the case, so well played by Dragonsteel to utilize the power of their first few levels. Very good from Scary Jerry and Zyko. Of course, Alistar, pretty useless level 1.
Yo, I know I was on the sub train talking about earlier shilling for NACL, but an anonymous gifter gifted 20 tier 1 subs. Heck yeah, I love it. Thank you so much to whoever you were. Appreciate you. And now we get to fuel up and get ready for this last game. Also, I do want to say there's a lot of options for Yuji to upend the clear speed of Kenvi on the Viego, but you have to have some of that lane working with you. And so far, it's a little bit wonky.
He has it, and he just didn't take the options. I think that the big thing against Lilia is the first 2 clears. Like, that's the angle where you can really get up and into the Lilia. After that, it gets harder and harder. So I think that the goal against Lilia is to try and pick it. I really want to see Scary Jury try and find Lilia in these fights with the Chain of Corruptions. If he's able to do that, it's going to make a big difference. If not, again, if Lilia is able to keep on running through the fights, keeping up those passive stacks and stacking up the Conqueror, Lilia can get out of control. And I think this game specifically, there's a real lack of like hard CC outside of the bot lane for Dragonsteel. So I like how Kenvi's clearing up. I think that his ability to interact with the top side of the map, very good.
And I honestly need to see exactly what this Renata pick is going to play out, because I feel like, again, that front line gives you a lot more stability. Speaking of some stability, you can always know that Kenvi's going to try to follow up if Zamudo overextends.
Oh.
You're going to find him after the flash does get away from him, maybe. Faisal going for the body slam, and there's the combo. First blood straight to Faisal.
Yeah, I saw Kenvi like throw out an auto to almost bluff the E, but Zamudo was still able to sidestep it. I think that swirling C needed to be synced up with the E body slam from Faisal. Regardless, not the cleanest. However, they do find it. So no damage done. Just going to be first blood going over to Faisal. Will help him in that lane. Be able to get that early no magic mantle.
Also, very hefty trades in favor of Scary Jerry and Zyko down in the bot side. Oh, wow. Diamond did end up getting the reset there. Yeah, a little bit there. Do get a redeploy out back onto the top side of the map, though, for Diamond. Going for a roam, it looks like.
I was hoping to see no magic mantle from Faisal. This is a matchup where you're just going to take magic damage. And I think that early item.
AP.
Yeah, you know, we're going to get AP going. But if he had the money to get a tier plus a no magic mantle, I think that makes a big difference. Not the case, though. Going to go for the mana stack. So we'll do his best to stay in that lane and abuse that passive that was nerfed this patch to the best of his abilities.
See what comes of it. I do want to check in on the jungle pass. We do have the early back being there by Kenvi, at least. Not early, rather. But at least on the back end of a full clear. Did have Yuji reset, come back on the map, and now clearing down towards this bottom side where Dragon has spawned.
Yeah, Kenvi wants grubs, though. Especially like with flash 100%. Down on Rumble. And he got the Dream Base on Lilia. It's the Echoes and the Dark Seal. This is exactly what you want from your first base is Lilia. Now, Yuji has been catching up, or staying caught up, I should say, and that's fine for the Viego. But again, the first couple of clears, if Lilia is able to get out unscathed, it's really big for this pick.
Yeah.
With the mirrored pathing, less interaction. Yes, Dragonsteel are going to get a dragon of their own, but Zamudo, again, going to be target. Does have level 6, so this is a little bit dangerous for Supernova.
It is. He's going to have an exit here. Kenvi not having the ultimate to lock him down in the end. Does have the slow there. Zamudo able to put some damage back into it, but I love that Dragonsteel utilizing the strength of bot lane, where they have a near 20 CS lead constant down there early on to get this dragon.
And the top lane's been, I mean, Zamudo's up in CS, but again, just Kenvi showing there. It will force out Rumble, who is now TP-less, and this does open up the grubs to go over to him for free. So Kenvi has only skipped the Gromp so far. He will pick that up on the back half, and his clear, again, has gotten out unscathed. Really big for Lilia in this game if she gets that free level 6. It's much harder to make plays on the Lilia now that she has access to that sleep.
Yeah, and it's also a lot easier to get active on the map now that you are able to get some of that control around the objectives, but you're going to be getting that level 6 soon as well, and your clear speed is going to be through the roof.
Props to Yuji. Was able to sneak down here. Does get a control ward. Will spot Kenvi when he walks back into this bot side. So 6 available for spy racks. And Raptors have spawned for Kenvi. Yuji will take them. Envy has not recognized this, so he's not walking in to contest the red buff. Does have level 6. Oh boy, Zyko. Flash.
Zyko locked down in the trap jaws too. Scary Jerry trying to get Diamond back, and the arrow does it. Now Lan's trying to fight down as well, but the spear's not going to hit. At least the wonderful arrow there going a little bit wide for Scary Jerry. And Len's Scary Jerry going tooth and nail, but it's actually the bot lane of Dragon Steel that comes out.
Kenvi is trying to counter jungle. I do want to highlight Zyko. Props on to him for holding the heal. Did wait until Ignite expired to drop that. If that doesn't happen, might have actually gone down. And then Scary Jerry stepping up and just free firing. Again, a lot of the changes that were made to Varus actually benefit the on-hit build and hurt the poke build. So it doesn't have a big impact early on, but once you start putting points in the W, you get more if you put points into it early. So Scary Jerry taking advantage of that. Not to mention, I think they added damage on each auto attack to the W2s, so you do hit a little bit harder early on.
And he's been using it really well to keep Diamond down very heavily.
It used to be a ability where you could put points into Q&E and then still get everything from levels. A lot of it's the missing health damage or percent missing health damage. Now you have to put points into it. So that's very targeted at nerfing poke Varus and making sure that on-hit Varus is fine. And with the lead that Scary Jerry has, this is a pick where you need to step up and fire. Really important you have a gold lead because you are going to be tanking damage when you try and walk into this Jinx. So really good start from Scary Jerry and Zyko. The first team All-Pro ADs, second team All-Pro support, stepping up in lane with picks that we know they can play well.
And it's not only this game, last game as well. Monumental performance from both of them on comfort picks as well. Very rare, something to be scared of a little bit. But we do actually see Zyko was looking for a roam on mid. We've had both supports be extremely impactful in this series so far, and especially their timings on the map.
Oh, we saw Faisal trying to sneak up and body slam that cannon minion, not able to get it done. Zumudo able to deny.
It's hard to move big body like that, all right? Sometimes the aim isn't there.
Yeah, sometimes you don't want to take, you don't want to get barbecued and overheated on, too. You know?
They actually thought about maybe contesting the wave state right there, but actually did not.
Ward at Toasty.
Will walk around. You end up spotting him out there, yeah.
Yeah,
so a little bit of vision.
I mean, props to Yuji, has denied the last 2 Raptor spawns. Kenvi, of course, did trade out. The real test is going to be the upcoming grubs, because if 6 grubs are given over to Tristana, Toasty's ability to impact side lanes later on in this game is going to be so significant, as Diamond doesn't have 6 yet. Be chunked out by Yuji.
She's level 7. Oh, hostile takeover under the turret here. Lens instantly going to cleanse, but he's collapsed on, and there's the Heartbreaker on top of it all. Scary Jerry!
That's
he's
nasty.
The one juggling it the whole time, and a double kill comes out for Dragon Steel's bot lane.
Well, just another game where Yuji can show off the hands, as that was nasty from Yuji. Yes, the hostile takeover split him, but you got the cleanse on that. Scary Jerry fires with the Chain of Corruption, takes tower aggro, and then Yuji, every single CD was burned onto him, but he was able to get out safe and sound because he had the Unstoppable. So dodged out on the Alistar combo. And the bot lane for Supernova put further behind by Dragonsteel.
Kraken Slayer now completed.
That's big.
He's out on the map now. Grubs are up. This would be Grubageddon for Kenvi and Supernova. Yuji hunting with Zyko. They want to try to collapse over this mid lane. They won't end up finding it. Spotted out by a bit of vision there. But the grubs have already been started by Kenvi. And looks like they're going to be close and given to Grubageddon.
Yeah, Sumudo got a nice chunk in the Faisal, but not enough. Dragonsteel thinking about cross-mapping, trying to contest, not going to be the case. So big positives for this game still. This early draft, kind of about Kenvi making sure that he gets a free-flowing start. He is still set up for a lot of success. And on the top side, Sumudo, he does have flash. I don't know if he's going to use it, though. He might just be going
into
down.
The alcove gameplay. There's the lilting lullaby, and my sweet, sweet prince, about to be sung to sleep, gets the flash out.
Okay. Was able to flash. He was thinking about it. I think that if you were going to flash, you'd try and flash the headbutt. Not the case, though. Does lose the summoner spell, but will save his life. Meanwhile, bot side, Dragonsteel are cooking that bot turret, and to be fair, it's been seeded by Supernova, as this bot lane difference from the draft, this Varus and Renata, very lane-dominant combo into the Jinx Alistar. Alistar has been set behind early, and Dragonsteel getting a first brick in their favor. All the gold going over to Scary Jerry, who's really empowered to be the carry this game.
Yeah, I would love to look at the gold, because that's actually just insane. He's up like 30
I got it.
CS the entire time, but they've also gotten all the plates down there, and it has been a resurgence from Scary Jerry and Zyka, right? That game one, Lens and Diamond had their number, but it feels like they've really come back to their own.
Boom, there it is, Scary Jerry. Again, gifted that first brick. And we see Zyko deploying on the top side, Scary Jerry deploying mid. Things are going to be opened up for the 3-lane setup rather early, as now Alistar and Jinx being forced to answer the Varus. Not quite ideal. I will say, interested that they kept the Trist into the Rumble. Gragas can kind of buy time and scale into the Azir. He doesn't get punished quite as hard, but for me, you kind of want Trist to try and pressure the Azir on the side lane. You have the real ability to make a play. You have Trist plus Lilia, who is doing all right in this game. Meanwhile, Faisal.
They're going to try to find Faisal here. Spyrax gets a nice little knockback there as Faisal makes his way out. He's moving that big body all over. The cask comes through. Viego, Heartbreaker on the wall. Faisal, hey, do you remember us, friend? We'll take a killing spree for Yuji off the back of that one.
More gold for Yuji. Faisal did not opt to use the flash, which I didn't realize because I still had the tag up. That said, top side, Supernova still committing numbers. Toasty will knock down this turret in response. Oh, that's a big catch.
That's so much damage.
Yeah.
Kenvi can't even get away.
Yeah, that's the play. The CC comes from bot side. They have to be the ones that actually answer the Lilia. Kenvi just got his ult back up in the gray screen, so wasn't able to throw out Gnar. And Kenvi caught out there. That's big. Now Zamudo might be caught.
Toasty looking for the play here. He's got the help combo from Diamond, and Zamudo is cooked himself by Toasty.
All right, nice wait here from Supernova, but they just get a kill. Meanwhile, the bot inner turret falls, and Dragonsteel extend their gold lead.
3,000 gold up because of that. Able to capitalize on the moment down in the bot side is pretty huge. Now we will have the Rift Herald coming up. Redeploys out onto the top side by Supernova in full force.
And again, Kenvi has to be careful about the Varus Renata. For me, that's the one real thing that can deal with Kenvi. Yes, you can send Azir in to knock him back, but you're going to get slept after that. So it's kind of dangerous for Spyrax to dive in and deal with Lilia. It's got to be the Renata and the Varus, and Kenvi has to be wary of that. He was caught out once. Doesn't want to get caught out again. Now down to level 2, Yuji has done a nice job of funneling kills for himself on the bot side. And Herald is started, but Dragonsteel about to get mid-prio. Looks like they're not going to use it to contest the Herald. Instead, they're going to use it to contest mid. Scary Jerry pushing forward, but Faisal has the wave clear. Should be fine.
Ooh, Spyrax doing a lot of damage now as well. The Rift Herald does eventually go down. Dragonsteel a little hesitant on making a play there, but just looking for that mid lane priority. Supernova will sneak away with full objective control from the top side, at least with those Grub Agains and the Rift Herald pop. But you also have to look at this mid lane tower as the focus for that Rift Herald when it does get dropped.
And the consolation prize, too, is I know that inner turret was knocked down really early, but Faisal does have more time to actually spend like helping out the map and helping out the team. He doesn't have to go answer that bot lane as early, in which, you know, there's no turret there, so you still get the wave as it comes in. So Faisal actually was able to stick around mid, make sure that wave got cleared out, able to support Supernova in case there was a fight, and still able to pick up that wave in the bot side. So small win. However, Dragonsteel looking poised to stack that third dragon and put themselves on soul point.
And that makes decision-making so much more difficult for Supernova as well. It's been off the back of some very big CS differentials in the lanes, specifically Scary Jerry versus Lens and Zamudo versus Faisal. A little bit one-sided in those regards, but now Dragonsteel need to answer this top side as Toasty and Diamond up here looking for picks potentially.
Uh-oh.
Speaking of picks.
That's not the pick you want.
He's going to flash over the wall. Chains of Corruption doesn't end up connecting. Oh, no! Oh, it's like Bambi all over again. Scary Jerry goes on a killing spree.
Man, I mean, you have ways to scout as Lilia, throwing in the squirrel seeds, but just getting caught there. Flash goes down, tried to buy more space with the W, wasn't quite able to be done as Diamond is going to pop the ult early. Go on Spyrax, TP, double TP coming in.
Beams. Faisal's already here. Zamudo's here to help back him up, though. Flame Spitter is cooking, and here comes Psycho. Faisal's going to try to get his way out of there, but hostile takeover will slow him down. He's down now. Toasty trying to get away, tries to get the rocket jump out, and is out of there so far unless Zyko can get the auto attacks onto him. They're trying to chase him down. Zyko's trying to get the speed up here. The heal goes through. He wants the kill. Oh, he doesn't get it. Also, Dragon secured by Dragonsteel's Yuji.
Toasty using 2 Fleet Rocks to make sure he was able to get out of there alive. Man, that is really tough here for Supernova. It feels like they're really grasping to try and find plays. And again, Lilia being taken out, picked in the mid-game like this, that's what Lilia is vulnerable to. That's why I was really putting an emphasis on banning Varus, right? You have this unique ability as Varus with the Chain of Corruptions to create your own plays. And we've seen that Chain of Corruptions, props to Scary Jerry, using that ability very intentionally to focus down this Lilia and make sure that this, deer just can't run rampant on the rest of Dragonsteel's comp. It's been really good from them. Between that and setting bot lane miles behind in this one, Scary Jerry is having a great game 3 on this Varus.
Yeah, honestly, we talked so much about them last game because of Zyko's performance. Some of them come up with the Zeri from Scary Jerry, but it really has just been leaping from strength to strength here in back-to-back games. And we will see the charge from Kenvi get smote away by Yuji. Going to deny him the charge onto the turret down in bot side.
I like that because of that. Just an outer for outer trade as Spyrax is able to clean up the top side. Thanks, Faisal.
Big
some
boy.
nice damage. Yeah, Gragas scales very well. Especially with the Roa plus Seraph's build coming in. Once he's able to hit that breakpoint, Gragas always going to be valuable in these team fights.
AP.
Yeah, we do love the AP Gragas. I kind of missed this answer to a couple AP mid picks mid. Feel like it's still there. Just we haven't seen it. Isol, though, always going to bust out that trusty dusty Gragas of his. That said, I mean, this map falling apart now. This is how you can beat some of these ramping junglers, right? Take camps away from themselves. Wolves able to be taken by Kenvi. No access to the Gromp, which will now be denied by Yuji. Does get the red buff in return, but still just chipping away at these camps, chipping away at the economy of Supernova. Big for Dragonsteel, who, I mean, they had 2 heavily winning lanes in this one, Michelle. It's really warped the game between that and a chain of corruptions coming out from this Varus.
Yeah, the CC chaining is just so hard to deal with. But this is also kind of the culmination of a series where Dragonsteel were taken advantage of in a lot of the early games. Supernova were the ones that had a lot of the strong early games. And now in a game 3, we see Dragonsteel back to their old form, taking advantages early and not giving any room for the enemy to breathe.
Oh.
Speaking of,
let's hope
go the play.
Yuji and Zyko are both hovering, and Spyrax is playing this very close to the
Yuji's
river.
like, something is going down here. They are going to TP over with Faisal. Spyrax initiating the retreat here with Dragonsteel. Kenvi looking to try to get a big wilting lullaby. He's just completely down again. How many times have we seen that? And then Yuji flashes away from the engage of Faisal. A double kill goes to Scary Jerry. Dragonsteel, this is all theirs.
I mean, that's all on vision for Kenvi. And again, like, there's no scroll seed. That's what you have to use to really buy space and keep your passive up. He lost his passive, so didn't have the move speed buff. Doesn't have flash and walks directly into the Chain of Corruptions from Scary Jerry as the jungler is one shot. Faisal is to follow, and the attempted play from Supernova goes to the wayside as a rather competitive series. Feels like Supernova is going out with a whimper. Dragonsteel take the Baron.
You know, with a Supernova in the sky, it takes a while for the explosion to make it. Maybe we're just waiting on that explosion at some point in the future for Supernova, but it is going to be a very dominant Game 3 from Dragonsteel so far. I think the Zamudo Rumble making it through the Game 3, kind of looking at a lot of the picks that have slung through to Dragonsteel, and it's been a consistent factor for Supernova that they want these double marksman compositions, and it's hard to fight when you're behind.
I don't think we have time for a replay, but I would have loved to see the vision that Kenvi has going into that play, because I think that he was able to spot Varus, and if he was, I feel like that's a big mistake. If not, that ward in the brush didn't cover it. It was kind of tough to see from my perspective, so That said, we don't have time because we're 30 seconds away from Dragon Soul, a Hextech Soul at that for Dragonsteel. Diamond's in deep, but he's going to be caught.
Pyrex just used the Emperor's Divide. There's the Chains of Corruption, though, going straight onto him again. Dude, what did Kenby do to Scary Jerry, man? It has been on site with this man, and the guy himself is going to get a triple kill.
I mean, it's too easy, right? Kenby, he's been picked every fight. I talked about it going into this draft. If you have CC bot, that's where Lilia has to be careful. Playing around this bot lane, it's not been respected by Kenby or Supernova. And Kenby, he doesn't have a chance to run rampant as Lilia this game. He's been taken down first every fight. And once that happens, this game has gotten so easy for Dragonsteel because not only are you isolating and killing the Lilia, but guess what? Via gets a reset too.
It's so insane how lethal this team can be when they just catch Kenby out every single time. 8-0-2, not one to be done up by his support from last game. Scary Jerry is making his name for the MVP of this game, number 3 here. Diamond is out caught a little bit. He's pretty tanky. Doesn't have Unbreakable though, and ends up just getting completely caught out and carved up into some ground beef.
Man, this was a series. Like, the first half of the series, Supernova was winning, man. Game 1, so in their favor. First half of Game 2, so in their favor. Since then, Dragonsteel turned it around. And this Game 3, completely in their control.
Corruption again.
Okay.
Oh, Zyko's in a lot of trouble. It's the bailout. Nobody's going to die. Oh, Yuji! He's getting the resets here now. You got to be a little bit careful, though. Spyrax coming over as well. Spyrax not do a decent amount, but Shutdown went over to Kenby here. Now Kenby getting low. He's burning. Triple Lilting Lullaby. This is Toasty's time. Is it though?
Scary
They're all
Jerry.
dying. Oh my God, Diamond. He's the one. He's the savior. And Kenby sneaks in for yet another one. Shutdowns aplenty to Kenby. And now they're able to strike back a little bit against Dragonsteel, who still have a monumental lead.
A bit of life from Supernova. Still think it's not going to be enough though to overcome Dragonsteel. You can see though, if Lilia is actually able to function in the fight, she does get a lot of value against this composition. It's just every fight she's died first. The one time she doesn't, can be able to do something. As we take another look, Zyko goes for a flash onto Lens. Unfortunately catches the minion with the handshake. Not the Jinx, but the wraparound from Yuji comes in. It's a really nice turn from Faisal with Toasty to at least get Zyko, who didn't have ultimate available. Yes, Viego gets in, but again, Kenby was untouched in this fight. A great flash from Toasty as he bought space and was able to really run rampant in the back half. Faisal finds the knockup into the Swirl Seed, which got the Lilting Lullaby to hit. Toasty already burning flash, was not able to get back to Spyrax. Scary Jerry flashing in. Does really sign his own death sentence, but at least able to take down Toasty. And what a hectic fight that was, which is really summarized by my extremely poor and everywhere synopsis of what happened. But that's kind of what that fight felt like it was.
The Terminus gives so much tankiness to Scary Jerry there. Like, Toasty
he's
had
so
to
fed.
dump everything into him, and
so
wasn't even take him down about half health there. Now, Dragonsteel will not be any slouches on the Rift with this Dragon Soul. They'll try to take down this Tier 2 in topside.
All right, Dragonsteel going back to the drawing board. They lost a couple flashes from that last fight. I think important to note, no flash on Scary Jerry. He is immobile. Only going to have really the hostile takeover and a zero ult to peel for him, as it is a trade of inners in the end. So you gotta, like, from Supernova's perspective, that's well worth it. We are a minute 20 away from Baron spawning. Dragonsteel have complete control over that top side jungle of Supernova. But once they are spotted on waves, we should see Supernova able to at least get control of their own jungle back. The question is, how much control can they get over this Baron, as Dragonsteel have really been in control of this game?
Just got Phantom Dancer completed for Lens. Toasty is on 3
behind.
Items now as well. With the
Scary
Iron
Jerry
Man.
is so big this game.
He's literally almost full
Jesus.
build now as well. He's almost on his 5th item.
Yeah, it looks like Zyko's working on McHale's, which is a really smart buy, because I think the only thing that can stop Dragonsteel from winning is if Scary Jerry, gets swept or gets CC comboed. So I think that taking a fight soon for Supernova, I know that it's a tough game for them. I'd rather see them take it sooner than later, given that Scary Jerry is down flash and there's no McHale's left, or no McHale's built yet by Zyko.
I will say, Kenby having the Zanyas does provide him a lot more time in the fights. It's actually so big.
That's big. Doesn't have the camps though to kind of stack his passive on. We'll try and get the blue buff, but you can see how wary Envy is of his map.
He's been caught so many times. I've been wary too.
He's just taking some passive procs. We'll see if the scroll seeds and the barrels start coming in, but the Hextech Soul very oppressive and difficult for Supernova to deal with.
And move over towards bot side of it. They have to be careful though. Dragonsteel gonna use this lead.
They
They're
can
gonna
melt
just
this.
take down
This
the
is gone.
Baron,
This
yeah,
is gone.
and nobody's here.
Wow. I mean, right now, both marksmen are spotted on a ward on the bot side. It looks like Supernova opted into dropping this to try and control the Elder. To be fair, Elder is the more important buff out of the two. We have a lot of data in League of Legends to prove that. But you are still giving this over for free. And just trying to camp the spawn here, where if you're going to find anything, you got to believe it's around here. But of course, Kenby going to be spotted out taking the Wolves. And Supernova, like, Dragonsteel knows the Supernova's right here. So they should know to play this cautiously.
Ding dong goes the bell. Mikhail's completed there as well as
big.
the Bloodthirster completed for Scary Jerry. You thought he was hard to kill before. He's going to be near impossible now. They will kind of move towards this mid lane, get priority. They still have the Rally Cry Baron buff for 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Toasty going to clear up that bot wave. If there's going to be any play for Supernova, they have to play through bot. They're already hitting base. This might not be soon enough here for Diamond as we are wrapping around. Spyrex did not play aggressively enough to try and cancel it, so it will be a quick escape here. Supernova stuck around for the extra wave and got away with it.
Now it's Dragonsteel maybe looking to catch them in the choke. Salt trying to get push in mid lane. Gotta be careful for Scary Jerry here. He's gonna pop the Chains Corruption. That's a big tool down, Cubby.
Yeah, that cool. Not as much CDR on this build as the poke build, but should be up in time if they at least stall the Elder. But that's Kenvy's happy to see that one gone. That said, Elder's at half. They can't even get in here. This is gone.
Yeah, Kenvy can't even get over. He was still in mid lane that whole time. Now Lens is completely caught by himself over there. Meanwhile, Lilting Lullaby goes on to Spyrax, but he's chasing him down, and this Elder Dragon is just making quick work of Supernova. And they've just exploded as Dragonsteel. They've taken their namesake and driven it straight into the heart of Amateur.
I mean, the attempt to drop Baron for control of Elder, there was no contest on that Elder Dragon. Dragonsteel able to get in there and melt it off the backs of a giant game and lead from Zyko and Scary Jerry in the bot lane. Scary Jerry carrying it home for Dragonsteel as they're going to come back and find this 2-1.
Diamond on a desperate flank here. Chains of Corruption there on the Lens. Going to be cleansed out of. Diamond finds the re-engage on the Scary Jerry. Scary Jerry's going to hit that barrier, and he is perfectly fine. They still have one minion here waiting for the next wave to crash. Still about 40 seconds on the Baron buff, and the end is nigh for Supernova.
Diamond has no ult this time, so whenever he goes in, he's dead. As first Nexus turret does fall. Dragonsteel, they have Chain of Corruption and Equalizer coming up shortly, so they're going to back off, wait for that. And this should be it.
I'm going to try to get this wave in here. They're looking at the Nexus turret. Kenby getting his passive stack there. Equalizer going down. Dragonsteel need one last push. Scary Jerry's completely caught here now, too. That was a big cast. The bailout's not going to be enough, but Spyrax comes in when he's needed most. And Faisal's going to fall. Toasty the last one. And Yuzi takes their souls from them. Dragonsteel will remain undefeated and move to 4-0.
Tightly contested series from Supernova for the first two, with that dominant Dragonsteel that we know emerged in Game 3, kept that record perfect in series score, and make sure that Dragonsteel stay on top of the league.
And again, like, Supernova's got to be kicking themselves, man. Like, this has been so many series that have been so close. That's why I have so much belief in this squad. And
Holy
it just
smokes.
comes up to a couple moments that go wrong, and Dragonsteel take full advantage of that Game 3.
Yeah, I know we don't highlight Pogs in Game 3, but I think that's a pretty easy one for Scary Jerry, who again,
100%.
I mean, showing Lilia in draft, I saw the Azir. I know Varus is a champ that Scary Jerry plays very well, very strong in terms of pick, trying to find Lilia. With a lot of those engaged supports off the board, it does enable you to go for something like Varus Renata that was so lane dominant. And really got the best of this Jinx Alistar.
Yeah.
And Lens and Diamond are not pushovers in lane.
Not at all.
Man, Dragonsteel really made that lane look like a pushover in this last game. As a dominant bot lane performance, Zumudo absorbs some pressure top. And in the end, I mean, Kenvi, it just felt like he was never able to get going on that Lilia because of how many times he was picked before the fights really even broke out. The one time he wasn't picked, it was Supernova was down so bad already, and it was actually an even fight. I mean, Dragon Steel were pretty far in there, but you can see the value that Lilia is able to bring if she's actually able to function in a team fight. That said, Lilia was never able to function in that game, and Dragon Steel just took over.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Now we are going to take it to a short little break. On the other side, we'll have a Rally Cry post-game interview with none other than Scary Jerry himself. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everyone, to the Rally Cry post-game interview, and I'm joined with the Wonder Star carry of Dragon Steel. It is Scary Jerry himself, and pretty dominant game 2 and 3 from you, the Zeri into the Varus. How was the kind of progress report for yourself over this series, especially after that rough game number 1?
I mean, game 1, it was like, damn, bro, like, we still can't play Senna, you know, like, these teams aren't banning it for a reason. Game 2, it's like, we're so effed, you know, like, we're down 4k gold, but, you know, Zyko, he got some insane engages, and Sparks was playing for KDA, and it worked out in the end. And game 3, I mean, I'm a Varus merchant, you know, I'll say it. On 4-5, ban that, because if I have Varus, we're going to win lane, we'll probably win the game. So, yeah, we won. Woo!
You were up like 30 CS the entire time, too. In that game, too, I want to be a little bit more introspective. Who was the kind of calming voice, or who was the rallying flag for you guys to kind of turn that one around?
I mean, I think Supernova, they were kind of just inting into us in that game 2, like, they had it. And Zyko, like, he obviously got some insane engages. Like, he's a rel merchant, 5-man rel. Oh, it was insane.
That's crazy, man.
But I mean, Jalal, like, he was up 100 CS. He was just smurfing that game. Made sure that, you know, we didn't fall too far behind and we were able to win team fights. So I'd give that one to him, game 2.
Do you have any thoughts on you and Zyko's growth together? I know we've gotten to talk to you guys a lot, but kind of what has changed, or the mindset maybe you guys are approaching with into this one, especially having been so dominant so far?
Yeah, I mean, I think last split, like, we played really well in the regular season, and then we lost playoffs, and then we lost CLOL. So, like, I think we're a really good duo, and we have a lot of potential, but we just need to make sure that we, like, keep our foot on the gas throughout the entire season, because even last season, like, we started to play worse throughout, like, the end of it. So, I mean, I'm not playing that well this regular season compared to the last one, but come playoffs, like, we're gonna win a championship for Maryville, finally. Like, I'm calling it now. You know, we're gonna have an undefeated split, and we're gonna win a freaking championship, you know? So, this might not be the strongest regular season for us, but we're gonna scale really well into the playoffs, and we're gonna FS up, you know? I don't know how to say that otherwise, so I have to, yeah.
You got to. I guess I want to ask you a little bit more about this season so far, about this split, because you guys are undefeated. the games you guys have lost, it seems like it's when teams have good early game plans against you guys. Do you have something in the works that you're trying to work on in that regard, or is that something of a known issue for you guys?
I mean, Niles used to be like a really strong like voice for us, like in those mid-late games. So we're just trying to figure it out as a team now. I mean, the fact that we're 4-0 right now, going on 5-0 tomorrow, it's just insane. Like that we got this start.
And
to
with
split.
some money too, right?
Shout out Rock Boom, you know what I mean? Took out Fly. The boys know what I mean. I was on vacation there, but yeah, I mean we're 4-0 right now, so thank God, because this is the weakest that we're gonna be at for the split. So yeah, we're just gonna try a little harder in scrims, work out those kinks. You know how it is.
There you go. Well, Scary Jerry, thank you so much for being so inclusive with all your answers. I want to give you a chance to give some shout outs here before I let you go.
Yeah, shout out my parents. Love them. You know, they watch most of the games. So yeah, love my parents. Love you, Dad.
The GOATs. Thank you so much, Scary Jerry. I'm sure we'll get to talk to you again soon, my friend.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and bring back Cubby as we round out the day. 9-game Marino for you, my friend. Are you still staying sane? And were you excited about how banger the games were today?
That was a fun one, man. That was a really good day of NACL. I don't know how I'm going to keep up with VOD review with so many games the last couple of days. I'll have to get to work tomorrow. But it's been a really fun Super Week, and excited to see more action tomorrow.
We got more money to fight for.
Yes.
Here in the
Day
NACL.
2.
It's really exciting. We got money matches all along tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun to be alongside as well. Cubby, want to give you a huge shout out for all the work today. The production team as well. 9 games is never easy. Huge stuff there. I want to take a look at the standings as well before we round out the day, because Dragonsteel take complete control of that first position, but some movement available in that average pack.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm wondering who's going to start to contest Dragonsteel. That first win of the split going up against FlyQuest NZXT. Gonna be big as Dragonsteel. I mean, I think it really helps cement what Scary Jerry was talking about, making sure these guys are at the top of the standings. I gotta believe that, you know, if there's any team that's actually going to contest these guys, like maybe we'll see TLC and Fear X Starforge take it to them, but until then, Dragonsteel have been off to a hot start this split, and Supernova is, I think, proved to be good competition. That's a team at 1-2 where I think that their strength of schedule has actually been quite strong in this early season, as they've faced TLC and now Dragonsteel, two of the teams sitting at the top of the standings, and really expecting Supernova to pick up more wins as we continue.
And definitely want to see some rise up from AoE and CCG. AoE very far into their split so far and trying to find a way to make it happen.
It's wild to already talk about relegation with that team, but I feel like it's really
You're already like
viable.
It's already 5 games in, 5 series in. That's crazy.
Yeah. It's scary, but their strength of schedule is not going to help them either. So they have CCG to play, but they've already played Blue Water. They've already played Winthrop, who are doing very well, to be fair, at the start of the season. AoE is going to have to really dig deep and find some wins.
Yep, it's going to be tough, but we still have a lot in store for us as well as we look forward to tomorrow's 3-series day yet again.
Yes.
All those money matches, all the fun you could ever ask for. Cubby, any thoughts before we let everybody go off into the night?
No, if you guys are watching Challengers League this weekend, thank you, and I hope to see more support tomorrow. And for me, it sounds crazy after standing for 7 hours, but I think I'm going to go run, and we'll make sure our legs are good to go.
All right, I like it. Run yourself into a victory there. Now we will be raiding over to Amelia Cosplay. We'll see you all there, and we'll see you back tomorrow. Better be there, be square for more NACL.